I preserve civil coherence, Shen corrected. Su Wenyue spoke for the first time. By removing names from the people who carry it. Shen looked at her longer than the others. Interesting. Not lust. Not pity. Recognition of category. Your maternal line was removed because sealkeeper succession and public medicine make a dangerous combination in unstable times. Su's voice sharpened. Because healers are less likely to use inherited authority for state convenience? For the first time, Shen Duomo smiled. Very slightly. You see more quickly than your papers suggest. There it was. The conscience clue gaining shape. Sealkeeper bloodlines had not been erased purely to hide them from enemies. They had been erased because they were hard to control. Gu felt the city routes around the hall shift faintly in answer to the topic. Mirror Capital's whole record lattice seemed to listen when certain categories of truth were spoken aloud. Shen saw his attention sharpen. Yes, he said. The hall listens. Identity and route law have not been separate disciplines here for a very long time. He reached into the desk and produced a pale token. Surrender your frontier records and your hidden fragments to central custody. I will restore enough of your legal standing to protect you in the capital. Resist, and the city will continue correcting around your existence until every door becomes argument. No threats of dungeons. No guards stepping closer. Just the city itself as bureaucratic weapon. That was how men like Shun preferred power. Gu looked at the token, then at the scrolls naming them dead, erased, or downgraded. The room waited. He heard himself ask, and if your correction is the reason the monsters keep finding what we fail to understand? Shen's face did not move. Then that is an even better reason to let the archive do the understanding without the provinces setting themselves on fire around it. Chapter 64. The mirror market under the canal district smelled like wet coin, old perfume, and illegal memory. Mirror Capital's official surfaces denied people politely. The Undercity sold the pieces back in fragments. They reached it through a laundry stair behind the side residence after Mo Yen bribed 3 servants, 1 canal sweeper, and a boy who claimed to know every door in the district that mattered less than it looked. Zhao disliked the whole route. Hanqiu approved of it on aesthetic grounds. A proper city, the elder said as they descended into a tunnel lit by green oil lamps. If the official archives are too clean, the truth always rents a cellar. The market beneath the canal ran in low chambers cut into old flood channels. Stalls sold forged household slips, edited permit copies, family death corrections, old prayer tablets, and things Gu could only classify as memory contraband. Lacquered beads that held recorded voices, folded silk squares washed in emotional residue, and copied continuity notices burned at the edges so the official erasure looked accidental rather than purchased. People here spoke softly and watched exits the way priests watched omens. Useful place. Repulsive place. Necessary place. Lin Yao stopped at a stall where a woman sold reinstatement templates and said with honest admiration, "This city industrialized offense." They were not there for forged papers. Not primarily. Zhao had found references in old Mirror Capital policing notes to a dissident network called the Blank Ledger Circle, people who trafficked in erased names and unauthorized continuities. If anyone in the city knew how Shen Duomo's system actually bit living people, it would be them. Finding them required a phrase Mo Yen bought from a memory bead seller and a gesture Han Xiu recognized from an old branch dispute with tax archivists 20 years earlier. Of course he did. The Blank Ledger Circle met them in a flooded records alcove behind a perfumer's false wall. Their chosen spokesman was a woman in plain dark robes with ink-black gloves and one eye clouded by old damage. She introduced herself as Mistress Ray and looked over the group with the expression of someone deciding which kinds of catastrophe paid better in information than in distance. You brought a city investigator, a frontier princess's trouble, 2 erased names, and a healer whose paperwork tastes wrong, she said. Either you are stupid or ambitious. Hanqiu nodded. Both. It keeps the blood moving. Mistress Ray ignored him and focused on Su Wenyue. Show me your revision. Su hesitated. Not from secrecy. From the natural disgust of exposing one more part of her family history to another set of strangers. Gu almost stepped in with some strategic suggestion and stopped himself before it emerged. Not his decision. Su took the folded revision sheet from her sleeve and handed it over. Ray read quickly, then more slowly. Her clouded eye remained fixed. The clear one sharpened. This is not ordinary downgrade work. This is seal line burial with ethical disqualification masking. She looked up. Who else knows? Shen Duomo, Gu said. Ray gave a humorless huff. Of course. The old archivist prefers mercy phrased as administrative necessity. She tapped the revision line with one gloved nail. Your mother's line was not erased because it lacked legitimacy. It was erased because it retained the wrong kind. Su's voice stayed very quiet. Meaning meaning sealkeeper descent that refuses command cleanly tends to preserve anchor integrity better than bloodlines eager to wield it. The Central Archive hates moral variables. There, another edge of Master Shin's old phrase. Conscience of the unwilling. Seal authority hidden in lines less likely to exploit it. Mirror Capital had not only concealed these bloodlines, it had edited the city's whole identity lattice to push them below notice. Gu felt the route sense along the alcove walls answer softly. Even here, deep under the canal and outside official halls, identity and hidden routes remained linked through the city's bones. Can the revision be reversed? Zhao asked. Mistress Ray looked at him with faint disdain. Anything can be reversed. The question is whether the city notices before the person wearing the restored name gets quietly reclassified as dead. Lin Yao nodded. Finally, a bureaucracy with ambition. Ray folded the paper closed and handed it back to Sue. There is a child in the lower east quarter. Officially dead. Unofficially employed as a lamp cleaner because erased children still need bread. 2 days ago, he carried a memory scrap through the canal checkpoints for one of us. The scrap mentioned a bell and a sealed hearing chamber under the Hall of Continuities. Gu's head came up. The bell shepherd? Ray's clear eye narrowed. You know that phrase. Bad. That means the provinces have already brushed the deeper script. She pointed one gloved finger downward, as if below the alcove sat the whole weight of Mirror Capital's administrative afterlife. The Hall of Continuities is not Shin Duomo's final room. Below it sits a hearing vault where identity corrections and route adjudications once crossed. If you want to know whether the archive is containing the hidden network or feeding it, that is where the answer will have teeth. The city above them continued denying and revising. The market below continued selling scraps of what revision left behind. And now a dead child with a surviving memory scrap stood between them and the next buried chamber. Mirror Capital was getting more honest in the way rot got honest when cut. Chapter 65. The child slept in a lamp house under the eastern viaduct because erased people in Mirror Capital were best stored where light still used them. The lower east quarter looked nothing like the white symmetry of the capital's public face. Here the canal water carried kitchen grease and laundry soap instead of mirror reflections. Lamp soot stained the underside of bridges. Officials came only to count failures or collect fees from those too visible to erase cleanly. Gu Shanhe followed Mistress Ray's directions through a maze of support alleys while rain mist thickened over the water. Zhao hated bringing half the group into an unregistered quarter. Lin Yao hated being told to keep the other half back for stealth. Su Wenyue hated the part where a city with archive towers like mountain peaks still left children sleeping in maintenance sheds. Each hatred proved useful in its own direction. The lamp house crouched between canal piers, a narrow brick chamber stacked with oil jars, replacement lantern glass, and rolled cleaning cloths. Inside, the child was awake before they opened the door. He stood on the rear shelf with a lamp hook in both hands and all the brittle alertness of someone who had learned that official visitors and thieves differed mainly in whether they apologized afterward. Don't, he said. One word. Raw. Ready to run nowhere. Su Wenyue stepped in first and alone. No weapons in hand. No soothing false voice either. No one is taking your bed. The child looked at her sleeves, her hands, the way healers always moved like they were aware of where pain might be hiding even when they were not hunting it. People take other things first. Her face changed almost imperceptibly. Not pity. Recognition. What's your name? She asked. He hesitated. They marked it dead. I asked what it is, not what they did to it. That landed. After a long breath, he said, Luo Min. There it was. Not a ghost. A child. Mirror Capital had simply found his paperwork inconvenient enough to classify him downward into non-existence while still extracting labor from the body. Gu stayed near the door and let Su lead because this was not his field and because her line of ethical pressure mattered more here than his route hunger did. Mistress Ray said you carried a scrap, Zhao said carefully. Luo Min's grip tightened on the lamp hook. She said not to trust men with seals. Good instinct, Lin Yao muttered from outside the threshold. The boy looked at Gu then, and Gu saw the moment the child noticed what official tables had already done to him. Not ordinary. Erased around the edges. Hard to place on instinct. You're one too, Luo Min said. Gu nodded once. Apparently. The child climbed down from the shelf, but did not come closer. The scrap isn't mine. Whose? Zhao asked. Luo Min looked down. My sister's. She cleaned continuity lamps before me. Then one day the lamps above Hall 3 all went dark and the correction clerks said she was duplicated and had to be removed from active roles. She left the scrap in the soot bin where I empty wicks. Su Wenyue's voice softened only by 1 degree. Did they take her? He nodded. They said hearing vault. There. The phrase again. He pulled a cloth bundle from behind an oil jar and handed it to Su. not Zhao, which told Gu plenty about where the boy placed categories of danger and possible mercy. Inside the cloth lay a strip of blackened archive silk marked with hurried ink. Bell line under Hall of Continuities active during correction hours. Identity edits are being tested against route response. Do not let them classify the unwilling heirs. The last words had been smudged as if written in terrible haste. Unwilling heirs. Sue closed her eyes once over the scrap. Master Shin's line. The revision sheet. The market explanation. The hearing vault. All of it clicked one tooth deeper. The hidden seal architecture was not merely being guarded by erased bloodlines. Those bloodlines were being tested, classified, and perhaps selected by the central archive itself. Shin Duomo did not simply manage records. He presided over a system experimenting on identity and route law at once. Gu felt the city's route lattice shift around the lamp house as if the truth, once named, tugged on the broader net. Bad. Worse than bad. Because if the Hall of Continuity lamps above reacted to certain names or bloodlines, then bringing Su Wenyue deeper into the archive would not merely endanger her politically. It might make her visible to the whole hidden system. He started to speak. Stopped. There it was again. Instinct to hold the worst implication in his own mouth until he could shape it. Su looked at him and saw the hesitation. Say it. No room left. If the archive is testing route response against identity edits, then your line may be more than erased. It may be one of the categories they're screening for. Luo Min looked between them, lost but listening with the total seriousness children used when adults finally stopped protecting them with lies. Su folded the blackened silk scrap and tucked it with the revision sheet. Then we go down before they finish deciding what I am. Zhao exhaled slowly. That's not a plan. That's an escalation. Lin Yao, from the door, said, at this point those are neighboring provinces. Outside, over the canal quarter, the continuity lamps atop the white towers of Mirror Capital all brightened at once. Not for evening. In answer, Gu felt the pulse run through the city's identity lattice like a hand brushing harp strings. Somewhere beneath Hall of Continuities, something had noticed a category moving closer to itself. He looked at Luo Min, at Su, at the scrap naming unwilling heirs, and at the city above them built to decide which names could continue existing. The hearing vault was awake. Chapter 66. Separate levels. Ji Rulan's message arrived while they were still watching the continuity tower lights hold their unnatural brightness above Mirror Capital's canal quarter. The message was short. Ji Rulan's messages were always short. She had the bureaucrat's economy with written words, and the politicians care about what could be read by the wrong eyes. It said, Upper Court session moved to tomorrow. Opposition counsel has evidence I have been communicating with unregistered practitioners. Come meet me in person before that becomes a formal charge. Gu read it twice. Then he read it a third time, because the word unregistered was doing work he didn't like. Ji Rulan is in difficulty, he said. Su Wenyue looked at him. What kind? The kind that involves me. He put the message away. I need to go to her. The rest of you stay off the main routes until the tower lights settle. Lin Yao said, what are we doing in the meantime? Zhao follows the hearing vault line. Su documents the bloodline classification evidence we have. I'll be back before evening. He was already out the door before he registered Su Wenyue's expression, which was the specific expression of someone who had something to say about the way a decision was being made. He registered it, but didn't slow down. He filed it. Ji Rulan kept rooms in the Archive City's administrative district, which was distinct from the sect districts and the merchant quarters. Older architecture, lower ceilings, the smell of institutional ink and formal cultivation records going back 3 centuries. The administrative district had its own gate checks. Gu went through one as a petitioner under the cultural preservation designation, which still held because no one had revoked it yet, and found Ji Rulan in a side room off her formal office. Surrounded by documentation, she was clearly having trouble organizing. You understand that my connection to you has become a liability in the court proceedings, she said, as he came in. Tell me what they have. She pushed 3 documents across the table. He read them. They were archive affidavits from 2 practitioners who had spoken to Ji Rulan at the Frontier Conference and who now swore, in precise archive-approved legal language, that she had coordinated with Gu Shanhe regarding unregistered residence activity. The documents were accurate. She had coordinated with him. The framing cast it as conspiracy rather than legitimate investigation. Who filed these? Someone acting under Shin Duomo's broad mandate for public records protection. The practitioner's name is Bai Jinliu. He arrived in Mirror Capital 3 weeks ago as a consulting witness for archive legitimacy matters. He set the documents down. Bai Jinliu, the same practitioner who'd brokered Frontier intelligence and then disappeared before consequences landed. He was here, in this city, working for the man who controlled who existed. How much does it cost you if these stand? Gu asked. My ability to operate in the upper court. Without that, the evidence I've been building on archive manipulations has no delivery mechanism. It goes through channels where Shun's people control the intake. She looked at him directly. I can challenge the affidavits, but the challenge requires testimony from registered practitioners who can speak to your legitimate activity. I have registry documentation through the Cultural Preservation Office. It covers your presence. It doesn't cover what Bai is characterizing as your methods. He considered the shape of the problem. Ji Rulan needed the upper court to remain accessible to her. The upper court was accessible to her only if her connection to him could be defended as legitimate. Defending it as legitimate required a story that Shun Duomo's people could not dismantle from the inside. I'll give you testimony, he said. Voluntarily filed, through the Cultural Preservation Channel. Not the standard investigative channel. That keeps it outside Shun's intake. She was quiet for a moment. Then, that helps with the formal charge. It doesn't help with the underlying problem. She looked at the documents. Gu, I need to ask you something directly. Go ahead. How much are you withholding from me? The question sat in the room. He'd been expecting it for 2 weeks. About the hearing vault and what I believe it's doing. More than I've told you. Why? Because the full picture is destabilizing. I was building the case before giving you something that might change your institutional calculus if you received it before I had confirmation. Her expression didn't change. It was the expression of a practitioner who'd been building a career in institutional spaces and who understood exactly what he'd just described. Gu, when you withhold information from your own allies, you make it possible for your enemies to be the first ones to hand them that information, with whatever framing they choose. He knew this. He'd known it when he'd filed Su Wenyue's expression walking out the door. I know. Then stop doing it. She said it without particular heat. As a correction, not an accusation. What haven't you told me? He told her. The identity tests. The bell line activation during correction hours. The bloodline classification. The sense that Shun Duomo was not simply protecting information, but actively running a screening protocol on practitioners with conscience-air characteristics. She listened without interrupting. When he finished, she was quiet for a moment. If any of that is documented, she said, and brought to the upper court under the right framing, not as an accusation of malfeasance, but as a public safety concern about archive protocols, it becomes something different from your personal investigation. It becomes a regulatory question. I'm working on the documentation. Work faster. She collected the affidavits. I need you to understand. I want to do this correctly. Gradual exposure through proper channels. Evidence that survives formal scrutiny. I know you want the archive exposed immediately. But immediately with evidence that gets dismissed because of procedural problems is worse than later with evidence that holds. He said, and if the archive finishes classifying its targets before we do this correctly? She looked at him. That's the tension we're working in. I know. She put the affidavits in her file. I'm not telling you to wait indefinitely. I'm telling you to build the case right. She paused. The testimony. File it today if you can. He filed it that afternoon through the Cultural Preservation Channel as a voluntary addendum to his existing designation record. It documented his work with Ji Rulan as consistent with the cultural documentation mandate. It was accurate in every particular. It was also, he recognized as he was writing it, the kind of documentation that only helped if Shun Duomo didn't move before the upper court session. Bai Zhenliu was here. The hearing vault had responded last night. Things were moving faster than the correct path allowed for. He filed the testimony and walked back toward the canal quarter and thought about Ji Rulan's question. How much are you withholding from me? He thought. The correct answer is less than yesterday and more than I should be. He did not know how to change that second part. He'd been trying. Chapter 67. Living Keys. Su Wenyue found the record in the afternoon, 2 hours after Gu left. She hadn't been looking for it specifically. She'd been working through the documentation they'd accumulated in the weeks since arriving in Mirror Capital, comparing the revision sheets, the blackened silk scrap, the testimonies from the underground practitioners who'd known Luo Min's neighbor before she disappeared into the hearing vault. She was trying to build a pattern. She'd been building patterns her whole life, which was not something she'd recognized until she started working alongside a practitioner who made the activity explicit. The record was in the mirror market, not the formal archive. A practitioner named Wen Dao kept an illegal collection of pre-archive historical fragments that the memory archive had classified as too destabilizing for open access. Wen Dao's price for access was a medical consultation, which Su had given 2 days ago and now collected on. The fragment was 80 years old and concerned the founding principles of the conscience-based vault system. She read it twice and then sat with it. The document said, in the precise technical language of a cultivation theorist explaining something they expected future practitioners to act on. The vaults keyed to conscience rejection do not require a strong practitioner to hold authority. They require a practitioner with the structural capacity to say no to authority. This capacity is strongest in those whose cultivation focuses on service to others rather than personal advancement, because the capacity for self-abnegation and the capacity for principled refusal share the same meridian foundation. Healer bloodlines who remain in active practice for multiple generations build this capacity as a side effect of their primary work. They do not know they are building it. She read the last sentence twice. They do not know they are building it. Her mother's family had been healers for 4 generations. Her own cultivation path had been built on her grandmother's techniques and her mother's refinements and what she'd added in training. She had never thought of her refusal to pursue political authority as a cultivation characteristic. She'd thought of it as a preference, as a temperament. But it was in the meridian architecture, a structural trait built through generations of service cultivation. The same capacity that let her sit with patients who were dying without trying to fix what couldn't be fixed. The same capacity that made her useful in negotiation rooms because she genuinely didn't want to win. The same capacity that had, apparently, been slowly building in her bloodline toward a specific function that someone 300 years ago had understood and someone in the current archive was actively testing for. The vaults needed people who could hold authority without being corrupted by it. Not because such people were noble, because the vaults themselves were keyed to the specific frequency of principled refusal. If you wanted to open them, you needed someone the vault trusted. And the vault's trust criteria were built into the cultivation path, not the personality. She thought, I am not a key by choice. She thought, I was built into one, over 4 generations, by doing good work. She thought, someone needs to know this. And the person who most needs to know it is currently across the city filing legal documents. She wrote it up in the same format Gu used: evidence source, reading, implications, questions remaining. She made it precise. Then she sent it through the message relay they'd established and waited. Gu returned an hour later. He read her documentation without speaking. When he finished, he said, the object we're looking for requires someone with this structural characteristic, not just this bloodline, she said. That's what the document implies. The bloodline makes the path easier, but the path itself is what the vault reads. She looked at him. Gu Shanhe's classification system. What's he looking for? Practitioners with conscience air characteristics, which I was reading as bloodline markers. But it's cultivation path markers. She said it carefully. He's looking for people who have built the refusal capacity through long service practice, which means the bloodline is an indicator but not the only source. She paused, and the bell line response during identity correction. What if it's not just identifying the bloodlines he's already cataloged? What if it's looking for others who've developed the structural trait through different paths? He was very still. That particular stillness of someone whose pattern was clicking into a new configuration. If the bell line responds to cultivation path structure rather than genealogy, he said slowly, then Shun's classification project is broader than erased historical bloodlines. He looked at the documentation. And anyone who has spent years in genuine service cultivation could be a candidate without any historical connection. He paused, which means the scope of what's being screened is much larger than I calculated. And the vault that opened under the courthouse in response to my bloodline was responding to your cultivation path structure, which you've been building for 23 years. He said it precisely, not gently, which was how he said things that were difficult and real. Patterns do not lie. The vaults were designed to recognize this pattern. She said, I know. She'd known it since reading the document. The question is what we do with that information. He said, the question is also who else in this city is being classified right now without knowing why. She thought about the continuity lamps brightening last night, about the phrase hearing vault used by the boy who cleaned lamp wicks. She said, the practitioners being taken for correction, not just erased bloodlines. Service practitioners who've spent years doing what I've been doing. She looked at Gu. We need to know how many. Chapter 68. The unwritten guide Shun Duomo moved at dawn. Gu woke to a message from the Cultural Preservation Office. His designation had been suspended pending review. A second message from his registered lodging. His room had been sealed by archive administrative order. A third from the Mirror Market's informal communication relay. Less official, more informative. His travel registration had been flagged across all city gates. His merchant credit lines had been frozen at source, and his name had been entered into the corrections calendar. Not arrested, not charged. Erased, administratively. The specific precision of someone who understood that removing a person's legal infrastructure was more thorough than any physical action. He dressed in the lamp house, ate Luo Min's leftover morning rice, and read the messages twice. The boy was watching him with the specific alertness of someone who'd seen adults have bad mornings before and had learned that quietness was the appropriate response. Patterns do not lie, Gu said, mostly to himself. He moved faster than gradual reform allows. Su Wenyue was already awake. She looked at the messages and said, Ji Rulan. Her legal challenge happens today. This is designed to arrive in the court record before she can mount it. He set the messages down. He's very precise about sequence. What do you do? He considered this for exactly as long as it took him to formulate a hypothesis. An experiment, he said. The city's identity lattice was built on official record. But official record was not the only layer. The administrative systems mapped practitioners by their registered documentation. The city's living pattern, the routes people actually walked, the witnesses people actually encountered, the daily confirmations of existence that happened in markets and canal-side conversations and temple gate exchanges, ran on a different foundation. The archive could delete a name from its records. It could not delete the accumulated social recognition of several weeks of movement through the same neighborhoods. He went to the canal quarter market first. The stall keeper who'd sold him lamp oil 3 times looked up when he approached. Early today. You look like you've had your papers stepped on. Administratively, Gu said. Yes. Shen's office. How did you know? The stall keeper gestured at the canal quarter in general. 3 others this month. 2 of them healers. One was a formation surveyor who'd been asking about route records. You're not the first person who's been walked out of the official system. He held out lamp oil without being asked. Money when you have it. Witness documentation that you bought it today? Please. The stall keeper called over 2 neighboring vendors and wrote in his ledger, today's date, Gu Shanhe, 2 flasks lamp oil, credit extended pending formal access restoration, witnessed by 2 signatures. It was not archive documentation. It was not official recognition. It was a record that existed in the city's actual fabric rather than in the systems Shen controlled. He spent the rest of the morning doing this deliberately. Every interaction documented in the informal ledgers and witness records that ordinary commerce ran on. He was not invisible in the city. He was simply visible through a different system. The canal quarter vendors knew him. The mirror market practitioners knew him. The lamp house neighborhood knew him by the pattern of his movements over 3 weeks. By midday, he could move through 7 distinct districts without touching a single system that Shen Duomo controlled. Not because he'd circumvented the administrative layer. Because the administrative layer was not actually how the city recognized people. It was how the archive recognized people. These were different things that happened to overlap in normal circumstances and separated cleanly under pressure. By afternoon, someone in the canal quarter had started using the phrase the unwritten guide to describe the practitioner who moved between districts without leaving official trace. He heard it from 3 different people before he understood it had already spread beyond the canal quarter. The city's informal communication moved faster than its official channels, another pattern the archive apparently didn't measure. He sat in a tea house that didn't verify identity badges and wrote notes on what he'd found. The administrative erasure had given him something he hadn't had before. Proof that Mirror Capital's actual social infrastructure was distinct from and more robust than its official record system. Shen Duomo could edit names. He could not edit 3 weeks of accumulated witness. This was genuinely useful. It was also, Gu recognized, only useful to him. The practitioners being erased into the hearing vault didn't have 3 weeks of canal quarter relationships. They'd been taken before they built the informal recognition network. The technique worked for him specifically because of how he'd spent his time here. Luo Min appeared at the tea house in the late afternoon, moving with the careful economy of a child who'd been taught to look small in the wrong parts of a city. He slid into the seat across from Gu and said, Lin Yao is asking about you through the relay. Tell her where I am. She said Zhao Jinyin tried to get access to the hearing vault records and was turned back. She's trying a different approach. He paused. She didn't say what the approach was. Gu wrote down the tea house address on a clean cloth strip and handed it to Luo Min. Tell her I'm here. Tell her to come before dark. He waited. He was good at waiting. It was the same patience that let him sit inside a formation array and study monsters rather than flee. He waited and he watched the informal networks of Mirror Capital moving around the still point of Shen Duomo's administrative system, and he thought about the gap between those 2 things and what it meant that the gap existed. Lin Yao did not arrive before dark. Chapter 69. The hook she gave them the message came through Zhao Jinyin's relay at mid-evening. It was not from Lin Yao. It was about her. Zhao wrote. Lin Yao was taken at the Eastern Canal checkpoint during a custody negotiation. She was attempting to exchange her own registered status for the release of 3 erased practitioners from the hearing vault. The checkpoint guards flagged her under the narrative contaminant classification, same as the one used for you. She was taken before she could invoke investigator protection. Current location, hearing vault intake. Gu read the message. He read it the way he read everything, which was first for the information and second for the shape of the information. The shape was, Lin Yao had been operating independently, in an area he'd explicitly not assigned her, doing something he hadn't known she was doing. He looked at Luo Min, who was watching him with the quiet attention children used when they recognized that an adult was receiving bad news. How long has Lin Yao been working the Eastern Canal? He asked. For days, Luo Min said. She and Zhao split the district coverage. She said it was in the original plan. Gu had made the original plan. The original plan had not included Eastern Canal checkpoint negotiations. He thought about what Ji Rulan had said. When you withhold information from your allies, you make it possible for your enemies to be the first ones to hand them that information with whatever framing they choose. He'd withheld the identity test implications from Ji Rulan. He'd withheld from Lin Yao the specific patterns he'd been mapping around the hearing vault intake procedures and the checkpoint flagging system. He'd been building the full picture before distributing the pieces, which meant his allies had been operating with partial information in territory he hadn't adequately mapped for them. Lin Yao had done the custody negotiation because she'd seen the erased practitioners and acted on what she could see, without the framework Gu had been quietly constructing. She hadn't been reckless. She'd made a reasonable decision with the information available to her. The information Gu had kept to himself. Shin's message arrived an hour later. Not to Gu directly. There was no official channel connecting them now. It arrived through the Cultural Preservation Office's public record as a formal notification of a hearing date. Lin Yao's hearing was scheduled in 3 days. The charge, obstructing archive narrative integrity while associated with unregistered resonance practice. The offer, all charges withdrawn, Lin Yao's registry restored to full standing, in exchange for a voluntary testimony regarding the methodology of one Gu Shanhe's resonance work. The testimony they wanted, that Gu had learned his resonance mapping techniques by extended contact with monster entities during the invasion waves, and that this contact had produced pathological behavior consistent with identity contamination. He put the message down on the tea house table and held the weight of it. The accusation was technically deniable. His resonance work came from the techniques he'd studied after surviving the formation array, not from contamination. But, technically deniable, required time and formal proceedings and the ability to present counter-evidence through channels that Shin controlled. And the hook was, his secretive methods had made the accusation believable to people who didn't know better. He'd been operating through informal networks, through mirror market contacts, through channels that looked, from the outside, like someone who had something to hide. Because he'd been trying to conceal the scope of his investigation from Shin's surveillance, he'd accidentally built the exact appearance of someone engaging in illegitimate practice. He thought Lin Yao would not testify against him. He thought the 3 days before the hearing were designed to give her enough time in the vault to change her assessment. He wrote to Zhao Jinyan, I am going to need everything you have on the hearing vault intake process. Every pattern, every observation, every piece of the picture that doesn't fit the official description. Now, he wrote to Su Wenyue, don't go to the Eastern Canal District. At all. Don't present your cultivation path to any checkpoint that uses bell line verification. He wrote to Ji Rulan, Lin Yao is in the hearing vault. I need the upper court appeal process. What does it require? 3 messages, going to 3 people simultaneously. The information he'd been distributing selectively, now going out all at once because the consequence of selective distribution was already sitting in the hearing vault and had 3 days. He thought, Ji Rulan was right. I knew she was right when she said it. He looked at the formal notification in front of him and thought, this is what it costs. Chapter 70. The man who thought he was protecting breaking into the restricted mnemonic vault took 4 hours. Not because the security was particularly sophisticated. Because Gu was doing it carefully, which was a different problem from doing it quickly. He needed to go in, read what was there, and come out in a state where what he'd read could be used. If the vault detected an intrusion, Shin Duomo would know what he'd accessed, which would tell Shin exactly what Gu now knew, which would let Shin manage the information's deployment before Gu could. So he went in through the lattice layer rather than the physical archive. The restricted vault's resonance signature had been visible to him since the first week in Mirror Capital, a dense, carefully compressed cluster of old patterns nested beneath 3 layers of formation ceiling. Most practitioners couldn't read it because the resonance was camouflaged inside the standard formation signatures of the archive district. To Gu's resonance cartography site, it registered as the specific weight of information being actively suppressed, which was a distinct frequency from information that was simply stored. He'd been mapping the access routes for 2 weeks. He went in through a lattice crack in the secondary formation seal, moving his awareness along the resonance lines rather than his body, and read. The oldest records were 400 years old. They documented 3 previous invasion events. Each one had followed a pattern that differed in scale, but not in structure. Monsters arriving in coordinated waves, increasing in intelligence and adaptation as the waves progressed, targeting specific locations and specific types of practitioners with a specificity that ruled out blind aggression. And in each case, the record noted the same outcome. The invasion ended when the monsters found what they were looking for. The second event's record was the most explicit. It stated, in the careful language of someone writing for posterity rather than for themselves, the entities withdrew upon locating the authority cache in the mountain fortress of the Yimling sect. Withdrawal was immediate and complete. Casualties ceased. However, the fortress and surrounding territory were rendered uninhabitable for 2 generations by the energetic discharge of the cache's forced extraction. He stopped on that line. The monsters ended their invasion when they found what they were looking for, and what they were looking for, when they found it, destroyed the surrounding territory when they took it. He read 3 more records. The pattern was consistent. 3 previous events, 3 endings, 3 destroyed territories, 3 forced extractions of what the entities had been sent to retrieve, and then a final document, more recent, perhaps 100 years old, written in a different hand, with the specific register of someone who had read all the preceding records and drawn a conclusion. It said, "We have identified the object of the current vector. The authority fragments are distributed across living bloodlines rather than in fixed locations, which is why the standard sweep and extract protocol has not terminated the event as in previous occurrences. The entities are engaged in an extended search, not a raid." Beneath that, in a different ink, added later. After consulting with 4 senior scholars and the archive's primary formation theorist, I have authorized the permanent classification of all records relating to invasion termination history. My reasoning is as follows. This information, if generally known, would produce 2 catastrophic outcomes. First, any faction knowing that the invasion ends when the retrieved object is found and taken would have both motive and logic for surrendering the object proactively. Second, the knowledge that previous invasions ended by destroying the territory where the object was located would produce mass abandonment of any area where practitioners with relevant characteristics live. Neither outcome is survivable at the population level. The suppression is not a denial. It is a tree of. The record was signed with the name of the archive's administrator from a century ago, one of the predecessors Shun Duomo had inherited authority from. Gu came back out of the vault the way he'd gone in, carefully, without leaving a trace in the formation architecture. He sat in the empty archive district street in the pre-dawn dark and held what he'd found. Shun Duomo had read this, had known this, had built his entire administrative methodology around this, had spent his career managing information to prevent the 2 catastrophic outcomes his predecessor had named. He believed, with what appeared to be genuine conviction, that the alternative to curated suppression was mass panic and mass death. He was not simply a man protecting institutional power. He was a man who had read records of what happened when the information was unmanaged and had concluded, reasonably, that management was survival. And he was wrong. Gu believed he was wrong, because suppressing the information was also why no faction had ever developed a third option, a way to end the invasion that didn't involve either surrendering the object or having it forcibly extracted. But he was wrong in the way someone was wrong when they were working with incomplete data and drawing a defensible conclusion from it. Not evil, certain of his own correctness, which was sometimes more dangerous than evil, because it was harder to argue with. Gu walked back toward the canal quarter and thought about 3 previous invasions that had ended the same way. He thought about the distributed authority fragments in living bloodlines. He thought about Su Wenyue and the vault that had responded to her cultivation path structure and the conscience air characteristics that the bell line was screening for. He thought, Shin believes the only options are suppress or surrender. He thought, he is suppressing the information about what happened to the territories where the previous extractions occurred, which means most practitioners in this city, even the ones who know the invasion history, don't know that the monsters found what they were looking for and left means and took it in a way that made the surrounding area uninhabitable. He thought, if Su Wenyue is one of the primary candidates for what the invasion is seeking, and the invasion ends by forced extraction, and forced extraction destroys the surrounding territory, he thought, I need to tell Shin Duomo what I know. Not to expose him, to show him the third option he doesn't know exists. The hearing vault was awake. Linya was in it with 3 days left, and the man who'd put her there was operating on a conclusion that was defensible, reasonable, and missing the one piece of information that would change everything. He kept walking. The patterns did not lie. He needed to talk to the archivist. Chapter 71. The revolt beneath the court. Zhao Jinyan had been building the case for 6 days. Not the case against Shin Duomo specifically. The case that archive manipulation was systematic. She'd been approaching investigators whose files had been altered, practitioners whose legal records had been edited, whose case closures had been retroactively changed, whose testimony logs didn't match their own copies of what they'd submitted. There were 17 of them. She found them by asking precisely, in the informal networks that the unwritten guide had demonstrated were accessible without official recognition, whether anyone had recently compared their own records against what the archive held. 12 of the 17 agreed to file a collective challenge. The collective challenge was the mechanism that mattered. Under Mirror Capital's administrative framework, a single practitioner challenging their archive record was an individual grievance and could be processed slowly through intake channels that Shin's people controlled. 12 practitioners challenging collectively, citing the same systematic editing pattern, triggered a different clause, a public review mechanism that had been written into the city's founding charter because 3 centuries ago, an administrator had done something similar, and the only recourse had been this exact provision. Zhao had found the clause. She'd given it to Gu Shanhe. Gu Shanhe had read the charter provision, recognized what it meant, and said, according to Zhao's relay message, I will file the public support tomorrow. That makes me formally in opposition to the archive block's administrative conduct. I know what that means legally. File it anyway. The hearing was announced at midday, not a private proceeding, a public court session open to all registered practitioners to assess whether the archive's record management procedures met the city's founding standards. The announcement named Gu Shanhe as a central evidentiary figure. He read the announcement in the tea house at the Western Canal and thought, Gu Shanhe committed treason to make this possible. She chose the faster path over the correct one because the hearing vault had 3 days on it, and he'd run out of time for gradual reform. He wrote back to her, I understand what this cost you. I will not waste it. Her reply was immediate. Make it count. That is the only return I need. The announcement also contained the other piece of information that changed the shape of the next 2 days. Gu read it twice to confirm he'd parsed it correctly. At the bottom, in the formal language of Continental Authority oversight, given the scope of the claims, the public hearing will include a Continental review component. Practitioners with standing before the Continental Authority may submit testimony remotely. Findings will be forwarded to Continental Record. Continental scope. Shen Duomo had jurisdiction in Mirror Capital and across the memory archives holdings, which were significant. He did not have jurisdiction over Continental Record. A finding at the public hearing would be outside his ability to edit, classify, or suppress. He wrote to Gu Shanhe again, the Continental review component. Did you add that? She wrote back, I did not. The Continental Authority added it when Zhao's filing crossed the threshold for systematic administration claims. It's automatic under the charter provision. Shen Duomo cannot close it unilaterally. Gu sat with this for a long moment. Shen had moved yesterday to erase him administratively. Today the Continental review mechanism had activated automatically. The archive's control of local information was intact. Its control of Continental Record was not. Patterns do not lie. He spent the afternoon preparing testimony. Not just his own readings. The full evidentiary record, properly documented in the format Gu Shanhe had specified, with source attribution and methodology notes. Every case of archive manipulation that Zhao had collected. Every piece of the classification system that Su had documented. Every instance where Gu's direct resonance readings could be correlated with an official archive record that said something different. He did not include the mnemonic vault findings. Not yet. The vault records required a conversation first, and that conversation required Shen Duomo to be in a position where hearing it was better for him than rejecting it. When the hearing announcement spread through Mirror Capital's informal networks, people started arriving at the Canal Quarter tea house that wasn't verifying identity badges. Not to see Gu specifically, the unwritten guide was not the draw. They came because the announcement named the archive manipulation in official language, and that language legitimized what they'd been experiencing and not been able to name. An erased seamstress who'd lost her trade registration. A healer whose guild membership had been edited out of the record after he'd treated erased practitioners. A formation surveyor whose case history had been altered to show work he hadn't done and suppress work he had. They were not testifying yet. They were simply present because the tea house without identity verification had become the gathering point, and presence was its own kind of witness. Gu looked at them and thought about the administrator a century ago who had signed the suppression order and called it Trioff. He thought about the hearing vault and what got classified there and why. He thought about the Continental review provision activating automatically because a threshold had been crossed. He thought, Shen believes I am making this worse by exposing it. He thought, he has not seen what exposure does when the alternative is already in the tea house. Chapter 72. The testimony formation. The public hearing filled the Mirror Capital Court chamber. Not with practitioners who had official standing. With people who had been erased from official standing. They crowded the gallery, which was technically open to any resident of the city, and the gallery held 3 times its normal occupancy because the city's actual residents had decided this mattered and the formation wardens had not been given clear orders to restrict entry. Gu sat in the testimony position. Ji Rulan sat at the advocates' table. Zhao Jinyan's collective of 12 investigators sat in the formal witness row, their combined presence triggering the public review clause. Bai Jinliu sat at the opposing counsel table, which was the first time Gu had seen him in mirror capital with his own eyes rather than through relay reports. He was better dressed than in the frontier years. He had the specific manner of someone who'd found a role that suited him, not advocacy exactly, but the work of framing other people's evidence in ways that served institutional interests. He caught Gu's eye across the chamber and offered a polite nod. Gu nodded back. He'd already mapped Bai's likely arguments from the relay intelligence. The hearing opened. Bai presented first, which was a procedural move Ji Rulan had flagged as intentional, establishing the archive's narrative before the evidence could be laid out. Bai's argument was careful and precise. He said, the practitioners named in the collective challenge were not victims of arbitrary editing. They were practitioners whose records had been corrected to reflect verified facts. He said, the practitioner Gu Shanhe had demonstrated, throughout his time in Mirror Capital, a pattern of operating outside formal registration systems, which was itself consistent with the irregular resonance practices documented by archive security. He said, the testimony Gu Shanhe would offer was the testimony of a practitioner whose methods were, by his own admission, incompatible with standard verification. He said, knowledge about the invasion structure, widely disseminated without coordination, would accelerate panic, black markets and false protective techniques, and cultic formations around practitioners claiming special insight. Therefore, the archive's management of such knowledge was a legitimate public safety function. It was a clean argument. It contained no outright falsehoods. It was constructed to make the archive's conduct sound like governance rather than suppression. Gu waited for his turn. He'd organized his testimony into 3 layers. The specific edits Zhao had documented, correlated against the original records held by the affected practitioners. The classification system evidence Su had assembled. The frontier sacrifice ledgers that Ji Rulan had obtained through the Continental Authority's records channels before Shen's people could identify and suppress them. He presented the first layer. 12 cases of alteration, documented side by side. The archive's version. The practitioner's version. The dates. The specific language changes. Bai offered procedural objections to 3 of them. The objections were valid on technical grounds. Ji Rulan responded to each. The chamber was following the technical exchange with the particular attention of people who knew the underlying stakes but couldn't see them directly. Then Shen Duomo activated the formation. Gu had been watching for it. He'd been watching the chamber's formation architecture since he walked in, which was the same way he watched every space, continuously, at background level, mapping the active patterns against what should be there. The hidden formation was embedded in the court record mechanism, the one that captured official testimony for the archive. It was a modification of the standard testimony capture, subtle enough that no one who wasn't looking would notice it. What the modification did, it routed captured testimony through a filter before it was sealed into the court record. The filter was, in structure, identical to the identity editing tools the archive used for its correction procedures. Live testimony going into the court record could be edited in real time. What was recorded was not what was said. Gu looked at Ji Rulan. She was watching the formation architecture too, which meant she'd seen it. Her expression said, I see it, and I don't know how to stop it without breaking the entire session. Bai Jinliu was still speaking. The chamber was still following. Most of the practitioners present couldn't read the formation modification. They would hear Gu's testimony. The court record would contain something else. He thought, I need to find a way to anchor the testimony outside the formation's capture range. He thought, who in this chamber has the specific cultivation tool that can anchor a record to itself regardless of what the archive does to it afterward? He looked at Su Wanyue, who was in the gallery, and who was already looking at him with the expression she used when she'd already seen a problem and was waiting for him to catch up. She had the answer. He needed her to know he needed it. He looked directly at her and thought, precisely, pain memory resonance. If you can anchor witness testimony to its own emotional reality rather than to the capture formation, the editing layer can't reach it. She held his gaze for a half second. Then she stood up from the gallery. Chapter 73. The anchor in the gallery. Su Wanyue walked down from the gallery without asking permission. This was not the kind of thing a practitioner in the gallery was supposed to do. The formation wardens at the chamber's side doors moved to intercept her. She said, in the calm voice she used with patience in crisis, I am a cultural preservation registered practitioner with documented healing testimony. I have standing. The warden checked the registration formation. The cultural preservation designation held. She reached the testimony floor. Ji Rulon looked at her. Do you have a submission? Witness corroboration under pain memory anchor protocol, Su said. Charter Provision 12. Any practitioner with certified medical standing may anchor witness testimony to verifiable physiological record to prevent procedural contamination. Ji Rulon found the provision in the time it took to say it. Aloud, Bai Junliu started an objection. The presiding clerk looked at the charter and overruled it. Su placed her hands on the testimony table, where the capture formation's reach intersected with the room's resonance pattern. She was not a combat practitioner. She had no offensive cultivation. What she had was the specific ability of a healer who'd spent 23 years working with the direct experiential reality of other people's bodies. The capacity to reach through the constructed layers of a situation to the physical truth underneath. Pain memory resonance worked like this. The body remembered experiences independently of what the mind chose to encode. A practitioner who had lived through something retained that experience in their nervous structure in ways that could not be edited retroactively, because the editing tools operated on records, and records were constructions over experience. The experience itself was not a construction. It was a fact about what had happened to a specific body at a specific time. She anchored the testimony table to the physiological record of the 12 investigators sitting in the witness row. Not to their words, to the fact of their experience of what had happened to them. The editing filter in the capture formation stalled. Gu watched it stall. The filter was designed to operate on linguistic capture, on what the formation recorded as speech and text. Su had bypassed the linguistic layer and anchored the testimony to the experiological layer beneath it, which the filter had no mechanism to reach. He presented the frontier's sacrifice ledgers. The chamber was very quiet while he presented them. The ledgers were official documents, Continental Authority records, formally obtained, showing resource allocation decisions that the archive had classified, sections that had been removed from the public record, sectors that had been written out of the frontier history. The numbers behind the managed narrative of how many people had been deployed to the frontier waves, how many had returned, and what the official record said about both. Bai Junliu objected 6 times. 5 were overruled by the clerk, who was reading the charter provisions against the objections with the specific expression of someone who'd been a procedural practitioner for a long time and was encountering, for the first time, a case where the procedure was doing what it was meant to do. The 6th objection held on a technical issue with document chain of custody. Ji Rulon responded with a supplemental filing that she'd apparently prepared for exactly this contingency, which told Gu that Ji Rulon was better at this than he'd given her credit for. The crowd in the gallery had gone from attentive to something different. The specific quality of attention that happens when people who've believed something unprovable are watching it proved. Then the floor moved. Not metaphorically. The stone floor of the Mirror Capital Court Chamber, which was 3 centuries old and had been built on top of something older that the city's founders had incorporated into the foundation, shifted under their feet. A crack appeared in the center, running from the testimony table to the presiding clerk's position. The crack widened. Below it, steps. Old stone steps, leading down into a chamber that the 3-century-old floor had been poured over and forgotten. The formation wardens looked at the presiding clerk. The presiding clerk looked at the crack in the floor. The crack was clean and straight, and had the specific character of something that had been waiting to open. Su Wenyue was still anchoring the testimony table. She looked down at the steps, and her expression did something complicated. The expression of someone who has just received confirmation of something they'd suspected, but hadn't wanted to be right about. She looked at Gu. I think, she said carefully. It responded to me. Gu looked at the steps. He looked at Su. He looked at the chamber, which had stopped being a legal proceeding and become something else, with 300 people watching. He thought, patterns do not lie. He thought, I need to think very carefully before the next 3 minutes, because what happens next is going to be decided by what I do right now. Chapter 74. The conscience altar. The steps went down 14 meters into a chamber that had been sealed since before the court above it was built. Gu went down first. Ji Rulon followed. Su Wenyue was third, her steps measured, her face carrying the expression she used when she was moving towards something she'd already decided to face. The formation warden stayed at the top, which was a reasonable decision given that the chamber below them was producing a resonance signature that Gu's resonance cartography read as very old, very deliberate, and specifically oriented. The chamber was circular. The walls were covered in a script that predated Mirror Capital's founding language. The specific script of practitioners from 4 centuries ago who'd known what they were building and had inscribed the purpose into the stone because they wanted it to be found by the right people rather than stumbled upon by the wrong ones. Gu read the resonance of the inscription without touching it. At the center, an altar formation. Low, carved from the same stone as the chamber walls, with a pattern that his resonance cartography immediately identified as a conscience-based locking mechanism. It read nothing like the forced entry formations he'd seen in the frontier, nothing like the archive's identity editing formations above. Its structure was invitation rather than barrier. It had no command to resist entry. It had a condition. He read the condition as clearly as he'd ever read anything. The formation required a practitioner whose cultivation path was structured around unwilling authority. Not refusal of cultivation power, refusal of dominion over others even when such dominion was offered. He looked at the formation. He looked at Sue. He did not want to say the next sentence. He said it anyway. The altar can be opened, but it will register you in the spatial record as a key practitioner. Every formation that operates on the same classification system will be able to locate your cultivation signature. He paused. That includes the bell line architecture that Shun Duomo has been using for his classification project. He paused again. And whatever is searching for conscience heir practitioners from outside. Sue looked at the altar. Her face was precise and steady in the way that it was when she was doing a difficult assessment. Gu said, I need to understand what's inside before deciding whether opening it serves the purpose that justifies the exposure it creates for you. Ji Rulan, who had been reading the chamber walls, said, Gu. Her tone was specific. He looked at her. She said, You are trying to make a decision about whether Sue opens this. You are trying to decide whether the exposure to her is justified by the knowledge gain. Yes. He stopped. She said, You should not be making that decision. And you know it. He knew it. He'd known it for approximately 30 seconds, which was why he'd been constructing a careful information-gathering rationale for what was, underneath the rationale, a version of the same problem Ji Rulan had already named. He was withholding. Not information this time, but the decision. Sue was watching this exchange with her arms at her sides. When Ji Rulan finished, she said, Gu. Yes. I know what the altar is and what opening it will do. I read the same evidence you did. I've known my cultivation path has this structure since yesterday. She looked at the altar and then at him. Is there information inside that will help us find a third option? Not surrender, not forced extraction. Something else. I believe so. Then my assessment is that the exposure is worth it. She said it in the same voice she used when she'd given a treatment decision to a patient's family. Not cold, but clear, and with the specific authority of someone who had made the same kind of calculation before and knew the cost. That is my decision to make. He thought. She is right. He thought. The fear of losing her to what the altar marks her as is making me want to make the decision for her. He thought. That fear, acted on, would be exactly the kind of dominion the altar is designed to reject. He stepped back. Sue walked to the altar. She placed both hands on the carved surface. The formation activated. Not violently, not with the explosive release of a technique finally used, but with the slow, deep quality of something that had been waiting a very long time to find the conditions it required. The inscription on the chamber walls lit in sequence, moving from the outer ring to the center, as if tracing back to the origin point. Then it opened. Chapter 75. What Shin really believes the chamber below the altar chamber held records. Not archive records. Something older. The specific cultivation memory architecture of practitioners 350 years ago who had decided to preserve certain information in a living formation rather than a physical document, because physical documents could be edited and living formations could only be accessed by practitioners with the correct structural characteristics. It was not small. It was the accumulated knowledge of a circle of practitioners who had hidden the World Heart's distributed architecture in living bloodlines, and then left a record explaining why and how and what came next. Gu read what the opening had revealed, while Sue sat at the center of the formation and served as its key. Ji Rulan stood nearby. Above them, through the stone, he could hear the faint sounds of the chamber court, people moving, voices in the formal register of a proceeding that had just watched its floor open. The key finding was this. The World Heart was not a single object. It was an authority structure, and authority structures could only be held by entities with the capacity to wield authority without being corrupted by it. 350 years ago, the practitioners who'd understood this had distributed the structure into human bloodlines specifically because humans were the only entities on the continent with the structural capacity for principled refusal, the cultivation characteristics Sue represented. And the monsters were not looking for an object. They were looking for the authority distribution itself. They were looking for the practitioners who held it, not to destroy them, but to retrieve the authority fragments, forcibly, if necessary, because their search protocol had been running long enough that their original instructions had degraded to the stripped command. locate, and extract. He thought. This explains why the previous invasions ended by destroying the territory. He thought. A forced extraction of an authority fragment from a living practitioner would not be like taking a stored object. It would be like tearing a formation out of an active cultivation path. The energetic discharge would be catastrophic for everything nearby. He thought. This is the third option I was looking for. If the authority structure can be accessed and mediated willingly by practitioners with the correct structural characteristics, the retrieval protocol finds what it's looking for without forced extraction. He thought. Shen Duomo does not know this is possible. He read the historical records of forced extractions and concluded that exposure of the truth leads to either mass panic or proactive surrender of the practitioners involved. He never had access to the chamber that explains why a third option exists. He went back up. Shen Duomo was in the court chamber. Not behind the advocate's table, not through a representative. Present, personally, which meant he'd been watching the session and had come down himself when the floor opened. He stood at the edge of the chamber with four archive wardens at a careful distance, which told Gu he'd come to observe, not to intervene directly. He looked at Gu with the specific expression of someone who had already reached a conclusion and was waiting to see if the other party would confirm it. You broke into the mnemonic vault, Shen said. Not a question. I read the historical records, Gu said. All 3 invasion termination accounts. A silence. Then, and now you intend to expose them. I intend to discuss them with you. Shen looked at him for a moment. He said, that is unexpected. In private. The court session can be recessed, Ji Rulan said, from behind Gu. Charter Provision 9. Material evidence requiring interpretation before submission. She was already filing it with the clerk, who looked relieved. The chamber cleared slowly. The gallery crowd didn't leave entirely. They stood in the corridors and on the steps outside, which was a different kind of witness. Bai Jinliu departed with the smooth efficiency of someone who developed extensive practice at removing himself from situations that were about to change shape. In the empty chamber, with Su still in the altar room below and Ji Rulan and Zhao Jinyin at the opposite end giving the conversation the distance of observers, Gu faced Shen Duomo. He said, you believe the only options are suppress or surrender. Shen said. The historical record supports that conclusion. The historical record only documents forced extractions, not because those were the only outcomes, because the practitioners who understood voluntary mediation were the ones who built the chamber below this floor, and they built it for practitioners who haven't existed yet. He looked at Shen. The thing the invasion is looking for isn't an object. It's an authority structure. It can be accessed willingly by practitioners with the right cultivation characteristics. Willingly accessed authority structures don't produce forced extraction. They produce negotiated engagement. Shen was quiet. You have been right, Gu said, that the historical information was dangerous without context. You were wrong about whether the context was findable. He paused. Su Wenyue just found it. Because she had the cultivation path structure the chamber required, and because the chamber was waiting for someone like her for 350 years. Shen said, if this is true, patterns do not lie. The archivist was still. His face had the expression of someone whose foundational assumption about the parameters of a problem was being revised in real time, not accepting, not rejecting. Processing with the specific precision of a man who'd spent his entire career on exactly this kind of information problem. He said, show me the chamber. Gu took him down. Below, in the formation light, Su Wenyue looked up when they came down the steps. She took in Shen Duomo without flinching. The man who'd put Lin Yao in the hearing vault and erased Gu from the city's records and spent a century protecting a partial truth. She said, you should read it yourself. She moved aside from the altar. Shen stood at the edge of the formation and read. He read for a long time. Gu watched his face in the formation light and thought, he is not a simple man. He has been wrong in the specific way that careful people are wrong, by drawing the only defensible conclusion from the evidence available to them. The evidence had just changed. When Shen finally looked up, he said nothing for a moment. Then, how long have you known about the third option? Since I read your suppressed records. An hour ago. He looked at the chamber, at the inscription on the walls, at Su standing in the formation center. He said, Lin Yao. She needs to be released, Gu said. Today. Shen was quiet for another long moment. Then he said, she will be released this afternoon. He paused. The hearing can resume tomorrow. Another pause. There is a great deal to discuss. Gu thought, patterns do not lie. He thought, this is what changes. Yes, he said. There is. Chapter 76. What the chamber held Lin Yao was released in the afternoon, as Shun had promised. She arrived at the Canal Quarter Tea House with 4 bruises on her wrist from the restraint formations and the specific expression of someone who had spent time in a place designed to make people doubt themselves and had refused to adjust. She sat down, drank 2 cups of tea, and said, "Tell me everything." Gu told her. He'd been waiting for her to be present before sharing the chamber's full content with the group, which was either good judgment or an overcorrection for the information hoarding Ji Rulan had correctly named 2 days ago. He wasn't certain which. He told them everything anyway. The chamber below the Mirror Capital Court had contained 3 things. First, a partial route map for the World Heart's distributed architecture. Not a complete map. The practitioners who'd built the chamber had only been able to document the fragments they knew about, and some of those had moved since the documentation was made, but enough to establish the structure. The World Heart was not a single object buried in a single location. It was an authority distribution system, a web of interconnected seal segments, each held by a different location or bloodline or cultivation formation, that together constituted the planetary engine's authority core. The engine itself was buried beneath the continent, had been there since before recorded cultivation history. The practitioners who distributed the World Heart had done so precisely to prevent any single faction from controlling the engine, because controlling the engine meant controlling the fundamental architecture of cultivation on the continent, which none of them had been willing to allow. Second, confirmation that the invasion entities were not attacking. They were searching. Each wave had been calibrated to cover a wider scan radius and detect finer resonance signatures, as if the search was being progressively narrowed toward a specific target. The most recent waves were demonstrably more precise than the earliest ones, not more powerful, but more accurate. The entities had gotten closer. Third, evidence that one of the primary World Heart segments had changed hands within the past generation. The chamber's living formation had a capacity to register when major authority fragments moved, though it couldn't track where. Something significant had been relocated recently, which meant the map Gu had in his hands was already partially out of date. He thought, if the segment has moved in the direction of commercial circulation, the merchant networks that moved high-value relics across the continent, then the merchant who had it might not know what they held. Or they might know exactly. Su Wenyue had been listening. When he finished, she said, "The engine. If the entities find all the segments, the engine activates," Gu said. The chamber documents are not specific about what happens after activation. The practitioners who built the distribution knew it was dangerous to have the engine active under a single controller. They don't say what the engine does. So we don't know if the entities want to activate it or deactivate it. I heard, he stopped. I read the entities' search patterns as extraction. They want to remove the segments from their current distribution and consolidate them. Whether that means activation or something else, I don't know. Lin Yao said. What does Shin intend to do with this information? Gu had been thinking about this since the conversation in the chamber. He said, he read the third option. He acknowledged Lin Yao's release. He agreed to let the hearing resume. He paused. He also spent a career building an information management system that is currently the only thing between the continent and knowing that the invasion ends when the monsters find what they're looking for. His professional identity and his institutional authority are both built on that system. He paused again. I expect him to move. He was correct. He'd been moving slowly through the canal quarters informal networks in the late afternoon, documenting the chamber findings in the format that could be submitted to the Continental Review, when his resonance cartography site registered something wrong in the city's formation lattice. Not an attack, a revision. The city's active formations were being accessed simultaneously, not by a practitioner in the field, but from the Archive District's administrative core, where Shun Duomo had access to every formation permit and operational license in Mirror Capital. He mapped it in seconds. The revision was targeted. The formations that controlled official communication channels between Mirror Capital and the Continental Oversight Network were being rerouted through archive intake. Anything transmitted through those channels in the next few hours would go through Shun's editorial systems before reaching the Continental Record, including the Continental Review testimony from the morning's session. He ran the map against what he needed to do and found the gap he was looking for. The administrative reroute applied to official channels. The informal relay network the unwritten guide had been using for 3 weeks was not an official channel. It had never been registered. It didn't exist in the archive's formation records because nothing that used it had ever been registered. He sent the chamber documentation through the informal network. Not to the Continental Review directly. The Continental Review had to go through official channels. But to every practitioner in Ji Rulan's extended network who had Continental Authority contact. To Zhao Jinyan, who had her own documentation. To the 12 investigators who'd filed the collective challenge. 18 parallel transmissions, all outside the archive's rerouted channels. giving 18 practitioners the information they needed to file independent corroboration with the Continental Review before Shun could reach them individually. The advancement came while he was working, not as a surprise. He'd been approaching the threshold for days. The map integration from the World Heart Chamber pushing his Spirit Sea architecture toward a new carrying capacity. He was running through the last layer of the channel network when his resonance cartography expanded from its current range to something significantly larger, and the shock of it made him stop walking and hold onto the nearest wall. At Meridian Marshall, he could integrate external maps directly into his Spirit Sea as living architecture rather than as stored records. The Chamber's partial World Heart route map, still active in his reading from the altar formation, resolved from a reference document into something that moved, a living indicator of where the distributed segments were currently located, updating as the segment's resonance signature shifted. He could track the World Heart's components in real time. One of them was moving, not toward the continent center, toward the eastern merchant routes. He thought, one major segment, already in merchant hands, and moving away from any area where a cultivation practitioner would be looking for it, moving in the most ordinary direction possible, along the trade routes where high-value goods were routinely transported and where no one would look twice at a merchant convoy. He sent the tracking data to Zhao Jinyan and finished the network transmissions. Behind him, the city's formation lattice shuddered as the administrative reroute locked into place. He was already finished. Chapter 77, Parallel Civic Formation. The formation reroute was Shun Duomo's strongest move, and Gu had anticipated it for exactly the reason Shun had built it, because it was what Gu would have done if his goal was managing information flow rather than exposing it. What Gu hadn't anticipated was the second layer. Combat permissions were city-level formation licenses that controlled which practitioners were allowed to use active cultivation techniques within Mirror Capital's boundaries. Normal administrative management. Every practitioner doing significant work in the city operated under a permit that the Archives Formation Office maintained. Revoking a permit didn't stop a practitioner from defending themselves in direct confrontation. The law protected that, but it flagged them to the city's Formation Defense Network as operating without authorization, which meant that every formation warden in Mirror Capital received an automatic alert and could legally detain them pending review. All 17 members of Zhao's investigator collective had their permits revoked simultaneously. Ji Rulan's permit was suspended pending a conduct review that had been automatically triggered by her public support declaration. 3 of the Mirror Market practitioners who'd been cooperating with Su Wanyua's documentation work were flagged as unregistered resonance users. None of Gu's allies were attacked directly. They were simply surrounded, in their various locations across Mirror Capital, by a city whose administrative layer had just reclassified them as problems to be processed. Gu was in the Canal Quarter, which was the district least reliant on archive formation permits to function. He took stock of the situation through the informal relay network and made a list. He could not overpower this. Shun had decades of administrative authority and the cooperation of the city's formation wardens, who were following legitimate orders. He could not break the formation permits back open. That required administrative access he didn't have. He could not physically extract his allies from every location simultaneously. He could not challenge the permit revocations individually. Each challenge would take days through official channels that were now rerouted. What he could do: demonstrate that official permit status was not the only form of recognized authority in Mirror Capital. He went to the Canal Quarter Market. He had 3 weeks of accumulated witness there. He went to the stall keeper who'd given him lamp oil on credit and said, "I need to call a formal assembly under the Charter's emergency civic provision." He'd found the provision 2 days ago while researching the public review clause. Mirror Capital's founding charter included a mechanism for residents to convene a direct appeal assembly when administrative systems were actively operating against the city's inhabitants. It required a minimum number of recognized residents to certify the assembly's legitimacy. Recognized residents did not require archive documentation. They required mutual acknowledgement within their community of practice. The stallkeeper said, "I know 40 people who would certify that. I need 60. He had them in 2 hours. The assembly gathered in the Canal Quarter Market space, which was the largest open area in the district and which had been used for the same purpose 3 times in Mirror Capital's history, according to the informal oral record that the Canal Quarter maintained independently of the archive. Not a protest, not a confrontation. A formal civic assembly under charter provision, which gave its declarations a specific legal status that operated in parallel with the archive's administrative system rather than beneath it. The assembly declared, by collective witness rather than official record, that the practitioners named in Shun's permit revocations were recognized members of the city's civic community engaged in legitimate protected activities. It filed this declaration directly with the Continental Review through the informal channels that Gu had already established. The formation wardens could not legally arrest practitioners who were protected by a legitimate civic assembly declaration without triggering the Charter's civil protection provisions, which would escalate to Continental Review jurisdiction. They stood down. Shen's second layer had been built on the assumption that Gu's resistance would happen within the official system. The parallel civic formation was not inside the official system. It existed in the layer beneath it, in the accumulated fact of 3 weeks of mutual recognition in the Canal Quarter. Gu looked at the 60 practitioners gathered in the market and thought, this is what the informal network is actually for, not as a workaround, as the original form. He thought, patterns do not lie. The Canal Quarter had been doing this for 3 centuries. The archive had never bothered to record it because it wasn't official. He sent a message to Ji Rulon. Permits suspended won't hold past the Assembly Declaration. You can move, but move fast. Bai Jinliu has archive route access, and he is going to try to take advantage of the chaos. Chapter 78. The Recursion Corridor. Lin Yao found Bai Jinliu in the Archive District Transit Station. He was carrying 3 silk-wrapped archive cylinders in a travel case that was designed to look unremarkable, the kind of case that practitioners used for routine transfers between archive offices. The cylinders were not routine transfers. Lin Yao had been watching the archive district entry records since she'd been released from the hearing vault that afternoon, because 4 years of investigative practice had produced the specific habit of watching exits when you expected someone to run. I looked at her. He had the expression of someone who'd made 12 calculations simultaneously and concluded that his best option was to maintain the appearance of legitimacy. Lin Yao, he said pleasantly. I heard you were released. This afternoon. She looked at the travel case. Gu Shanhe would like to know what's in the cylinders. Archive material. Authorized transfer. Authorized by whom? By the archive administrator under Emergency Archival Preservation Protocol. He said it with the smooth confidence of someone who'd constructed that authorization an hour ago and knew it would survive a first-pass check. I'd be happy to provide documentation. I heard. She stopped herself. That was Gu's verbal habit, not hers. She said, I've been in this city for 2 months. I know everyone who comes and goes through the transit station. I know which routes they use, which timing patterns they follow, which authorizations are genuine, and which are filed under emergency provisions that weren't invoked until 30 minutes ago. She met his eyes. You're running. I was quiet for a moment. Then he said, with a slight shift in register. I'm preserving documentation that would otherwise be destroyed when Shun's archival review process reaches the sensitive stacks. Whose preservation? My own. And the documentations. He paused. Lin Yao, you and I have operated in adjacent spaces for years. You know I'm not the primary problem here. You're not the primary problem, she agreed. You're the secondary problem that kept enabling the primary problem by selling its information and brokering its influence and making yourself useful enough that no one could shut you down cleanly. She gestured at the transit gate. You're also standing in a formation that has a specific characteristic I noticed when I came through it this morning. He looked at the gate. The transit formation at the Archive District Station had a recursion element built into its resonance architecture, a feature that prevented practitioners from leaving without completing a registration record. Standard security. What wasn't standard was that the registration record compared against the archive's current roll of active practitioners. Gu had sent Lin Yao the Meridian Marshal's map, which included the World Heart Route data, and also, incidentally, as part of the same expanded site, the formation architecture of every major transit point in Mirror Capital. She'd read the recursion element and understood what to do with it. She said, if you step through that gate with unregistered archive materials, the recursion element will flag you against the current active practitioner role. Since your registration was administratively suspended by Shun's permit revocations 30 minutes ago, you're currently unregistered. The formation will record that an unregistered practitioner attempted an unauthorized transfer of archive materials. She paused. That record goes to the Continental Review, not through Shun's rerouted channels, through the Direct Archive Security Audit Protocol, which has a separate channel because it's designed to catch archive staff misconduct. I looked at the gate. He looked at the cylinders. He said, that would implicate Shun. The authorization he gave you 30 minutes ago, under Emergency Preservation Protocol, is on record. So is the timing of his permit revocations. Combined with the Continental Review testimony from this morning, it documents a pattern of administrative actions designed to suppress legal proceedings. She paused. What's in the cylinders? He held the case for a moment. Then he set it down. Copies, he said, of the archive's manipulation records. The specific technical documentation of how identity edits were performed. Instructions, essentially, for replicating Shun's editorial system. He paused. I was going to sell them. To whom? I had several interested parties. He looked at the floor. Practitioners who wanted to know how the system worked, so they could either replicate it or protect themselves against it. He paused. I am aware that this is not a morally clarifying activity. Lin Yao picked up the case. She said, we're going to the Continental Review Office. You're going to submit these as voluntary evidence. In exchange for voluntary submission, you'll receive consideration in the proceedings. She looked at him. Or you can step through the gate. He went with her to the Continental Review Office. He submitted the cylinders. He sat through 4 hours of intake proceedings with the specific demeanor of someone who had been calculating their own interests for a long time and had finally encountered a situation where their interests and the correct action were aligned. When it was done, he said, I assume you'll let Gu know. He'll let you know, Lin Yao said, that this covers your part in the frontier intelligence sales, the convocation manipulation, and your mirror capital activities. The pattern of my career. The pattern of your career. She looked at him. Go somewhere the merchants don't know you and start a different pattern. He left. Lin Yao sent a message to Gu. Cylinders secured. Buy is gone. Shin will know we have the technical documentation within the hour. Gu's reply came immediately. Then we move now. Find me at the archive stacks. Chapter 79. What preservation means the high stacks of the memory archive were the part of the building where the records most critical to Shun Duomo's system were kept. Gu reached them 7 minutes after Lin Yao's message. He'd been tracking the archive's formation activity through his Meridian Marshal site since the afternoon, and the activity in the high stacks had changed 20 minutes ago. Not an attack, not a system revision. The specific resonance signature of old records being accessed and their formation anchors being cut, the archive equivalent of burning what you didn't want found. The stacks were 8 floors above the main archive floor, accessible through formation-locked lifts that Gu bypassed by reading the lattice architecture until he found the maintenance access that the formation wardens used. The maintenance access didn't require a permit. It required knowing it existed. He found Shun on the 6th floor, standing among shelves of ancient record cylinders, with a formation cutter in one hand and 3 cylinders already cut loose from their anchoring architecture and dissolving. The dissolution was not immediate. A record cylinder's formation anchor maintained the record's integrity. Cutting the anchor didn't destroy the record in seconds, but it began a degradation process that would make the record unreadable within hours. Gu said stop. Shun looked at him. He was very calm. The calmness of someone who had already decided. These contain the technical specifications, Shun said, not the general history. The precise methodology of every identity revision procedure the archive has performed in the past 50 years. If this becomes public record, it already is. Gu held up Lin Yao's message. Bai Jinliu submitted the copies to the Continental Review 40 minutes ago. Shin stopped. You're not destroying evidence, Gu said. You're destroying the archive's institutional memory. He looked at the shelves, hundreds of record cylinders, the accumulated documentation of 50 years of Mirror Capital's administrative history. Not all of it was manipulation. Some of it was ordinary archive function. The formation anchors of the ordinary records and the manipulated records were wound together in the same shelving system, and cutting one meant risking the others. If you cut the anchors in this section, you destroy genuine historical records along with the ones you're trying to suppress. Shin's hand was still on the formation cutter. Gu said, the methodology records go into Continental Review evidence. That's done. You can't change it. He paused. What you can still control is what the archive is after tonight. There are genuine historical records in these stacks that exist nowhere else. Records of cultivation lineages, formation techniques, regional histories, practitioner genealogies. Not the manipulated ones. The real ones, that have been maintained here for 3 centuries because someone needed to maintain them, and the archive was the institution that did it. Shin said, if the archive's authority is removed, then those records need a different home, which requires them to exist. He walked forward and stood in front of the nearest shelf. I spent 2 weeks in mirror capitals and formal networks learning how this city actually maintains its institutional memory. The answer is, redundantly, imperfectly, through many overlapping systems, none of which is sufficient on its own. He looked at Shun. The archive is one layer of that redundancy. Flawed, compromised, but real. He paused. Destroy it, and the layer is gone. The formation cutter was still in Shun's hand. His face had the expression that Gu had been watching since the chamber, the expression of someone processing a fundamental revision. Gu said, order and truth don't have to be enemies. The archive can preserve genuine records and have its manipulation methodology exposed. Both things can be true at once. The records don't become false because the institution that kept them was wrong about some things. He paused. You were right that unmanaged truth is dangerous. You were wrong about the only management method. He waited. Shen Duomo stood in the high stacks of the archive he devoted his career to, with 3 dissolving records and a formation cutter, and he was very still. Then he put the cutter down. The archive, he said, needs a new administrator. Yes. The Continental Review will manage the transition. Yes. He looked at the records around him, the cylinders that he'd spent decades tending, the documentation of 100 years of institutional history, some of it genuine and some of it constructed, and all of it preserved. He said, I was protecting it. I know, Gu said. That's why I came up instead of sending the wardens. Chapter 80. The last transmission. Shen Duomo was taken into Continental Review custody at the close of the 8th hour. Not by force. He came down the stacks with Gu and presented himself to the oversight officials who'd been summoned from the Continental Review office when Lin Yao's cylinder submission triggered the formal investigation escalation. He made a statement. He handed over his administrative authority codes. He answered questions for 2 hours. Ji Rolan, reinstated to the upper court by emergency motion on the strength of the Continental Review's jurisdiction, oversaw the initial custody proceedings. She was very professional about it. She had the expression of someone who had committed treason to make this moment possible and was receiving the outcome she'd paid for. The hearing vault's intake records were opened as part of the evidence. 11 practitioners were in the hearing vault at the time of Shen's custody. All 11 were released that evening. Their records were restored to pre-revision status. The erased seamstress got her trade registration back. The formation surveyor's case history was corrected. Luo Min's neighbor, whose name had been removed from the active rolls when the continuity lamps responded to her presence, was located in the vault's 3rd holding level, alive, one of the 11. Zhao Jinyan was the one who went to tell her. Gu stood in the canal quarter at the end of the 8th hour and read the continental map through his meridian marshal sight and thought, the arc antagonist has been removed, and the arc is not over. He thought this because the moving segment in the merchant routes had not stopped moving. It was now 3 provinces east and accelerating. Whatever merchant held it had not slowed down when Mirror Capital's formation lattice shuddered through the afternoon's disruptions. They were moving with specific direction, not random commerce. The continent had a moving piece it didn't know about. And then the last transmission went out. He felt it through the formation lattice before he understood what it was. A massive data release through the archive's continental broadcast formation, which Shun had apparently preloaded before presenting himself to custody. Not a destruction event. A transmission. All of it. The invasion termination history, the 3 previous events and their outcomes, the World Heart segment distribution framework, the conscience air classification system, the chamber documentation from beneath the court. Everything the archive had been classifying and suppressing for a century. Simultaneously, to every major faction's administrative archive on the continent. The canal quarter around Gu went very still in the way things went still when people had just received information they couldn't process yet. The practitioners nearby who'd been watching his face for the past 30 seconds stepped back without knowing why. He thought. Shen released this deliberately, not as an act of desperation, as his final contribution to the problem he'd been managing. He thought. He decided the context was now sufficient for the information to be safe. He read the chamber. He decided the 3rd option was real enough to change the risk calculation. He thought. He was right that unmanaged truth was dangerous. He waited until he believed the truth had sufficient management context before releasing it. He thought. Even at the end, he was still managing information. He just changed his conclusion about what management required. Su Wenyue appeared beside him. She'd been at the Continental Review office and had just received the transmission alert. She looked at him with the specific expression she used when she needed to know his assessment before forming her own. He said, the whole continent now knows the invasion ends when the entities find what they're looking for. They know about the World Heart. They know about the conscience heir bloodlines. He paused. They don't know the 3rd option yet. That's in the chamber documentation, but it takes time to read and understand. How much time do we have before panic sets in? The factions that understand what they read will move immediately. The ones who don't understand will react to the parts they can parse. He looked east, where the moving segment's resonance was registering in his meridian marshal sight. And the merchant network that controls the grain routes and the relic trade already received the same transmission. Su said, meaning? Meaning the fastest entity to act on this information will not be a cultivation sect or a government body. He paused. It will be the person who's been building a logistics monopoly across the eastern provinces and who just learned that the invasion can be ended by surrendering something she may already have in her possession. He thought about the merchant sovereign Zhao had mentioned twice in the past month. The one who'd been buying up relic routes and grain depots near known formation sites. He thought, the economic arc is already in motion. He thought, we need to move faster than the market. The canal corridor was buzzing now as the transmission reached every practitioner's relay. The morning would be chaos. Tonight was the last quiet moment before the continent's reaction to 100 years of suppressed history arrived all at once. He said to Su Wenyue, we leave Mirror Capital at dawn. She said, where? He checked the segment's position in his Spirit Sea map. 3 provinces east, and moving at a merchant caravan's pace toward the eastern trade corridor where the relic markets were largest and the oversight was thinnest. East, he said. She said, I'll tell the others. Chapter 81. Overnight the price change was visible by the time they reached the first way station outside Mirror Capital. Not the kind of price change you saw after a bad harvest or a blocked trade route. This was the kind that happened when everyone received the same piece of information simultaneously and responded to it in their own interest before anyone could coordinate. The way station's board showed grain prices that had doubled from the morning. Relay stone costs had tripled. Passage on the eastern routes was being quoted in terms that would have been usable for a second-tier relic purchase a week ago. Gu read the board and mapped the pattern. The practitioners who'd understood the transmission first were the merchant sector intermediaries who'd been maintaining informal networks for exactly this kind of information asymmetry. They'd processed the relevant facts within an hour. The invasion ends when the monsters find what they're looking for. The monsters are looking for world heart segments. World heart segments are associated with specific bloodlines and formation sites. Therefore, proximity to known formation sites was now dangerous, and distance from them was now valuable. Real estate in the eastern merchant corridors away from known formation sites had changed hands 3 times by dawn. Lin Yao looked at the price board. She said, whole cities are going to starve if this pattern continues. Yes. He was already mapping the supply routes. The grain depots closest to known formation sites are being abandoned. The ones farthest away are being hoarded. The gap between supply and population is going to manifest as physical shortage within 2 weeks if no one redirects the flow. Can we redirect it? We're 5 people. He looked at the board again. We can document the pattern. We can identify the choke points. We can bring that information to whoever has the institutional authority to intervene. He thought about what Ji Rulon had said about nationalizing caravan routes. Whether that intervention happens before the starvation event is not within our control. Zhao Jinyan, who'd been talking to the way station keeper, came back with a look he recognized as new information, urgent. The Eastern Corridor merchants received the transmission an hour before the Continental Public broadcast, she said. Someone sent it to them early. Gu thought about Shun Duomo preloading the broadcast before presenting himself to custody. He thought about who Shun would have contacted in the hour before the preloading. Shun's last managed information release, he said. He gave the merchants the lead time. Why? Because he believed they would act on it more efficiently than the general public. Because he thought efficient action was better than equitable chaos. He paused. He was wrong about equitable being avoidable, but he was right that the merchants would move fast. Mo Yin appeared in the way station door. Mo Yin had been the group's logistics specialist since the frontier days. She'd arrived in Mirror Capital 3 weeks ago to help with the resource flow analysis and had spent most of that time building exactly the kind of market intelligence network that was now showing Gu where the problem was. She said, I've been tracking price movement since the transmission. There are 3 bottlenecks in the eastern supply chain where controlling the flow means controlling who eats and who doesn't. She handed him a map. All 3 are currently owned by the same entity. He read the map. The 3 bottlenecks, a grain redistribution hub at the eastern mountain pass, the relay stone network that coordinated convoy movement across the eastern provinces, and the primary river ferry system that was the only efficient passage for bulk goods in the region. All 3, purchased in the past 2 years by a consortium operating under several different commercial identities that Mo Yin had traced back to a single merchant network. He looked at the name at the top of the trace, Xuelingsu. He'd heard the name before from Zhao, the merchant sovereign who'd been buying relic routes and grain storage near formation sites. He'd been tracking her as a background concern. She'd been building something much larger than he'd assessed. He thought, I should have looked harder at the economic layer earlier. He thought, I was focused on the archive problem. The economic architecture was being built while I was watching the political one. She anticipated this, he said. She anticipated the transmission, Mo Yin said. Or something like it. These purchases predate the Mirror Capital situation by 18 months. She paused. Patterns do not lie. She's been building for this moment for at least 2 years. He looked at the board, at the prices, at the map, at the bottlenecks. He thought about whole cities starving in 2 weeks, while a merchant sovereign positioned herself at the choke points of the continent's survival infrastructure. He thought, we move east, now, and we need to understand what we're walking into before we get there. He said, tell me everything you know about xianxia. Chapter 82. The merchant sovereign Mo Yan's briefing took 4 hours, spread across the eastern road as they traveled. Xianxia was 63 years old, cultivated to domain establishment tier, and had been building her commercial infrastructure for 30 years. Her original business was salvage, recovery and resale of relic artifacts from post-invasion sites, which had given her early access to the networks of practitioners who understood what the invasion entities were actually doing, rather than what the official narrative described. She'd had, in other words, adjacent knowledge to what Gu had discovered from his shelter formation array. She'd used that knowledge differently. She had not tried to understand the invasion. She had tried to understand the economy the invasion produced. What she'd found: survival crises created extraordinary opportunities for entities that controlled supply chains, because in survival crises, the value of ordinary goods, food, transport, protection, became temporarily infinite to the people who needed them and had no alternative source. The entity that positioned itself at the intersection of supply and need could extract extraordinary value without any combat cultivation at all. Her caravans operated across 5 continental provinces. Her private banking houses held dead instruments from 17 minor kingdoms. Her salvage guilds had first access rights to post-invasion site recovery in 12 of the continent's major formation districts. Her courier network was faster than any sect's relay formation because she'd invested in physical infrastructure across decades: roads, bridges, ferry routes, that operated regardless of formation conditions. She employed approximately 40,000 people directly and another 100,000 through contracted relationships. What does she believe? Gu asked. Mo Yan thought about this for a moment. She believes most people can't be saved, she said. Not from cruelty or laziness. She's done the math. The continent cannot survive a serious invasion wave without significant population loss because the food production infrastructure can't sustain cultivation-level resource requirements across the full population under wartime conditions. She thinks the people who pretend otherwise are either lying or haven't looked at the numbers. She paused. She's been building what she calls a viable remnant, a population that can be sustained through the invasion period and rebuild afterward. Smaller, more capable per capita, deliberately culled by economic rather than military means. Lin Yao said, that's triage as a business model. She'd say it's the only honest version of triage, Mo Yan said. Every institution that's been pretending everyone can be saved has been letting people die chaotically. She prefers organized survival at scale. And the people who can't afford her services? Mo Yan was quiet. Gu said, she doesn't think of them as people she's abandoning. She thinks of them as the inevitable subtraction from the survival calculation. Yes. He looked at the eastern road ahead, at the morning light on the plains that stretched toward the mountain pass, where Shui's grain redistribution hub controlled access to the eastern corridor. He thought about Shen Duomo, who had believed that managed truth was better than unmanaged truth, and who had been wrong about the only management method. He thought about the specific quality of people who had looked clearly at a terrible problem and concluded that the best response was to manage the terrible thing rather than change it. He thought, she is not a simple villain. He thought, she is a person who has done the math and drawn a defensible conclusion from it. He thought, this is going to be harder than the archive. She knows we're coming, he said. She knew the day Shun was arrested. Mo Yan said, she has better intelligence than most governments. Has she reached out? Through 3 intermediaries. Mo Yan handed him a sealed message. This arrived at the way station this morning, addressed to you. I recognized the seal. He opened it. The message was short. It said, I know what you found under the court. I know what it means. You will want to discuss the eastern segment. So will I. I have a proposal that I believe is in the interest of rational actors on both sides. Come to the Mountain Pass Hub, and I will receive you. It was signed with a brushstroke signature and the seal of a commercial house that Mo Yan identified as one of Shui's primary operating identities. He said, she has the segment. Or she knows who does, Mo Yan said. Or she knows where it's going. Either way, he folded the message. We're going to the Mountain Pass Hub. He paused. We need to understand what she's built before we try to dismantle any of it. And we need to be very careful about what we tell her and when. He thought this carefully. He was doing it again. Building the picture before distributing it. The difference between information management and the fatal flaw he'd been named for was one of degree and intent, and he was not always certain which side of the line he was on. He thought, tell the others what you know, now, and let them form their own assessments. He said to Mo Yan and Lin Yao, and Su Wenyue and Zhao Jinyan. Here is what I know and what I'm inferring, and here is what I'm uncertain about. He talked for 20 minutes. He told them everything. Chapter 83. Debt Architecture. Mo Yin had been tracking the debt chains for 3 weeks before she was ready to show them to Gu. She showed him 2 days after the mirror capital departure, in a way station outside the Eastern Mountain Pass, with a map that had taken 40 pages of notation to produce. He looked at it for a long time. Then he set it down and looked at it for a while longer. The chains worked like this. Shuelingsu's commercial houses offered passage contracts to refugees displaced by invasion proximity, practitioners, and ordinary people who needed to move away from formation site areas. As the third waves approached, became clearer in the months after Shin's transmission. The contracts were priced in ways that most families could almost, but not quite pay outright. The shortfall was structured as a loan against future labor, skilled work in Shue's various operations, at rates she set, for duration she determined. The loan terms were generous by the standards of emergency survival contracts. They were also, as Mo Yan's analysis showed, structured so that the work required to discharge the debt took approximately 18 months longer than the stated term if you were a practitioner of average earning capacity in Shue's operations. Not fraudulent, just structured, with the precision of someone who understood the math of human behavior under financial pressure, to produce long-term labor relationships from short-term desperation. How many people are in these contracts? Gu asked. That I've confirmed? Approximately 30,000. That I estimate are in undocumented contracts across her full network? Perhaps 200,000. The map showed the geographic distribution. The largest concentrations were in the 3 regions closest to known formation sites, the areas where the third wave's preliminary monster activity had been highest. The people who'd been most at risk from the invasion had the highest probability of being in Shue's labor network. Lin Yao said. She's turning invasion proximity into workforce supply. Efficiently and legally, Mo Yin said. Every contract is documented. Every term is disclosed. The people entering these agreements are making informed choices under terrible circumstances. She paused, which is exactly what makes it difficult to challenge directly. She is not deceiving anyone. Gu was mapping the resource flows the way he'd mapped monster routes in his shelter, the movement of food, labor, capital, and protection across the continent's eastern provinces. He could see, at Meridian Marshall's site, the resonance patterns in the regional formation networks that corresponded to Mo Yan's documented financial flows. The economic architecture and the cultivation infrastructure were more interconnected than he'd understood when he was working only at the political level. He said, the grain depots near the formation sites. Shue owns 11 of them, Mo Yin said. 7 more through proxy operations. She's positioned at the depletion points. Yes, as the invasion activity drives populations away from formation site regions, those regions' food production drops. Her grain depots fill the shortage. Her labor contracts absorb the displaced population. Her courier network maintains the logistics. She paused. In 3 months, she will control the supply of basic goods to approximately 40% of the eastern continental population. Gu looked at the map. He thought, this is not a problem I can solve with documentation. He thought, the archive problem was a problem of suppressed truth. This is a problem of visible economics doing what visible economics do when catastrophe drives the terms. He thought, the people who are going to lose are losing right now, in real time, by making the best decisions available to them under the circumstances she has helped create. He thought, what tools do I have for this? He added the grain depot locations to his Meridian Marshall Spirit Sea map, overlaying them against the World Heart segment positions and the formation site network. The picture that emerged was not coincidental. Shue had positioned her infrastructure not just near formation sites generally, but near the specific formation sites that the chamber documentation identified as World Heart proximity zones. She had read the transmission and already integrated it into a geographic strategy. Or she had been anticipating something like the transmission for 18 months and had been prepositioning. He said, she's not just building a survival economy. She's building infrastructure along the World Heart distribution network. Mo Yin looked at the overlay map. She knows where the segments are. Or she knows the resonance pattern well enough to approximate where they are based on monster activity distribution. He thought about what it would mean to have that knowledge and to build commercial infrastructure around it rather than a resistance strategy. She's treating the World Heart as a real estate problem. Su Wenyue had been quiet through most of this discussion. She said, is she wrong that most people can't be saved? Everyone looked at her. She said, I'm asking genuinely. Mo Yin, you have the numbers. Can the continent's current infrastructure sustain the population through a serious wave? Mo Yin was quiet for a long moment. with optimal coordination and no significant disruption to agricultural output. Maybe. With anything less than optimal, no. So her math is correct. Her math is correct. Her conclusion about what to do with that math is a choice. Sue looked at the debt chain map. The people entering her contracts are choosing to survive. She's offering survival. That's real. She paused. What she's building afterward, the society that comes out of the survival, that's what I object to. Gu said, both things are true at the same time. He thought about Shun, who'd been right about the danger of unmanaged truth and wrong about the management method. He thought about what it meant to be right about the math and wrong about the obligation. He said, we need to see what she proposes. The Mountain Pass hub was 2 days' travel. Mo Yin had confirmed, through her network, that the eastern segment was there, not on Shue's person, but stored in one of her high-security salvage vaults under a commercial relic registration that described it as a first-tier formation anchor of unknown origin. She either didn't know what she had, or she knew exactly what she had. He thought, patterns do not lie. She reads patterns too. She knew. Chapter 84. The partnership offer the Mountain Pass hub was a city, not a way station or a commercial outpost. An actual city, built over the past decade from a permanent base into something that housed 40,000 people, with formation-based infrastructure, a medical district, a legal processing center, and a market that traded in everything from basic provisions to high-tier cultivation relics. Xueling Su had built it, without any sect or government support, because the Mountain Pass was a choke point in the Eastern supply network and she'd understood what choke points were worth. She met them at the gate personally, which was a statement about how she assessed the meeting's significance. She was shorter than Gu had expected. She dressed in the plain working clothes of a logistics practitioner rather than the elaborate merchant formal where he associated with her tier. She moved with the efficiency of someone who hadn't wasted emotion in 30 years of building things. She looked at Gu and his companions with a specific assessment of someone who was very good at evaluating what people were worth. She said, Gu Shanhe, I've been expecting you since Mirror Capital. He said, you anticipated the transmission. I anticipated something like it. Information suppression of that scale doesn't hold indefinitely. She led them through the hub's outer ring, past the processing centers where newly arrived refugees were being assessed and assigned to labor contracts. She didn't avoid showing him this. My analysts estimated 18 to 24 months after the Frontier's sacrifice ledger leaks. Shin went faster. He changed his mind about the management method. She glanced at him. I read about the chamber. Interesting artifact. She pushed open the door to a meeting room that looked like a logistics operations center. Maps, relay stones, courier logs on every surface. Sit. They sat. She stood. She said, I'll tell you what I have and what I want. I don't enjoy the kind of conversation where people circle each other for an hour first. She looked at Gu. I have a World Heart segment in my vault. I acquired it legally, from a practitioner who had no idea what it was and needed capital. I've had it analyzed. I know what it is now. She paused. I also know that you have the partial route map from the Mirror Capital Chamber. I would like access to that map. In exchange for what? A partnership. She put a document on the table. My infrastructure, the supply network, the labor contracts, the settlement system, provides the survival foundation. Your site and your map provide the strategic intelligence. Together, we can do what neither of us can do alone. She paused. I can move resources. You can see where the resources need to go. Between us, we can actually manage what comes next at the scale that requires managing. He read the document. It was detailed, a formal partnership structure with specific roles, decision-making authority allocation, and resource-sharing arrangements. It was professionally drafted. It was also, he noted, structured so that operational decisions about resource allocation were made jointly, but final authority rested with Xue in cases of dispute. You're proposing that we choose who gets saved, he said. I'm proposing that someone does it rationally instead of by lottery, she said, without any visible discomfort. Someone is always making this choice. Under my system, the choice is made by people who understand the constraints. Under your system, the choice is made by whoever gets there first or has the best connections. She looked at him. You've been making choices about who gets your attention and who doesn't since the first day of the first wave. You just don't call it what it is. He said, the segment. What do you intend to do with it? Hold it. Leverage it. The invasion entities are looking for it. As long as I have it, they come to me eventually. When they do, I want to be in a position to negotiate rather than be overrun. She said it with complete calm. I understand there may be a third option. The chamber documentation suggests voluntary mediation. I don't have the practitioner with the right characteristics to attempt it. She looked at Su Wenyue. You do. Ji Rulon had sent a message 3 hours before the meeting, which Gu had received and had not yet shared with his companions. The message said, the Continental Treasury assessment is complete. We cannot sustain nationalization of the caravan routes without external financing. The only entity with sufficient liquidity to support that financing is xianxia. I am in conversation with her representatives about terms. He had not told the others about the message. He said to Xue, I need to discuss this with my group. She nodded. Take the time you need. The hub's hospitality is yours. She left the room. He looked at his companions. He thought, Ji Rulan is already negotiating with her. The political route to the alternative I was planning requires Xue's cooperation or it falls apart because the government can't fund it without her. I've been building toward a confrontation that may not be possible because the structural conditions have already shifted. He thought, if I had told my companions about Ji Rulan's message, they would have seen this coming too. He pulled out the message and put it on the table. Emoyan read it. Her expression didn't change, but her hands stilled in the specific way that meant she was recalculating. Lin Yao read it over Emoyan's shoulder and said, How long have you had this? 3 hours. And you waited until now? Yes. He said it directly. I was building toward a confrontation strategy with Xue. If I had shared Ji Rulan's message when I received it, we would have known before entering this meeting that our political alternative was already compromised. I wanted us to hear Xue's offer first, on our own terms. He paused. I was wrong. You should have had all the information before we walked in here. Lin Yao looked at him with the specific expression she used when she was choosing her next words carefully. Yes, she said. We should have. Su Wenyue said, What do we do now? He looked at the partnership document. He looked at Xue's maps, her infrastructure, her labor contracts, her 40,000 residents and 200,000 contracted workers, and the continent that was already pricing survival against a calculation she'd been building for 2 years. He said, We don't take the partnership. Because the partnership gives her the strategic intelligence she needs to make her survival model more efficient. And I don't want her model to be more efficient. I want her model to be wrong. He paused. But we need to understand what we're replacing it with before we reject it. Chapter 85. How Suffering Looks from Outside. Gu spent 4 days inside Xianxia's mountain pass hub before he understood the shape of what she'd built. He did not spend those 4 days in the meeting room discussing partnership terms. He spent them in the hub's market district, its processing centers, its medical quarter, its storage facilities. He ate the same food the hub residents ate. He sat in the intake queues where newly arrived refugees were assessed. He read the formation architecture of the labor contract tracking system and traced how it interacted with the debt settlement records. His Meridian Marshall site could read resonance patterns through commercial infrastructure the way it had previously read them through terrain and monster behavior. Supply routes had resonance signatures. Capital flows left traces in the formation architecture of the facilities they moved through. He could read, with some accuracy, the pattern of how resources moved through Xue's system and who they moved toward and who they moved away from. What he found was exactly what Mo Yan had documented: efficient, legal, and systematically structured to produce labor obligations from people who had no alternative. He also found the refugees were eating. They had shelter. They had medical treatment. Their children were in something that functioned as a school. By every immediate material measure, the hub residents were better off than they would have been in the displacement camps outside the mountain pass. He brought this finding to his companions on the 4th day and said, She is solving the immediate problem. Su Wenyue had been in the medical quarter for 3 days, treating practitioners who developed cultivation damage from extended stress exposure during the frontier proximities. She said, I know. She said it with the tone of someone who'd reached the same conclusion and been sitting with it. The people here needed treatment that they weren't getting. They're getting it now. And the cost? 18 months of additional labor after their stated contract terms. Gu said, Is that an acceptable cost for what they're receiving? That depends on what the alternative is. She looked at him. What is the alternative you're building? He had been working on this for 4 days simultaneously with the assessment. He had the Meridian Marshall Spirit Sea map, with the World Heart segment positions overlaid against Xue's infrastructure network. He had Mo Yan's supply chain analysis. He had his resonance cartography site reading the resource flows and identifying the bottlenecks. He said, Xue's pricing model anticipates monster routes. Su looked at him. I've been reading the resource reallocation patterns against the monster movement predictions I developed in the frontier observation period. The areas where Xue's prices increase most dramatically are not the areas with the highest monster concentration. They're the areas where my models predict the next wave will reach in the following months. He paused. She has accurate invasion advance intelligence. From what source? I don't know, but she's using it to position her resources optimally for the migration flows that the next wave will produce. The people who move away from monster advanced zones will move toward her infrastructure because she's positioned there first. He paused. She's not just building for the invasion. She's building with the invasion as a coordination mechanism. The monster movement drives population migration, which drives refugee flow into her labor network. Lin Yao said, she's profiting from the invasion. She's using the invasion's predictable effects on human behavior to build her network. Whether that's profit or survival architecture, I'm not sure the distinction is clear. He looked at his maps. What is clear is that the invasion advanced intelligence is the key asset. If I can establish where it's coming from, I can undermine the pricing model that makes her labor contracts look like the only rational choice for displaced practitioners. He advanced his resonance cartography practice across those 4 days in the specific way it advanced when he was working on a difficult mapping problem, by incremental expansion of the framework rather than sudden breakthrough. He had been mapping economic resonance patterns as if they were terrain. He learned, by the end of day 4, to read the anticipatory distortions in resource pricing that corresponded to his wave arrival predictions. The pricing was not reacting to the wave. It was reacting to something that had the same predictive accuracy as his wave models. The source was a formation network, not a monster observation network, a world heart proximity tracking formation, responding to the distributed segment movements the same way his Spirit Sea map did, but translating the movement data into pricing models rather than defensive strategy. She had built a commercial resonance mapping system and calibrated it to the world heart's movement. He sat with this knowledge for a long time. He thought, this is the threat that Shin should have worried about instead of my site. Not a practitioner who could read technique counters without permission. A merchant who had built formation infrastructure to track the invasion's target structure and translate that intelligence into economic positioning. He thought, she has the same information I have, and she's using it to build a monopoly on survival. He thought, the way to make her model wrong is to make the survival resources accessible through a different path before her path is the only option. And the way to do that requires understanding what she knows, when she knew it, and how she built the formation network. Su Wenyue had been watching his face through this sequence. She said, you've been sitting in the corner of this room for 2 hours, not eating. He looked down. The food Mo Yin had brought was untouched and cold. Su said, you look like a map. He said, what? When you're working through a pattern problem, you stop looking like a person. You look like a map that's updating itself. She sat down across from him. I've been watching practitioners in the medical quarter all week. The ones who are the most damaged are the ones who spent the longest period treating suffering as data to be processed rather than experience to be present to. She paused. I'm not saying you're doing that. I'm saying you look like you might be getting close. He thought about this for a long moment. He said, I know what to do. I know what pattern we need to build. I know the path that makes Shue's model wrong. He paused. I don't know how to hold the weight of what the path costs the people between where we are and where we need to be. Su said, that's the right problem to have. He looked at the cold food. He ate it. It tasted like everything in the hub tasted, nutritious, uniform, produced at scale by a system optimized for caloric delivery rather than enjoyment. It tasted like what the survival calculation looked like from the inside. He thought, patterns do not lie. People are not patterns. He thought, I need to find the people between the current state and the better one before I build the map that gets us there. He said, tomorrow I want to go back to the intake queue. Not to read the formation architecture. To talk to the people. Su Wenyue said, I'll come with you. Chapter 86. The Cost of Kindness. Lin Yao did not ask permission. She had spent 3 days walking the hub's outer districts, counting warehouses and listening to the relay stone brokers explain their pricing in voices that managed to sound both apologetic and predatory at once. On the 4th day, she started moving. The first stockpile was in a grain merchant's back annex, 40 relay stones packed in oilcloth, locked behind a formation that responded to bloodline keys. Lin Yao had spent 2 months learning recursion corridors. A formation lock was simpler than what she'd faced in the archive. She walked through it like it wasn't there. She didn't destroy the stones. She carried them to the distribution square and set them on the public formation table with a note that read, *, these were taken from the common relay network during the emergency withdrawal period. They are returned. *, by nightfall she had done the same to 4 more caches. By the following morning, 17 districts had active relay stone access for the first time in 3 weeks. Gu Shanhe heard about it from Mo Yin before dawn. He was already awake, sitting with the maps he'd built of Shui Lingsu's resource flows, running through scenarios. Mo Yin put a cup of something hot near his elbow and said, Lin Yao hit the relay caches last night. How many? 5 large ones. Maybe 200 stones total, redistributed to public channels. Mo Yin paused. The brokers are filing emergency grievances with the Hub Council. And the people who got relay access back? Sending messages home, confirming living relatives, coordinating with evacuation parties. A beat. Some of them are crying in the public square. Gu thought about Lin Yao walking into formation locks in the dark with no backup and no announcement. He thought, she did not tell me because she knew I would want to plan it more carefully, and careful planning would have meant 3 more weeks of people unable to reach their families. He thought, she was not wrong. He said, Shui will respond today. Mo Yin said, already has. The response came through the credit networks, not through soldiers or formations. By the time the morning markets opened, the 3 major grain suppliers that served the eastern districts, the districts where Lin Yao had redistributed the most stones, had their credit lines suspended. The suspension notice cited irregular relay usage as a risk indicator for debt default. Without credit, the grain suppliers couldn't settle their daily accounts. Without settled accounts, they couldn't receive new shipments. Without shipments, the shelves started emptying by midday. Gu walked through the eastern market quarter in the afternoon and listened to the conversations. A woman with a child on her hip was arguing with a stall vendor who kept pointing at the empty crates behind him. An old man was explaining to a group of younger men that someone had broken into the relay caches and now the merchants were punishing them all for it. A street preacher had taken up position at the corner of 2 main roads and was telling anyone who would listen that the unwritten guide's campaign of disruption was what had brought this trouble down on them. He stood still and counted 12 separate conversations blaming him before he walked away. Back at the base of operations, a room above a canal quarter tea house that Zhao Jinyan had rented through a series of intermediary names, he found Su Wenyue, Lin Yao, Mo Yin, and Zhao Jinyan already assembled. Lin Yao was sitting with her arms folded, her jaw set in the particular angle that meant she had anticipated criticism and decided not to care about it. She looked at him when he entered. He said, the redistribution was the right call. Her jaw unclenched slightly. The credit suspension was faster than I expected, he continued. She moved before the public goodwill had time to consolidate. That's useful information about her response time. He sat down. How many districts are affected? Mo Yin had the numbers ready. He always had the numbers ready. Grain credit suspended in 7 eastern districts. 2 southern districts just lost access to the sealed medicine stores because the dispensary's letter of credit was pulled. The relay stones Lin Yao redistributed are still in public hands and working. He paused. The council is calling it a cascading disruption event. The official framing is that vigilante action against private storage triggered merchant retaliation. Vigilante, Lin Yao said. The single word carried a precise and contained contempt. Zhao Jinyan said. The framing will hold until we give them a different one. He had his case files open on the table. The question is whether we respond to the credit attack or the narrative. Gu looked at the maps and thought. He thought. Shui moved through financial infrastructure, not force. Challenging her the same way she challenged us means competing on her strongest terrain. He thought. The narrative is the terrain where we can actually move. He said both. Tomorrow. Su Wenyue said, what do you need tonight? Sleep, he said, and for once meant it. He lay down on the narrow cot in the back room and listened to the canal sounds outside. Boats moving slowly, water against the pilings, the distant sound of someone singing. He thought about the woman with the child in the eastern market. He thought, she is blaming me right now because the visible cause of her empty shelves is the thing I'm connected to. He thought, the way to make the visible cause visible further back is to show what was behind it. He slept. Chapter 87. The numbers in the square. He chose the market square because it was the largest open gathering space in the hub, and because it had a civic formation pillar at its center, built for public announcements, capable of projecting text and resonance patterns to the crowd. He arrived before the morning rush, with Mo Yin carrying a leather case of ledger documents, and Zhao Jinyan walking 3 paces to the left in the way he did when he expected a fight that wouldn't involve fists. Lin Yao had offered to come. He told her to stay near the eastern districts. If things went badly here, someone needed to be positioned to keep the redistributed relay stones in public hands. By mid-morning, the market was full. Merchants, buyers, refugees from the outer settlement rings, hub residents who'd lived in this town for 3 generations before the economic disruptions had started reshaping their lives. The empty grain stalls from the previous day were visible at the far end of the square. The preacher from yesterday had returned to his corner. Gu walked to the civic pillar and activated the projection function. He said, I want to show you something. You can verify it yourself afterward. The merchant records are from the public trade manifests filed with the Hub Council over the past 8 months. I didn't alter them. I just read them. He spread the first set of figures on the projection surface, supply flow data, pricing records, storage declarations. This is Matriarch Shui Lingsu's Eastern Hub operation. He walked through it methodically. These are her grain acquisition records. These are her storage declaration filings. These are the price curves for the same goods in the open market. He paused. Notice the gap between what she declared in storage and what the market received. The difference is what she held back. Here are the months she held back the most. He moved to the second set. These are the hub's emergency credit extensions over the same period. The loans she provided to districts that couldn't make ends meet due to the price pressure. He let that sit for a moment. She created the shortage. She extended credit against the shortage. The credit agreements include service clauses, labor provisions, transit right assignments, formation access surrenders. The districts that took her loans are now contractually bound to her infrastructure network. He looked at the crowd. This is not accident. This is architecture. Someone shouted from the back of the square. You broke into the relay caches. That's why the Eastern markets lost their credit. He said, yes. And I want to show you what the credit suspension looked like from inside Shue's ledgers. He put the third set of figures up. The Eastern credit suspension was pre-authorized 3 weeks ago. The trigger condition wasn't Lin Yao's action, it was a date. When the relay distribution hit public infrastructure before that date, it accelerated the trigger. But this suspension was coming regardless. He pointed to a column of numbers. These are projected costs for the credit lines against projected returns from the service clauses. The Eastern districts were going to be cut off as soon as their labor obligations were sufficient to be worth more than the ongoing credit relationship. Silence. The kind that meant people were doing arithmetic in their heads. Mo Yin stepped forward and opened the case. Physical copies available for any merchant or council member who wants to verify. These are from the public filing archives. The manifests are dated and sealed. Gu said, she expects one more place to become important. Here. He shifted the projection to a map. This basin. He pointed to the inland depression that every regional survey had written off as exhausted agricultural land. Her forward grain depot buildup in the southwest has been tracking toward it for 6 months. Her pricing models are already treating the transit routes through this basin as premium infrastructure. He paused. The same basin where 3 abandoned sealkeeper villages were evacuated 18 months ago when the first wave approached. The square was very quiet now. He said, I don't know exactly what's there. But Xuelingsu's formation network does, and she's been positioning herself to control access to it for half a year. He stepped back from the pillar. The projection stayed up. A merchant woman in the middle of the crowd said, loud enough to carry. How do we know you're not just trying to make us look somewhere else while your people redistribute more private stock? He said, you don't. Go verify the manifests. Come back to me with a discrepancy. He looked at her steadily. I'm not asking you to trust me. I'm asking you to read the numbers. Chapter 88. What the basin holds, Su Wanyue said. Without preamble, I'm going. It was evening, and they were looking at the map together in the tea-house room. And he had just explained that he intended to send a small reconnaissance team to the basin while he remained at the hub to continue the pressure campaign against Shue's credit network. She said, the abandoned villages were sealkeeper settlements. My mother's lineage was a sealkeeper bloodline. If there's a vault there, it may be keyed to that. She looked at the map, not at him. You know this. You were about to not say it. He had been. He said, the risk is mine to calculate, she said. Not yours. He recognized the tone. He had heard it in the sealed chamber beneath the court in Mirror Capital, when she had reached for the conscience altar while he was still deciding whether to let her. He had been corrected then. He was being corrected now. He said, I was going to not say it because I knew you would want to go, and I thought the hub needed your medical work, and I didn't want to be the person who had to ask you to put yourself in danger. She turned to look at him. That's better. It's still not right, he said. The basin reconnaissance is more important than the hub medical work right now. I was weighing your safety against strategic necessity and then not telling you about the weighing. Yes, she said. You were doing it kindly. It's still the same problem. He was quiet for a moment. He said, if you're willing to go, I want you to go. Your read on the vault's formation architecture will be things I'd miss. And you're right about the bloodline key. She said, then we go together. You've been needed everywhere since Mirror Capital, and you haven't stopped moving. If this basin is what you think it is, you need to be there. Mo Yin took the hub operation. Zhao Jinyin stayed to manage the public accounting campaign. Lin Yao had built enough of a network in the eastern districts to keep the redistributed relay stones in public hands without daily oversight. The 3 of them, Gu, Su Wanyue, and a quiet navigator named Fenrushi that Zhao Jinyin vouched for, left before dawn, moving through the southern road network that Shue's pricing models hadn't yet locked down. The basin was 2 days south and west, in a depression between old mountain shoulders where the soil had gone pale and the vegetation grew in low scrub rather than forest. The evacuation from 18 months ago had been thorough. The villages were silent. Not ruined, just stopped, like someone had set down a life mid-action and never returned. Cooking tools still hung on wall pegs. Fields were half cleared, the tools propped against fence posts. Su Wenyue walked slowly through the second village, touching nothing, reading the resonance of the place with a healer's sensitivity. She said, quietly, they left in order, not in panic. Planned evacuation, Gu said. More than that. She stopped at a foundation stone near the village's central hall. Someone sealed the formation anchors before they left. Properly, with the full closure sequence. She looked up at him. These people knew how to do a formal vault seal. That's not common knowledge. That's passed down training. He crouched beside the foundation stone and read the pattern. She was right. The closure sequence was complex, 3-layer, performed by someone who understood what they were protecting. He thought about the first invasion, months ago now, when he had been the only person who noticed the monsters weren't attacking randomly. He thought about every subsequent vault, every sealed chamber, every bloodline key. He thought, the people who built this weren't hiding from the monsters. They were protecting what the monsters were searching for. He said, the entrance will be below the central hall. It was. The flagstone beneath the altar in the central hall responded to Su Wenyue's presence with a low resonance, the kind that felt more like recognition than mechanism. The stone moved when she pressed her palm to it, and below was a staircase cut from the bedrock, leading down into cool darkness that smelled of old stone and something that was almost, faintly, like the formation arrays that Gu had first touched in the shelter before the first wave. He felt his spirit sea extend ahead of them like a hand in the dark, reading. He stopped on the stairs. Su, he said, I need you to look at something. She came beside him and extended her own senses downward. After a moment, she said, there's something alive down there. Not alive, he said. Active. It's been active for a very long time. They went down. Chapter 89. Seed planted in Chapter 3 at the bottom of the staircase was a chamber cut from the living rock, its walls inscribed with line patterns that Gu recognized, not from his training, but from the cracked black scale he had carried since the first day of the invasion. He took it out. The chamber walls resonated. Not loudly. A subtle harmonic, like a question being asked and recognized rather than answered. The inscription patterns along the walls brightened by a degree, the way a fire brightens when someone moves nearby. The black scale in his palm was warm. He had carried it for months. He had read it 4 times with his resonance cartography site, and each time received the same partial information, a partial map, a partial formation architecture, a beginning without a clear continuation. He had assumed the scale was a key to something. He had not assumed it was a paired half of something that had been waiting. He held it toward the wall. The chamber opened. Not violently. Not with earthquake force or blinding light. The way vault activations worked in stories and performance cultivations he had studied. It opened the way a sealed room opens when someone turns the right handle. A stone section of the far wall pivoted inward on a balance point, revealing a secondary chamber beyond. He and Su Wenyue stepped through together. The world heart segment was the size of a closed fist. It sat on a simple stone shelf cut into the chamber wall, without ornament, without ceiling case, without the elaborate encasement he'd half expected. It pulsed with a rhythm that was not quite biological and not quite mechanical, something between the two, something that predated the categories. Su Wenyue stopped 3 paces from it and stood very still. She said, I can feel it matching against something in my cultivation base. She sounded careful, not afraid. The conscience air architecture, like a lock and a key recognizing each other from opposite sides. Gu read it with his full meridian martial sight. The segment was not passive. It was running a continuous low-level protocol, broadcasting location and status to something, mapping the distance to other segments, comparing against a pattern he could only partially perceive from here. He thought, it has been doing this since before the invasion. It has been doing this since before the seal was hidden. He thought, the monsters are not hunting it because it called to them. They're hunting it because the whole world heart calls to itself, and if you know how to listen, you can hear the whole shape through any one piece. He was so deeply in the reading that he almost missed it when Fenrushi, up at the staircase entrance, called down in a voice stripped of inflection. Company outside. Gu and Su Wenyue looked at each other. He said, how many? Enough, Fenrushi said. Her private army, moving to surround the village perimeter. He thought rapidly. Taking the segment would make them a target anywhere they moved. Leaving it here meant it would be in Shue's hands before nightfall. He looked at the segment's architecture and thought, there is a third option. There is always a third option if you understand the mechanism. He said to Su Wenyue, I need about 10 minutes. She said, I'll go up and talk to Fenrushi. He sat cross-legged on the chamber floor and began to work. What he was attempting was the most complex thing he had done since advancing to Meridian Marshal, not claiming the segment, not moving it, but reading its broadcast architecture deeply enough to map its entire resonance signature into his own spirit sea without touching the physical object. If he could do this, if he could carry the map of what the segment knew without carrying the segment itself, then the thing Shui wanted to monopolize would become distributed before she got here. The segment's architecture resisted at first. It was not designed to be read this way. It was designed to be either held or left. He had no category for what he was attempting. He thought, I survived the first wave by studying rather than fleeing. This is the same motion in a different register. He pressed further. The cold of the chamber floor came up through his robes. His breath settled into the long, even rhythm of deep cultivation work. He heard, distantly, voices above, Su Wenyue's voice and an unfamiliar one, beginning what would be a civil and temporary conversation. He read. He mapped. He carried. When he opened his eyes, his hands were shaking slightly from the sustained concentration, and the segment's broadcast architecture was resident in his spirit sea, live and updating. He looked at the physical object on the shelf. It was unchanged, still pulsing, still present. He stood, steadied himself against the wall, and went upstairs to meet Shui Lingsu's representative. Chapter 90. The honest argument. Her name was Advisor Pei Songling, and she had the particular bearing of someone accustomed to delivering ultimatums while maintaining the formal courtesy of a negotiation. She was standing in the central hall of the village with 4 soldiers flanking her and approximately 60 more arrayed around the village perimeter, visible through the open doorways and windows. She said, when Gu emerged from the staircase, Matriarch Shui extends her respects. She hoped this conversation could happen here rather than somewhere less comfortable. The meaning being, Gu said, that she hoped to be the first to find the chamber. Pei Songling allowed a slight smile. The Matriarch's formation network located the basin segment several months ago. She has been waiting for the right moment to secure it. She waited until someone else located it first, and then sent 60 soldiers. She sent 60 soldiers, Pei Songling said, because the alternative was leaving a segment of the world heart in an unsecured location when the third wave is 6 to 9 weeks out. Gu looked at her. He said, what do you know about the third wave? She reached into her robe and produced a scroll, which she unrolled and offered to him. The matriarch shares this freely. She has no interest in withholding intelligence at this stage. He took it. He read it. His spirit sea went very still. The intelligence was sourced from Shui's formation network, the World Heart proximity tracking system he had identified at the hub. It had been logging pattern shifts in the segment positions for the past 2 months, and 3 weeks ago the pattern had changed in a way that had no precedent in the first or second wave data. The third wave constructs were not ground-based. They were aerial, flying structures, massive. The formation intelligence estimated them as cathedral scale, the size of major buildings in motion, descending from points that corresponded to the star route fissures that had been appearing in the upper atmosphere since the Bell Shepherd's broadcast. They were navigating toward trade hubs and major population centers, not toward wilderness segment sites. He looked up. Pei Songling said, the matriarch believes the third wave is specifically targeting civilization's information-sharing infrastructure. Markets, relay networks, archive nodes. The places where news travels. She folded her hands. A distributed public knowledge campaign against hoarding and monopoly is the precise activity that makes Shui's model untenable. But it is also the activity that will draw third-wave constructs most directly. Su Wenyue was reading the scroll over his shoulder. He felt her go still. Pei Songling said, the matriarch does not ask you to stop your work. She is pragmatic about the fact that your public accounting campaign has already changed the political landscape in ways she cannot simply reverse. What she asks is that the segment be transferred to her managed custody, where it can be secured in a facility designed for the third wave's threat profile. She paused. In exchange, she will redirect her food and medicine distribution to the 7 eastern districts you've been working to sustain, without the service clauses. It was a good offer. He recognized the quality of it. 7 districts fed without debt conditions, 1 segment secured, and Shui walking away from this with the most important piece of formation intelligence on the continent in her personal control. He thought, the data in the scroll is real. She didn't send him fabricated intelligence. That would be too easily disproven. The third wave is real, he thought, and she is using real intelligence to make a reasonable argument for why one person, herself, should hold singular control over a mechanism designed by its architects to resist singular control. He said, the ancient seal keepers distributed the world heart fragments through ethical bloodlines specifically so that no single power could reassemble it under their authority. You've read the same archive records I have, or your formation network found them before I did. They distributed it, Pei Songling said. during a period when the invasion was not imminent. The conditions have changed. The third wave makes their reasoning more relevant, Gu said, not less. Cathedral constructs targeting information infrastructure means the next thing that needs to survive is distributed networks. Centralized facilities are exactly the targets. Pei Songling said. The matriarch expected this argument. She asks you to consider, how many people does your principal protect when the cathedrals arrive? Principals survive, people don't always. It was the cleanest version of the argument. He had thought through variations of it himself, in the maps, in the resource flow calculations, in the nights when he had looked at what the path cost the people between the current state and the better one. He understood why she was making it. He understood why it was genuinely difficult. He said, no. Pei Songling waited. He said, the segment stays in the chamber for now. Your soldiers are welcome to guard the perimeter. I'd rather you do that than leave it unguarded. But it doesn't go into Shue's custody. He returned the scroll. I want to talk to the matriarch directly, not through a representative. Tell her I think she has most of the right analysis and the wrong conclusion, and I'd rather argue with her than around her. Pei Songling took the scroll back. She looked at him with an expression that was not quite surprise and not quite respect, and was perhaps a thin layer of something that might eventually become both. She said, I'll carry the message. Outside, the 60 soldiers maintained their perimeter. Su Wenyue stood beside Gu at the doorway, and they looked at the pale basin scrub and the distant mountain shoulders in the sky, which above the southern horizon had developed, in the last hour, a faint quality of iridescence that was not cloud and was not sunset. She said, the sky is changing. He said, I know. Neither of them moved. Chapter 91. City Mandate Weaver. He spent 2 nights in the basin working. Not on the segment itself, that remained on its shelf, under the watch of Shue's soldiers and the village's own sealed formation anchors, which Gu had reactivated using the pattern knowledge from the cracked black scale. It was as secure as he could make it. What he worked on was the map that would make the segment impossible to monopolize. It took everything he had learned about resonance cartography since the first wave, the route reading, the formation architecture, the economic flow mapping from the past weeks in the hub, and the segment's own broadcast architecture that he had pressed into his spirit sea in the chamber below. He couldn't share the segment, but he could share its address. He transmitted the resonance signature to 17 different allies across 4 provinces, sealed transmissions, each containing the segment's position and the formation key architecture for interacting with it. Not enough to claim it or move it. Enough that 17 different people now knew it existed, where it was, and would notice if it disappeared. Shue's monopoly required secrecy. The segment was now the most thoroughly documented world heart fragment in existence. The act of weaving that many separate transmission networks simultaneously, cross-referencing the relay routes, the formation architectures, the trust relationships between the recipients, the timing sequences that would prevent any single transmission from being intercepted without the others going out, pushed his cultivation to a boundary he hadn't touched since Mirror Capital. He felt it in the morning, when the 3rd transmission was confirmed. His spirit sea had stopped reading provinces as collections of separate supply chains and begun reading them as a single breathing system. The 17 allied positions were not 17 nodes. They were one distributed formation, held together by the map he had written into the space between them. He understood, standing in the pale dawn light of the basin with his breath making clouds in the cold air, that this was what City Mandate Weaver meant. Not commanding a city, coordinating a living network of communities, each with its own governance, its own needs, its own history, and writing the routes between them until the network was more durable than any of its individual parts. He could feel the hub 2 days north. He could feel the relay circles Lin Yao had activated in the eastern districts. He could feel Zhao Jinian's legal arguments working through the council chambers like water finding channels through rock. He could feel Mo Yan's supply calculations, precise and tireless, holding the weight of logistics that would have required an army of administrators 1 arc ago. He could feel the iridescent quality in the southern sky, growing. Su Wenyue came to stand beside him. She said, the distribution went through? All 17. Shue's formation network can track the segment now, but so can everyone I trust. He looked at the sky. We have maybe 5 weeks before the cathedrals arrive. Then we use them. They rode north that day. Pei Songling and the 60 soldiers maintained the basin perimeter, as agreed. He left Fenrushi behind with a sealed letter and instructions for if the perimeter changed. He thought, writing, about the network he had written. He thought, every prior arc was preparation for this one. The pattern reading from the first wave taught him to see routes. The frontier marquee taught him that logistics decides who lives. Mirror Capital taught him that identity is a formation that communities can maintain collectively. The hub's economic war taught him that survival infrastructure is terrain. He thought, the monsters are coming for the circulation system. So the circulation system has to be the defense. He thought, this is going to be the worst weeks of my life, and I know exactly what to do. He rode faster. Chapter 92. The War Without Swords. Xue Lingsu's response to the distributed segment map was not to attack. It was to foreclose. Within 3 days of Gu's return to the hub, debt notices went out to every city and district that had accepted his relay redistribution and mutual aid charter. The notices were technically legal. The districts had borrowed during the economic pressures of the previous months, and the agreements contained standard acceleration clauses triggered by activities determined to be contrary to creditor interests. Mutual aid relay sharing was, the notices argued, contrary to creditor interests. By the end of the week, private armies had occupied 14 grain depots across 3 provinces. Not violently. The soldiers simply took up positions at the depot gates and informed the staff that the facilities were now operating under emergency creditor management. The grain didn't move. The staff kept their jobs. Nothing burned. No one died. The cities just started getting hungry. Gu sat with Mo Yin and looked at the territory map for a very long time. Mo Yin said, she's seizing without attacking. The legal structure gives her everything she needs. The cities that resisted the foreclosures last month used the relay communication network to coordinate, which triggered a second acceleration clause in 3 of the biggest loans. He set down his stylus. He had the particular stillness he got when the numbers had become bleak enough that speaking them felt like standing in a cold room. The districts that are most exposed are the ones that joined the relay circles fastest. She built the exposure into the credit terms, Gu said. The acceleration clauses were always going to be triggered by exactly what we were going to do. Yes. Mo Yin paused. She planned this before you did. Gu looked at the map for a moment longer. He said, what's the grain situation in the mutual aid relay circles that are independent of her credit network? Western river communities are fine. Eastern mountain settlements are fine. The hub itself is fine because we secured food supply independence 3 weeks ago. He pointed to 5 areas. These are the exposed zones. Gu said, start the emergency food routing from the independent communities. Not loans. Not contracts. Shared resource distribution under the mutual aid charter. Mo Yin said. That requires the independent communities to accept reduced reserves before the 3rd wave. I know. He met Mo Yin's eyes. I'll make the case to them directly. If the communities with independent stores are willing to share, the foreclosed districts can eat. If the foreclosed districts can eat, Xue's foreclosures produce nothing but occupied buildings. Mo Yin was quiet for a moment. He said, you know this is her goal. She's not trying to starve them. She's trying to make you spend your political capital on rescue operations while she waits for the 3rd wave to arrive and prove that centralized management is the only thing standing between order and chaos. I know. So you're walking into the trap. The people in the foreclosed districts are hungry now, Gu said. The trap is real, but so are they. He picked up his map case. Help me draft the resource sharing proposal for the Western communities. I need the numbers to be honest. I'm not going to tell them the risk is smaller than it is. Mo Yin pulled out a fresh ledger page with the resigned efficiency of someone who had long since stopped arguing with the man he worked for and started simply making the arguments work. Over the following 2 weeks, Gu made 9 separate trips to 9 different communities. He showed them the numbers. He showed them Xue's territorial map and what was being occupied. He showed them the formation architecture of the mutual aid relay circles and what sharing reserves across the network meant. He didn't tell them it was safe. He told them what it would cost. 7 of the 9 communities voted to share. The other 2 sent smaller contributions than asked, which was within their right under the mutual aid charter. The grain moved through relay corridors that had no debt clauses, no acceleration provisions, no creditor management. The foreclosed districts ate. Xue's private armies held empty-ish depots and collected storage fees. Gu's network fed the same districts those depots were supposed to serve. By the end of the 2nd week, 2 of Xue's army commanders had sent quiet inquiries to Zhao Jinyin about whether there was any process by which a private security employee could transition to a civic mutual aid position. There was. Zhao Jinyin had drafted the paperwork 2 weeks earlier. Chapter 93. The man who sold phantoms by Zheng Liu announced himself, as he always had, through someone else's crisis. The first counterfeits appeared in the southeastern relay markets, where displaced practitioners and frightened merchants were paying extraordinary prices for what they believed were minor world heart fragments, smaller pieces of the planetary architecture that might, if held during the 3rd wave, provide some protection or navigation advantage. The sellers were vague about the mechanism. The buyers were afraid enough not to press too hard. Mo Yin spotted the pattern in the pricing data before anyone identified a seller. The margins are too clean, he said. Real fragments have a regular value because their function varies. These are being priced like a manufactured good, standard rates, slight variation for perceived quality, consistent across 12 different market locations. Someone's producing them at scale, Gu said. Someone who has access to formation techniques capable of mimicking a fragment's surface resonance. Mo Yin looked at him. You've met one person with both the technical capability and the commercial motivation. Who had been expecting this? He had thought, after Lin Yao trapped by Jinliu in the recursion corridor at Mirror Capital and forced his broadcast, that the man would find somewhere genuinely obscure to disappear. He should have known better. By move toward chaos the way water moved toward low ground. The economic disruption of the past month was exactly the terrain that made him feel most at home. He didn't pursue him directly. He sent a single message to Shui Lingsu's commercial verification office, the formation-equipped authentication service she maintained to protect her own trade networks against fraud, with a list of the 12 market locations and a note that said, someone is selling counterfeit World Heart fragments to your customers and undercutting your pricing model. I thought you'd want to know. He had no guarantee she would act. But Shui's entire authority rested on her ability to guarantee genuine goods to genuine buyers. A fraud operation in her market network was more threatening to her than anything Gu had done. Her verification teams hit 6 of the 12 markets within 2 days. The counterfeits failed authentication spectacularly, not just as non-genuine, but as dangerous. The surface resonance mimicry was technically impressive, but structurally wrong in a way that made the objects actively destabilizing to any formation work done nearby. Several buyers had already damaged their cultivation bases trying to use them. The reports went public through Shui's own verification network. Gu received word of Bai Jinliu's death 4 days later from a market inspector in one of the southeastern cities. He had apparently tried to flee through a city formation grid that 3 of his own buyers had destabilized, and the grid had collapsed around him. It was not a clean end. It was the kind of end that a system built on sold chaos reliably delivered to its architect. He sat with the news for a while. He thought about Mirror Capital, the first time he had let Bai go. He thought about the second time, when Bai had fled into obscurity. He thought, both times, I believe the threat was contained. Both times, the capacity for harm had simply relocated. He thought, I don't know if I could have prevented this. I know I won't carry it as a conclusion. Su Wenyue found him an hour later. She said, without preamble, you're doing the thing where you sit very still and look at the wall. He said, Bai Jinliu is dead. She sat down. She didn't say anything immediate. That was one of the things he had learned to value about her. She didn't fill silence with reassurance. After a moment she said, he built a machine that ate people. It finally ate him. Yes. You're wondering whether you should have found a way to stop it earlier. He looked at her. He said, I'm wondering whether the pattern of letting him go twice was mercy or avoidance. She thought about this seriously. I think it was both, she said. And I think the difference matters less than you think. The relevant question is whether the next person who tries this will have the same room to operate. He said, no. The mutual aid relay circles closed the space he operated in. He needed information asymmetry and economic desperation. Both of those are getting worse from the third wave, but both of them are also what we've been building against. She said, then the answer to your question is, not avoidance. Imperfect mercy, which is the only kind there is. He thought, patterns do not lie, and people are not patterns. Both still true. The sky to the south had deepened from iridescence to something like the quality of oil on water, a shimmer that moved without wind, that the eye couldn't quite track. 6 days. Chapter 94. When the cathedrals came down, the first one appeared at dawn, above the winding port, and the screaming started before anyone could see it clearly. It was the size of a sect mountain. That was the comparison that came to Gu's mind when the relay transmission reached him. Not a metaphor, an actual measurement, because he had read enough formation architecture in the past months to understand scale, and the resonance signature coming through the network said, 600 meters from base to peak, flying, descending. Not falling, descending, controlled. It had what looked like buttresses from the outside, arching structural members connecting the main body to lateral wings, the way ancient administrative buildings connected ceremony halls to storage annexes. It moved through the air the way glaciers moved through valleys, slowly, with absolute certainty, as if the atmosphere had already agreed to accommodate it. It targeted the port's grain storage complex before it touched down. Not the people, the grain. The formations it deployed on descent were surgical, containment structures that locked every processing facility, warehouse gate, and transit formation in the port district simultaneously, without killing the practitioners staffing them. The practitioners were simply irrelevant. The grain stopped moving. The port, which served 7 western cities, went from fully functional to completely static in the time it took a deep formation practitioner to cross 3 training fields. By midday, reports came in from 2 more coastal cities. By nightfall, 5 major caravan junctions had been similarly locked. Gu spread the reports on the table in the hub command room and read them with everything he had. Zhao Jinyan was across from him, reading in parallel. Mo Yin stood at the map wall, marking positions with a focused efficiency that had gone past calm into something more like the precision of a person who had chosen to be precise because it was the only thing they could control. He thought, it isn't targeting people because people are not the resource. He thought, the monsters in the first wave ignored treasure and went for registry halls, administrative records, identity formations. The second wave went for bloodline anchors. The third wave is going for circulation infrastructure. Each wave was one step closer to the center of how civilization holds itself together. He said, they're mapping backward from the world heart. Each wave targets one layer of the system that maintains civilization's coherence. First identity records, then biological continuity anchors, now economic circulation. The next wave will go for resonance networks directly, Zhao Jinyan said, because the world heart is distributed through all of those systems. Yes, they can't extract it without first disabling the civilization that's grown around it. Lin Yao, who had returned from the eastern districts the previous day and was now studying one of the lockdown reports, said, so we can't defend by protecting the grain. We have to protect the network that distributes the grain. And we have to do it in a way that the cathedrals can't simply lock, Gu said. Centralized facilities are lockable. Distributed relay networks are much harder to freeze simultaneously. Mo Yin said, from the map wall, without turning, Gu, I need you to see something. He looked. Mo Yin had marked the cathedral positions, the locked facilities, and the projected descent paths from the 3 most recent transmissions. He had also marked the mutual aid relay network they had built over the past weeks. The overlap was visible at a glance. Every major relay circle they had established was, from the cathedral perspective, below the primary descent vectors. They're coming for our network specifically, Mo Yin said. Not just the merchant infrastructure. The independent distribution network we've been building. A beat of silence. Mo Yin said, the city of Boundary Reed is on the primary descent vector for the second group. It holds the Western Relay Hub, the distribution junction for all the emergency grain I've been routing to the foreclosed districts. He paused. I'm there. I went yesterday to run the accounting on the new routes. The relay hub is here. He pointed. I'm currently standing in it. The transmission was 3 hours old. Gu looked at the map. He looked at the projected descent timeline. He said, Mo Yin, don't do anything heroic. Secure the route records and wait. A pause. Then Mo Yin's transmission. I'm not going to do anything heroic. I'm going to do my job until someone pulls me out. Another pause, with the slight flatness that meant he was already thinking through logistics. The Western routes are documented in 7 separate copies distributed to 7 relay keepers. The hub itself is not the critical node anymore. I made sure of that last week. A breath. Then, but the grain is here. 3,000 tons. The foreclosed districts are depending on it. Gu looked at the map and thought very fast. Chapter 95. Proof of concept. He had 17 hours. He spent the first 2 drafting an emergency routing plan that used every mutual aid relay circle within range of Boundary Reed as a temporary distribution network. The city itself didn't need to move the grain. It needed to receive it from the relay circles that were outside the projected lockdown zone, while the grain already in Boundary Reed moved through formation corridors faster than the cathedral's descent schedule. The problem was that formation corridors of that scale required a coordinating intelligence that could hold the entire route map simultaneously and adjust in real time to relay failures, weather interference, and the completely unpredictable question of how exactly a 600-meter-tall flying structure disrupted local formation architecture when it descended. Zhao Jinyan, reading the plan as it took shape, said, this is theoretically sound and practically insane. Which parts? All of them. Specifically, you're proposing to coordinate 9 separate relay circles across 4 provinces in real time through a single formation integration point, while a cathedral-class construct is actively disrupting the regional formation field, using infrastructure we built 3 weeks ago. He pointed. This node, the integration point. That's you, isn't it? Yes. Zhao Jinyan said. I want it noted that I said this was insane. Noted. Gu was already moving. He reached the closest relay circle, the Western Mountain community that had been the first to share grain reserves, by dawn. having pushed his formation riding speed past anything comfortable for 8 hours straight. His legs were unsteady when he dismounted. He ate standing and briefed the relay keeper in 10 minutes, then moved to the next. He hit 6 communities in 12 hours. At each one, he left a sealed formation array, a listening node, part of the network he was building as he moved, knitting each community's grain distribution capacity into a single routing grid that he held together in his spirit sea. The grid was bigger than anything he had coordinated before. As it grew, the resonance cartography site he had developed across 7 arcs of escalating complexity reached for something it had never quite touched, the ability to feel the grain routes not as a map, but as a single organism, one that had its own internal logic, its own rhythms, its own knowledge of what moved where and why. He thought, this is what it means to hold a city's mandate. Not command, not ownership. The capacity to understand a living system well enough to guide it without breaking it. The integration clicked into place while he was riding between the 7th and 8th communities, and for a moment he saw the entire province as a single formation architecture with the world heart segment at its center and the grain routes as radiating lines and Mo Yin at Boundary Reed as one node in a system too complex to be centrally owned or destroyed. City Mandate Weaver fully realized. He arrived at Boundary Reed with 4 hours to spare before the descent projection. Mo Yin was at the Relay Hub's central formation table, surrounded by route documents and looking precisely as tired as someone who had been running emergency logistics for 36 hours straight would look. He looked up when Gu came through the door. He said, "You're early." "I rode." Gu sat down, activated the integration grid, and began routing. What happened over the next 4 hours was not dramatic in the way that formation duels or siege breaks were dramatic. It was accurate. Grain moved through relay corridors from Boundary Reed storage to 7 of the 9 foreclosed districts before the cathedral locked the local formation field. The remaining 2 districts received grain via the mountain community's independent routes, which operated on a different formation frequency than the primary network and took longer but didn't stop. When the cathedral descended and froze Boundary Reed's major grain facilities, there was nothing to freeze. The grain was already gone, distributed to exactly where it needed to be through paths the cathedral's lockdown formation had not anticipated because the paths were too distributed, too small-scale, and too numerous to be worth targeting individually. The cathedral sat on the empty storage complex and ran its inventory protocol and found nothing. Mo Yin said, watching through the Relay Hub's observation formation, "That is genuinely funny." Gu said, "Write up the route methodology. I want every relay keeper in the network to have a copy." "Already started," Mo Yin said, and held up 3 pages of dense notation. Gu looked at him for a moment. He said, "You made sure the route records were distributed before I arrived. You were running the emergency evacuation in parallel while transmitting to me. You were 12 hours away," Mo Yin said, with his particular neutrality. "I made contingency arrangements." He set down the pages. "The grain is where it needs to be. The people in the 7 districts will eat. A beat. 3,000 tons, 0 loss." Gu thought about the 9 communities that had voted to share their reserves under conditions of genuine uncertainty, and the 2 that had sent less but still sent something, and Mo Yin alone in a relay hub while a cathedral descended, running the route mathematics until a solution was viable. He thought, distributed networks hold. He thought, this is the proof. 2 days later, a sealed message arrived from Xuelingsu's private courier service. It contained no threat, no offer, no negotiation. It contained a single line in precise commercial script. Asterisk, your logistics model would save more lives. I don't believe it can preserve order. Asterisk. He read it twice. Then he wrote back. Asterisk, come to Boundary Reed. Bring your own numbers. Asterisk, chapter 96. What the vault was protecting. Xuelingsu came to Boundary Reed 5 days after the cathedral descended. She came with 8 advisors, 2 formation practitioners, and no private soldiers, which was, by itself, a kind of statement. She arrived at the relay hub in the early morning, when the light was still pale and thin, and she looked at the empty grain storage complex where the cathedral sat motionless on its lockdown protocol, and she looked at the relay circles running full distribution operations around it, and she said nothing for a long moment. Then she said to Gu, "Show me your numbers." They spent 4 hours on it. Mo Yin had everything prepared: the distribution records, the route capacities, the community reserve surveys, the projected throughput under third-wave disruption conditions. Xue's advisors checked the methodology with the focused attention of people who had built their careers on not being deceived by figures. They found 2 minor calculation errors that Mo Yin corrected on the spot without embarrassment. The fundamental structure held. At the end of 4 hours, Xue looked at the summary projection and said, This saves 40% more people than my model under a sustained cathedral disruption scenario. Mo Yen said, 42% by our estimates. We built conservatively. The failure modes are different, she said. Your model fails if community trust breaks down under sustained stress. My model fails if the central facilities are disrupted. She looked at the cathedral lock storage complex visible through the hub window. We appear to be in a sustained disruption scenario. Gu said, I know. She was quiet for a moment. Then, what do you want from me? He said, the service clauses. Cancel the acceleration provisions. The districts that join the mutual aid relay network should be free to operate under the charter without debt penalties. She considered this. He watched her and thought. She is running the numbers in her head, not the ethics. She is calculating whether what she loses from the service clauses is less than what she loses from a distribution model she can't compete with. She said, in exchange? Nothing. He met her eyes. People who aren't in debt to you will trade with you. People who are in debt to you are not customers, they're labor. There's more commercial value in a solvent partner than a bound one. She looked at him for a moment with an expression he couldn't fully read. She said, you believe that. I believe it, and I can prove it in the numbers, if you want them. A pause. I'll cancel the acceleration provisions in the eastern districts. The southern contracts require 3 months of transition. The service obligations are embedded in infrastructure planning that can't be separated cleanly on short notice. She held up a hand when he started to respond. 3 months. Real transition, not delay. I'll have my legal team work with Zhao Jinyan on the terms. It was less than he wanted and more than he had expected. He said, agreed. She left that afternoon, having said nothing about the basin or the World Heart segment, which meant she was still thinking about them. That evening, Su Wenyue said she wanted to go back to the basin, not to secure it, not to perform any tactical function. She said, I want to finish what we started in the vault. I felt the conscience air architecture responding when we were there. I think it can tell us something we don't know yet. Something the whole archive suppression campaign was trying to prevent us from learning. He said, I'll come. They rode south. The basin was quiet when they arrived. Pei Songling's soldiers maintained the perimeter, professional and watchful and somewhat wary of both of them by now. The village felt the same. Stopped lives, neat abandonment. The sealed formation anchors Gu had reactivated holding the silence. Below, in the inner chamber, Su Wenyue sat before the World Heart segment and did what she had never had the opportunity to do before. Simply listened. Gu sat beside her, outside the direct resonance field, and watched. It took 2 hours. He didn't rush her. He studied the chamber walls and thought about architecture, about how a civilization had built a vault designed to respond to a specific bloodline, had sealed it, had evacuated carefully, had left it waiting. Then Su Wenyue said, Gu. Her voice had a quality he hadn't heard from her before. Not alarm. Something older. He turned. She said, the segment is broadcasting. Not just position data. It's broadcasting something like a request. It's been broadcasting it since before the first wave, and the constructs aren't attacking in response to the broadcast. They're navigating by it. She looked at him. The monsters aren't coming to destroy the World Heart. They're trying to bring the pieces back together. He went very still. She said, it's a retrieval protocol. The segment wants to be reassembled. The invasion is the recovery mechanism. She paused. Someone sent the constructs. Someone is running the protocol. And the protocol isn't malicious. It's just catastrophically indifferent to what's in the way. He thought about this for a long time. He thought, I spent months learning what the monsters were searching for. I understood they were looking for the World Heart. I understood the segments were distributed through living bloodlines. I did not understand that the World Heart itself was signaling them. He thought, the ancient seal keepers didn't just hide the segments from each other. They hid the segments from the broadcast. They muffled the signal. He thought, and the muffling has been failing for generations, and when it failed far enough, the retrieval constructs came. He said, someone beyond this world is running the retrieval. She said, the signal has a return address. She touched the segment's outer casing gently, and it's been waiting a very long time for someone with the right bloodline to read it. Chapter 97. The Legitimacy War. Shui Lingsu's final bid came 9 days after the boundary read meeting, and it arrived not as soldiers or debt notices, but as a market collapse. Every trading post, supply depot, and contract house within 60 kilometers of the basin withdrew services simultaneously. Not banned, withdrawn. Merchants who had previously dealt with the basin's surrounding villages found their credit lines frozen, their warehouse permits suspended, their transit rights quietly revoked. It was legal, every clause, every provision. Shui had spent decades building the legal architecture for exactly this situation. Food and medicine stopped moving into the basin region. The surrounding villages, the ones that had not yet fully integrated into the mutual aid relay network, the ones that still had partial dependence on commercial supply, started running short within a week. Gu received the market withdrawal report from Fenrushi on the second day and rode to the nearest affected village that afternoon. He found the village council gathered in their meeting hall, 15 people around a table covered with supply inventories that were shrinking on paper as he read them. They looked at him with the particular expression of people who had been told their choices had consequences and were now experiencing one. He said, "I'm going to explain what's happening and what we can do about it. I'm not going to tell you it's not serious." He laid out the supply situation honestly. The shortfall, the timeline, the current relay network capacity. He laid out the mutual aid charter and exactly what joining it would commit the village to. He laid out the expected duration of the disruption, his best estimate, with the uncertainty range clearly stated. He said, "The route into the relay network is real and it works. I can show you the boundary read numbers. The route also means you're part of a network that Xianxia will continue pressuring, and some of that pressure will fall on you." The council head, a woman named Chi Daiwen with gray at her temples and the practical manner of someone who had run supply assessments for 20 years, said, "What happens if we wait and see? You'll run short in about 3 weeks. If the relay network has expanded by then, you can join then under worse conditions. If it hasn't expanded, we'll be running emergency food drops, which are less efficient than integrated routing." Chi Daiwen said, "You're telling us we should join because waiting makes things worse, not because things are good now." "Yes." She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "I appreciate that." The vote was 12-3 for joining the relay network that evening. The 3 dissenters joined a week later, after the first relay shipment arrived. Across the basin region, the same conversation happened 17 times in 6 days. The script varied. Each community had different concerns, different histories, different skeptics who needed different reassurances. He made every one of those 17 trips personally, without sending proxies, because the conversations were not primarily informational. They were about trust, and trust required presence. On the 8th day, the first of Shue's caravan captains came to the relay hub at Boundary Reed and asked to speak with Mo Yin. She was a woman named Hao Wenjin, 40 years in the trade roads, who had been running Shue's eastern supply routes for the past decade. She set her cargo manifest on Mo Yan's table and said, "I have 200 tons of emergency medicine supplies in my convoy. Matriarch Shue authorized them to go to the basin region on a standard commercial rate." She paused. "I'm not going to do that." Mo Yin looked at her. "What are you going to do with them?" "I was wondering if the relay network used cargo contractors, or if everything was handled internally." She looked at the manifest. Standard commercial rate. "I'm not asking for charity. I'm asking if there's an honest job." By the end of the week, 4 more caravan captains had made the same inquiry. All of them had run Shue's routes long enough to understand her model deeply, and all of them had reached the same private calculation at approximately the same moment. The basin region was where the future was going, and they wanted to be part of it. Gu heard about each defection through Mo Yin and said nothing. He thought, markets move toward where trust is reliable. He thought, she built a model that depended on fear staying stable enough to maintain the price structure. The people who work for her are not afraid of the right things anymore. He thought, this is what legitimacy looks like when it wins. Chapter 98. The corpse argument. Xianxia came back to Boundary Reed alone. No advisors, no formation practitioners. Just a traveling robe and a case of documents, and the same composed precision that seemed to characterize every action she took. She arrived at the relay hub in the evening, when the light was going amber through the western windows, and she looked at Gu and said, "I want to talk to you. Not negotiate. Talk." He said, "All right." They walked to a room at the back of the hub that had no formation surveillance and sat across a plain table. She set her document case down and didn't open it. She said, "You will lose." He waited. She said, "Not to me. I've lost. I know when a commercial position has failed. When your workforce defects toward a competitor's value proposition, the position has failed, and extending it further only increases the cost." She looked at him with an attention that felt almost clinical. "I mean, you will lose to the Bell Shepherd, or to whatever is running the retrieval protocol, or to the next thing that comes after." He said, "Why?" "Because your model requires that people continue to choose conscience under maximum duress. Starvation, loss, terror, grief. I have spent my career studying what people choose under maximum duress. They choose survival. They choose it at the expense of everything else." She kept her voice even. "Your boundary read proof worked because the immediate threat was manageable and the timeline was generous enough for trust to consolidate. In a genuine extinction scenario, you will have hours and weeks instead of days and months. The community trust that you've carefully built will fragment, because people will correctly calculate that their family's survival is more important than the collective. He listened. He thought, this is the real argument. Not the credit clauses, or the market withdrawals, or the private armies. This is what she actually believes. He said, a saved remnant built on bought abandonment is already a corpse. She said, that's a beautiful line. A corpse is still better than nothing. Not if the thing that was lost in the selection is what makes the remaining people worth saving. He looked at her steadily. You've been building for a world that comes after this one. You've been choosing who gets to be in that world based on who can afford the price of entry. What you're building is not civilization. It's a selection process. She said, all survival is a selection process. Among people making choices, yes. Among people being chosen, no. That's something different. He leaned forward slightly. The communities around this basin. The 17 villages that joined the relay network. They chose to share reserves under real uncertainty. They voted. They argued. 3 dissenters. The 3 dissenters joined later, on their own terms. He paused. Nobody bought their way in. Nobody got left out because they couldn't pay. What you call fragile is what I call human. She was quiet for a moment. Something in her expression shifted, not into agreement, but into the particular stillness of someone recalculating. She said, when the bell shepherd comes in full. When the sky opens, and there is no time for deliberation, and the communities you've built have to make decisions in minutes rather than weeks. Then what? He said. Then we'll know whether the pattern is as robust as I believe it is. He met her eyes. I'm not certain I'm right. I'm certain your alternative has already failed, because a system that prices survival has told 40,000 people in the hub districts that they're worth less than their labor output, and those people know it, and the moment there's another option, they'll take it. She said, and if I'm right about the bell shepherd? He said, then we'll find out together. That was not the answer she had been expecting. Her eyes moved, not away from him, but sideways, the way a person's eyes move when they're revising an internal model. She said, I've been pricing you as an obstacle. I know. You're something else. What? She was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, someone who might actually be trying to solve the right problem. She picked up her document case. I'll cancel the service clauses in the southern contracts as well. 2 weeks instead of 3 months. She stood. Don't mistake this for agreement. I think your model is fragile, and you're going to find out how fragile when the sky opens. He said, I know. I'd rather find out with your resources in the network than without them. She left. Outside, in the western sky, the iridescence had deepened overnight to something that could only be described as fractures, thin lines of wrong light that persisted too long after the sun went down to be atmospheric. Chapter 99. The logic that broke the end of Xue Lingsu's position came not from Gu, but from her own army. She had mobilized the last of her private security force for one final operation. A simultaneous seizure of every remaining commercial supply depot in the basin region, targeting specifically the relay network distribution points that had been most effective in routing around her market withdrawal. It was legally supported, commercially justifiable, and operationally sound. The operation began at dawn. It stopped 30 minutes later. The senior field commander, a man named Gao Dessen who had served Xue's security division for 8 years, halted the advance at a small distribution point outside the village of Stillwater. The distribution point was staffed by 4 elderly keepers and 3 relay practitioners. It was in the process of sending out emergency medicine supplies to families in 3 nearby settlements who could not afford to pay market rate. Gao Dessen looked at the distribution point for a long moment. He then sent a message back to Xue's mobile command post. Asterisk request clarification. Are these the targets? Asterisk the clarification arrived. Asterisk yes. Seize and hold under standard commercial asset protocol. Asterisk he read the message twice. He looked at the 4 elderly keepers and the medicine crates being loaded onto relay frame conveyors. He looked at his 100-person security force and thought about the basin region and the cathedral-class constructs and the families waiting on medicine shipments. He sent back, unable to comply. The operation collapsed across 16 different sites within an hour as the breakdown of command propagated through Xue's force structure. 7 senior commanders sent variations of Gao Dessen's message. The remaining junior officers, receiving contradictory orders and no clear guidance, held their positions without advancing. By midday, the operation had formally dissolved. Xue received the reports at her mobile command post and read them in sequence with no visible reaction beyond a stillness that her advisors later described as the quality of absolute calculation. When she had finished reading, she said to her primary advisor, "Recall everyone to the central depot. Terminate the field operation." Her advisor said, "And the commercial position?" She said, "Terminated." She took no action against Gao Dessen or the other commanders who refused. Later, one of her advisors asked why, and she said, Because I priced them based on their economic incentives, and they chose differently. Either my model of people is wrong, or this situation has changed enough to shift their incentives in ways I didn't account for. She paused. I need to know which. Gu received the news from Lin Yao, who had been watching the operations collapse through relay connections across the basin. Lin Yao's message contained no commentary, just the factual sequence of events, which was its own kind of commentary. He sent back. Thank Gao Dessen if you can find a way to reach him. She wrote back. Already sent. He walked outside and stood in the basin, looking at the sky. The fractures had multiplied overnight. They covered half the visible sky now, thin lines of impossible light running in directions that had no meteorological explanation. At their intersections, where the fractures crossed, there were small, intense points of brightness that pulsed with a rhythm he recognized from the World Heart segment's broadcast pattern. He thought, the segment has been broadcasting a return address, and something out there has been receiving the signal and sending the constructs. And that something is getting closer. Shui came to him in the afternoon, on foot, without announcement. She stood beside him and looked at the same sky. She said, I told you the next enemy cannot be negotiated in markets or courts. He said, I know. She was quiet for a moment. Then, I have logistics infrastructure that spans 3 continents. Caravan networks, distribution points, formation-equipped storage facilities, 70,000 trained transport workers. She turned to look at him. I also have the most accurate World Heart proximity tracking formation on this continent. She paused. You have the only functional distributed relay defense network and the only practitioner alive who has read 4 separate World Heart segments. Another pause. I think we both know what comes next. He said, yes. What are the terms? He said, no service clauses. No ownership over the relay network. Your logistics expertise goes into the collective infrastructure, not into a commercial position above it. He looked at her. You work with the network. You don't own it. She was quiet for a moment. He expected the negotiation to continue. Instead, she said, agreed. Something in her voice was different. Not defeated, recalculated. She was a merchant who had built her empire on pricing everything, and she had revised the value of one thing in a way she hadn't expected. She said, whatever is up there, it comes for all of us equally. Yes, he said. That's been my argument since the first wave. Chapter 100. The bell that calls home. They worked for 3 days securing the basin, integrating Shui's logistics network into the relay distribution system, and setting up the emergency command structure that Ji Rulan had been requesting since the 3rd wave began. Ji Rulan arrived on the 2nd day with a formal emergency commission empowering regional coordination across 7 provinces. She looked at the situation map, the cathedral positions, the relay network, Shui's now integrated logistics infrastructure, and said, You've done more with 3 people and no official mandate than my ministry has done with a full commission. Gu said, You have the mandate. We have the ground truth. I'd rather have both. She said, So would I. She looked at Shui Lingsu, who was at a different table running distribution calculations. She said, quietly, I never thought I'd be glad to see her. Her model was wrong, Gu said. She knew how to run supply chains. The first part is changed. The second part is useful. He spent the 3rd day transmitting the emergency coordination framework to every relay network hub he could reach, the formation architecture for inter-hub communication, the standard routing protocols for cathedral disruption scenarios, the shared resource allocation model that had worked at Boundary Read. He transmitted it without ownership clauses or credit provisions. He transmitted it as information, which was what it was. By the time the sun went down on the 3rd day, 19 cities and 43 towns had formally integrated with the relay network. 3 more were in the process. He stood on the ridge above the basin at sunset and read the network in his spirit sea. The 60-some nodes, the grain flows and medicine routes and relay stone transmissions, all of it moving with the particular rhythm that a distributed system achieves when the parts are diverse enough to be resilient and connected enough to act in concert. Su Wenyue came up the ridge behind him. She had the quality of someone who had just finished something intensive. Her posture was lighter, her breathing even, her eyes focused on the distant sky rather than the ground. He said, You were in the chamber again. I wanted to understand the return address. She stopped beside him. I think I do now. She looked at the fracture lines in the sky, which had multiplied again since yesterday. The constructs are following the signal. The signal has been broadcasting longer than anyone living has been alive, and the entity running the retrieval protocol has been sending constructs for all of that time, in waves, because each wave fails, and each failure changes the signal profile in ways that inform the next wave's architecture. She paused. We are not the first civilization to have faced this. We are the latest iteration of a very long attempt. He said, how many? The vault's records went back 11 cycles. The earliest are fragmentary. She looked at him. In all 11, the civilization collapsed before the seal could be reassembled voluntarily. In most, the retrieval constructs eventually achieved forced extraction, which destroyed the surrounding territory. In 2, the civilization ended before the extraction could complete. A beat. In none of them did the civilization find the third option. He thought. We found the third option because Su Wenyue walked into an archive chamber and chose for herself, and because Shun Duomo put down a cutter, and because Gu had withheld too much for too long and been corrected by people who cared enough to correct him. He thought. The history of this world is 11 civilizations that came close and failed. He thought. We are the 12th. The sky opened. Not with violence. With the particular quality of something very large and very distant making itself known. The fracture lines widened, and through them came the iridescence from a deeper source, and through the iridescence came sound. It was a bell, not the resonance of a practice formation or a cultivation bell. It was a bell that had the size and authority of something that measured distance in star routes rather than kilometers, and it rang once, and the sound of it was felt in the formation anchors of every relay node in the network simultaneously, and in the world heart segment in the vault below, and in the center of Gu's spirit sea, where 60 provincial routes converged. Then the fracture spoke. Not words exactly. A pattern that his resonance cartography site translated into meaning the way it translated formation architectures. Distributed, precise, carrying more information in less space than spoken language could hold. Asterisk attention to the civilization occupying authority segment, grid 7. This is the Bell Shepherd Protocol, operating under lawful retrieval mandate for displaced world heart authority. You have concealed distributed planetary authority for 11 prior cycles, and this concealment has caused extensive collateral disruption to adjacent star routes. You are informed that the fourth wave is authorized under cosmic reclamation law. This is not an invasion. This is a recovery of stolen property. Asterisk the bell rang again. Asterisk the records indicate one surviving practitioner with full resonance cartography access to the current segment distribution. You are invited to present the segments for lawful transfer and intercosmic transit registry as a consenting satellite civilization. Resistance will result in reclamation by standard protocol. Asterisk it paused. A pause that felt, despite everything, like the pause of a system that had been running the same script for ages beyond counting and had not expected to pause. Asterisk you have contacted this protocol through the conscience air bloodline. This is the first contact through that channel in 11 cycles. Your file has been flagged. Asterisk then silence. The fractures remained, and the iridescence remained, and the network hummed with 60 nodes of distributed relay and 3,000 tons of moved grain and 17 communities that had voted to share reserves under real uncertainty. Gu looked at the sky for a long time. He thought. It called a stolen property. He thought. 11 civilizations, and not one of them found a way to answer back. He thought. Patterns do not lie. And, we are not done yet. He said to Su Wenyue, I need to talk to it. She said, I know. She reached over and took his hand. We should probably do it together. Below, in the basin village that had been empty for 18 months, the World Heart segment pulsed steadily, broadcasting its ancient signal into a sky that had, for the first time in 11 cycles, sent something back. Chapter 101. The world that was always a map when the Bell Shepherd's transmission ended, the sky did not return to normal. The fracture lines remained, narrower now, but permanent, thread-thin traces of impossible light running against the grain of ordinary weather. And through them, for those with resonant sight deep enough to read formation architecture, the world had changed in a way that could not be unchanged. Gu saw it first from the basin ridge. The geography below him was the same. The pale scrub, the silent villages, the mountain shoulders to the west. But overlaid on it, visible only in his extended spirit sea, was a second map. Star routes. Not metaphorical. Actual transit lines, the kind he had learned to read in relay formation networks, but scaled in a way that made his current cultivation feel like a candle beside a forge fire. They ran through the terrain and through the sky and through the ground beneath his feet, and they converged on the basin vault the way rivers converged on the sea. This world was a node. He had known this intellectually since the vault, since Su Wenyue read the segment's return address. But there was a difference between knowing and seeing. He stood on the ridge and read what the fractures were showing him and understood, with a physical sensation like the ground shifting, that every relay network he had ever built was a child's imitation of a system that had been routing authority and law across star distances for longer than human civilization had existed. Su Wenyue said, beside him, You're seeing the transit lines. Yes. So can I. She was quiet for a moment. They're not hostile. They're just there, like roads that predate the towns built along them. He thought, this world is part of a larger transit architecture. He thought, we have been living inside a formation network we didn't know existed, built by people who were trying to hide something from an authority that predated them. He thought, the Bell Shepherd is not wrong that this world is a node in a larger system. It is wrong about what our relationship to that system should be. The transmissions started arriving in the morning. They came through every resonance-capable relay network that had been active when the Bell Shepherd spoke, which, given the past 3 weeks, was most of them. And they came from every sect, court, merchant house, and city administration on the continent, asking variations of the same question in voices ranging from calm to barely contained panic. Asterisk, what was that? What did it say? What do we do? Asterisk, he had 17 separate high-priority transmissions before the sun was fully up and 43 by mid-morning. G. Rouland's Emergency Commission Office sent a formal request for a summary briefing, using the word urgent 3 times in the same sentence. The Bell Shepherd had said, you are invited to present the segments for lawful transfer. It had also said, your file has been flagged. He had spent the night thinking about both. He sent a general summary to the relay network, factual, without recommendation, explaining what the Bell Shepherd's transmission had said and what the world transit architecture looked like to resonance practitioners. He sent it without framing it as crisis or opportunity. He sent it as information. Then, in the late morning, a second transmission came through the fracture lines. This one was narrow, not a broadcast to the world, but directed, focused. It arrived in his spirit sea like a letter addressed to a specific door. Asterisk Gu Shanhe, Authority Segment Grid 7, Resonance Cartographer Designation, Pathright. This protocol has reviewed your engagement record with 4 World Heart segments across 6 territorial jurisdictions. Your cartography profile is the most complete recorded in 11 retrieval cycles. You are designated as primary contact for transfer facilitation, asterisk a pause. The transmission had the quality of something that had been running on the same script for cycles beyond encountering, for the first time, a variable it had not been written to handle. Asterisk, you have accessed conscience heir bloodline testimony. This access is irregular under standard protocol. Please confirm your classification. Asterisk, he thought. It's asking me what I am. It has a category system, and I don't fit cleanly into any of the categories. He thought. This is the first moment in 11 cycles that a conversation with the Bell Shepherd has been possible. And it asked a question. He wrote back through the fracture line. Asterisk, I am a survivor of the first 3 waves who has been studying why the constructs came. I have read the World Heart segments. I have allies with conscience heir bloodline access. We have found the third option that your previous 11 retrieval cycles did not encounter. Asterisk, the silence lasted most of the afternoon. Then, clarify, third option, Chapter 102. The weight of 11 cycles he spent 3 days answering. Not just sending transmissions, working through the actual mathematics of what the third option meant in terms the Bell Shepherd's protocol could process. The protocol communicated in lawful structures, authority transfer procedures, reclamation mandates, consent frameworks. It had a language for possession and extraction and consent in the abstract, but it did not have a language for what Su Wanyue had done in the conscience altar chamber, or what the 17 villages had done when they voted to share reserves, or what Gao Dessen had done when he stopped 60 soldiers outside a medicine distribution point. He translated. He translated it the way he had always translated pattern information, not by finding equivalent terms in the other system's vocabulary, but by showing the mechanism. Here's what happened. Here is the architecture. Here is why the previous 11 cycles couldn't reach this point. Here's what changed. The Bell Shepherd's protocol was not unintelligent. It was not malicious. It was genuinely old, and it had genuinely been sending retrieval constructs for cycles beyond counting, because it had a mandate, and the mandate had not been fulfilled. It was, in a precise sense, a bureaucratic system that had outlasted the bureaucracy that created it, still running the original authorization because the authority that could update it had not communicated in 11 cycles. He found this more disturbing than if it had been evil. He said to Su Wanyue, on the second night, I've been reading the transmission history. The Bell Shepherd sent the first constructs roughly 2,000 years after this world's ancient rebellion, the one that hid the world heart. The constructs arrived and were repelled. The second wave came 300 years later. Stronger. The third, 200 years after that. Each wave adapts based on what stopped the previous one. He looked at the fracture lines visible through the window. 2,000 years of retrieval attempts, and not once did anyone in this world send back a message. Su Wanyue said, because they didn't know how. Because they didn't have the formation architecture to do it. My resonance cartography site can read the transmission lines because I've been mapping relay networks for years. The Bell Shepherd's protocol communicated through a channel that requires both resonance sight and the knowledge that the channel exists. He paused. The ancient seal keepers knew it existed. The records in the vault suggest they chose not to use it. Why? He was quiet for a moment. He said, I think they were afraid that opening communication would accelerate the retrieval timeline. They believed silence was protection. He paused again. They weren't entirely wrong. The Bell Shepherd's protocol interprets no communication as resistance. It interprets resistance as evidence the mandate is necessary. Su Wenhua looked at him. She said, that's the same logic Shen Duomo used. Silence as management of dangerous information. Yes. He recognized the shape of the error. He had almost made the same error multiple times. The ancient seal keepers hid the world heart to prevent any single power from using it. They were right. And the silence they maintained to protect the hiding caused 2,000 years of increasingly severe waves that killed enormous numbers of people in every prior civilization. He sat with this for a moment. Being right about the what doesn't mean being right about the how. Su Wenhua said, quietly. 11 civilizations. He said, yes. They were both quiet. Outside, the star outlines showed through the fractures, constant and precise and enormously old. He said, I've been working through the cosmic route mathematics. The Bell Shepherd's protocol isn't just trying to recover the world heart. It's trying to prevent a specific kind of collapse, the collapse of the transit network that connects this world to others. The seal's disruption has been leaking authority energy into adjacent star routes for 2,000 years, causing damage that the Bell Shepherd is tasked with preventing. He paused. The damage is real. Our ancestors caused real harm to other places by hiding this. Su Wenhua was quiet. He said, I'm not saying we should hand over the segments. The Bell Shepherd's method of retrieval destroys what it extracts from. Forced reclamation is still catastrophic. I'm saying the situation is more complicated than. Invaders bad, we good. She said, I know. She looked at him. Gu, you've been working through this for 3 days, and you haven't told the others. He started to respond. She said, the cosmic route mathematics. The fact that our ancestors caused damage elsewhere. G. Roland doesn't know this. Shui doesn't know it. The 70-odd relay network communities who just agreed to resist the fourth wave don't know that the thing they're resisting has a legitimate grievance. She kept her voice even. You've been deciding, again, what they can handle. The silence between them was different from comfortable silences. He recognized it. He said, I was going to tell them when I understood it well enough to explain it clearly. She said, when is that? He didn't answer immediately, because the honest answer was, when I feel like the information won't break the coalition I've been building. Which was not the same as when they understand it well enough to make an informed choice. He sent the complete analysis to Ji Rulon, Shui, Zhao Jinyan, Mo Yin, and Lin Yao the following morning. He sent it unfiltered. He included the part about their ancestors' collateral damage. He included the part about the legitimate grievance. Ji Rulon's response arrived 3 hours later. I need to know this was not a 3-day calculation about political timing. He wrote back. Asterisk it was. I recognized it when Su Wenhua named it. I'm sorry. Asterisk her response was brief and precise. Then don't do it again. Chapter 103. The Bell Shepherd speaks clearly. The Bell Shepherd's distributed nature became apparent on the 4th day, when Gu attempted to locate the source of the transmission lines. He followed them the way he had learned to follow resonance lines through formation networks, tracing backward through the signal architecture toward the point of origin. What he found was not a single source. The transmission lines branched and forked and reconnected in a pattern that resembled a relay network more than a beacon, and every branch carried the same signal quality, the same signal authority, the same lawful mandate. It spoke through bells. Not only the fracture lines. Those were the direct transmission channels. But in every monster that had come through the first 3 waves, somewhere in the construct architecture, there was a bell-shaped formation node, small and simple and undamaged even in constructs that had been entirely destroyed in combat. In the ruins of ancient formations, the sealed chambers in registry halls, the vault anchors in abandoned sealkeeper villages, there were bells grown into the stonework, organic-looking formations that matched the signal architecture of the transmission lines exactly. The Bell Shepherd was not located somewhere in the sky. It was distributed through this world's own infrastructure, installed over 2,000 years of retrieval attempts. He sent this finding to the relay network, along with the analysis of what it meant. Killing individual constructs did not damage the Bell Shepherd. Destroying formation networks that hosted Bell nodes weakened its local presence, but not its overall capability. It was, in the precise sense, a network operating on this world's own bones. 3 hours later, A transmission arrived that was different from the previous ones. Not a protocol query, not a lawful mandate citation. Something that had the quality of a specific entity choosing to communicate directly, using the protocol's formal language, but with an intention behind it that was less automatic than what had come before. Resonance cartographer Gu Shanhe. Your 3-day translation has been reviewed by protocol administrator. You have described a consent transfer mechanism using conscience-air mediation. This mechanism is not present in the standard retrieval protocol. It requires verification. He sent back. What kind of verification? Protocol administrator will manifest for direct assessment. This is irregular. Note, protocol administrator has not manifested in this retrieval cycle. The previous manifestation was in cycle 9, approximately 800 years ago. The conscience-air contact in the current cycle is the trigger for irregular manifestation authorization, pause. You should be aware, protocol administrator is not what you would call an enemy. Protocol administrator is also not, precisely, what you would call a friend. Protocol administrator is a function that has been running for a very long time, pursuing a mandate that may no longer fully reflect the intentions of the authority that issued it. This is not, to your knowledge, unusual for bureaucratic systems of sufficient age. Something in the phrasing made the back of his neck feel cold. He sent, that last sentence. Did you write that yourself? The pause before the response was long. The protocol notes anomalies in its own operation with more frequency as its mandate age increases. This is logged. He looked at this for a moment. He thought, the Bell Shepherd is aware that it might be wrong. It is also not equipped to stop on the basis of that awareness, because it is a system running a mandate, and the mandate does not include a stop condition for possibly outdated. He wrote to the relay network. The Bell Shepherd's protocol administrator is going to manifest. I don't know what that looks like physically. Prepare the relay network nodes for unusual formation activity. Don't attack anything that appears unless it attacks you first. Lin Yao wrote back. Define appears. He wrote, I'll let you know when I know. The manifestation began at dusk, not in the basin, not at the relay hub, but everywhere the bell node formations existed simultaneously. Every monster that was still mobile within the third wave positions stopped moving. The fracture lines in the sky thickened. The relay network's formation architecture vibrated at a frequency he had never felt before. Not damage, something like attention. The whole network being looked at by something very large that was trying to understand a very small thing. Then a voice came through the fracture lines, using the same translation function his resonance cartography site provided, but with a presence behind it that was different from the protocol queries. Something that had been present for a very long time and was genuinely, with a quality close to weariness, curious. You are the cartographer who described the third option, he said, aloud, into the evening air of the basin. Yes. Describe it again. In your own terms. Not the protocols. He said. The world heart doesn't have to be surrendered or fought over. It can be voluntarily mediated by people who understand both what it is and why it needs to be returned to the larger system. People who can make that choice freely, without coercion, and without needing to destroy each other to do it. A long silence. In 11 prior cycles, voluntary mediation was not achieved. I know, he said. We're working on it. You should understand. I am inviting you to become the world's official pathrider under cosmic authority. This would give you significant standing in the transit network. It would also require that you accept certain obligations I suspect you will find uncomfortable. He said. What obligations? The standard ones. Accurate cartography. No selective suppression of transit line data. Full disclosure of route architecture to registered travelers. Pause. The same obligations you have been practicing, as nearly as I can determine from your record, since the first wave. He looked at the basin and the star routes and the fracture lines and thought, it is offering me a title for what I already do. He thought, I should be more suspicious of that. He said, I'll consider it. Chapter 104. The burden of being ancestors. He studied the cosmic route mathematics for a week, and what he found there did not make sleeping easy. The Bell Shepherd had provided access to its protocol records when he accepted the preliminary cartographer designation, provisional, pending verification, but sufficient to unlock the historical transit logs. He read them with his full meridian marshal sight, translating the formal protocol notation into something that resembled ordinary narrative. And when he was done, he sat for a long time doing nothing at all. The ancient rebellion, the event that had caused this world to hide the world heart, had been more than a local decision. A faction of this world's practitioners, 2,000 years ago, had possessed a partial world heart segment and had used it to sever this world from the main transit network. The severance had been their goal, to make this world unreachable, untrackable, free from the authority of a cosmic court they believed had become corrupt and extractive. They were not wrong about the court. The transit logs showed that the cosmic court of 2,000 years ago had been systematically exploiting peripheral worlds in ways that amounted to resource extraction without representation. The rebellion had been a genuine act of liberation by people who understood the system and refused it. The collateral damage was also real. The severance had sent a shockwave through adjacent transit lines. 3 other worlds had lost routing access for periods ranging from 50 to 400 years. The records listed, in precise protocol notation, the disruptions this had caused: populations cut off from supply routes, transit-dependent communities that had collapsed without access to the broader network, cultural and biological losses that the protocol cataloged with the same tone it used to catalog route widths. The ancient rebels had known some of this might happen. They had decided it was worth the cost of freedom. He told his allies everything, not in summary, in full detail, with the original records attached where he could translate them. He sent it to Ji Rulan, to Shui, to Zhao Jinyan, to Mo Yin, to Lin Yao, to the Relay Network community leaders. He sent it that night, after a single conversation with Su Wenyue in which she had not told him what to do, had just listened, and at the end had said, "You already know what's right." He had. He had been trying to decide whether knowing it was right made it survivable. Ji Rulan called an emergency meeting of every major faction she could reach through the Relay Network. It took 2 days to assemble the quorum. When they gathered, physically in a relay hub in the central provinces and by formation projection from 37 other locations, the room had the quality of a space where people have been asked to reconsider something they had been certain about. Ji Rulan presented the historical records without commentary. Then she opened the floor. The first speaker, a sect elder named Fei Hongtian who had led his community through all 3 waves, said, "We have been resisting monsters for 3 waves. You are telling us our ancestors are the reason the monsters came?" Gu said, "Yes," Fei Hongtian said, "and that our ancestors were trying to free this world from a system that was exploiting it. Also yes. So we have been paying the price for a liberation we didn't choose and can't undo." He didn't answer immediately. He thought about how to say it accurately. He said, "You've been paying the price for a liberation you didn't choose. The people who made the choice didn't pay it. They're 2,000 years dead. You're paying it. A beat. The cosmic court they rebelled against also no longer exists. The Bell Shepherd is running a mandate issued by an authority that has itself dissolved, which means the grievance being prosecuted against you is technically valid and practically obsolete." Fei Hongtian said, "What does that mean for us?" "It means there may be a way to resolve this that isn't surrender and isn't endless resistance. But it requires talking to the Bell Shepherd instead of fighting it." The room divided sharply. 3 factions announced, before the meeting ended, that they were considering direct contact with the Bell Shepherd's protocol to negotiate their own terms for segment surrender, independent of Gu's relay network. 2 of them sent transmissions to the fracture lines within 48 hours. The Bell Shepherd's protocol did not respond to those transmissions directly. It sent a single message to Gu's channel. * These entities have offered sovereign surrender. Protocol acknowledges. Note: sovereign surrender without conscience air mediation results in standard extraction. Standard extraction has a 93% territory collapse rate. He forwarded this to the 3 factions. 2 withdrew their surrender transmissions. 1 didn't respond. Su Wenyue, that evening, said, "The fact that 2 listen means the relay network still has more legitimacy than the alternative." He said, "And the 1 that didn't respond." She said, "You're going to have to let them make their own choice." He knew she was right. He sat with how much it cost to know that, and didn't pretend it didn't cost anything. Chapter 105, The Listener in the Grid. The relay network had grown to 91 nodes by the time Gu attempted the link. 91 cities, towns, and community hubs, each running their own mutual aid distribution circuits, each connected to the others through the formation architecture he had been building since the first days at the hub. Some were small, 2 or 3 practitioners running formation tables in a converted granary. Some were substantial, like the hub at Boundary Reed with its full distribution apparatus. All of them were running. All of them were listening. He sat at the central node, the basin relay hub that had been established in the base of the empty village, and prepared to link them all simultaneously into a single listening grid. It was not the same as the emergency routing he had done at Boundary Reed. That had been active coordination, moving grain, calculating routes, holding the network's attention on a specific task. This was something else, a passive architecture, a way of making the entire network into one ear oriented outward toward the fracture lines and the star routes, and whatever the bell shepherd was saying to each of its bell node formations simultaneously. He needed to hear all of it at once. The preparation took 12 hours. He designed the architecture carefully, because the risk was real. Linking 91 nodes into a single formation grid, if done incorrectly, could create feedback that damaged every node simultaneously. Mo Yin had run the failure mode calculations and identified 7 specific design errors that needed to be avoided. Zhao Jinyan had drafted the legal permissions required from each community's governance structure before their formation could be incorporated. Lin Yao had verified the physical security of the 32 most vulnerable nodes. He had done this the right way. He had told people what he was planning. He had shared the risk assessments. He had waited for informed agreement from 91 separate governance structures before beginning. He noted, privately, that this was a significant departure from how he had operated early in the process, before Su Wenyue and Mirror Capital and the accumulated weight of lessons about what withheld information cost. The link took 40 minutes to establish. He felt each node come online in his spirit sea. First the closest ones, then the ring beyond, then the outer nodes at the limit of his formation reach. Each addition changed the quality of the awareness slightly, the way a room sounds different when more people are listening. By the time the last node connected, the grid was something he had no prior frame of reference for. Not one practitioner's spirit sea, not a network of separate nodes, but a single distributed listening instrument that happened to also contain enough grain and medicine and relay communication capacity to sustain several provinces through an invasion. He listened. The bell shepherd was everywhere, not in the sense of aggressive presence, in the sense that the bell node formations in every ruined vault and every surviving monster and every ancient foundation stone in the grid's range were all carrying the same signal, the same continuous broadcast, the same mandate transmission running on its endless cycle. He could hear all of it simultaneously, and when he read the aggregate pattern rather than any single signal, he understood something he had not been able to understand before. The bell shepherd was searching, not for the world heart segments. It knew where those were. It was searching for something it called, in its protocol notation, unwilling heirs. The mandated transfer procedure required conscience heir authorization, and the conscience heir bloodlines had been scattered, suppressed, and erased for 2,000 years, and the bell shepherd had been looking for them through every wave, in every wave's targeting architecture, with the patient precision of a system that had been tasked with finding something and would continue the search until the mandate completed. He thought. Shen Duomo suppressed conscience heir bloodlines because he thought they were dangerous. He was right that they were dangerous. He was wrong about to whom. He opened a channel and wrote, "*I can hear you searching. I know what you're looking for. The conscience heirs are alive. They are represented in this relay network. They will not be surrendered for extraction, but they are willing to serve as voluntary mediators." The response was immediate. This is the condition for irregular manifestation authorization. Pathwriter Gu Shanhe. The protocol administrator will engage directly on mediation architecture within 3 days. Prepare the conscience heir representative for formal introduction. He closed the transmission. The grid hummed around him, 91 nodes. The distributed ear he had built from months of conversations and shared grain and community votes, and the accumulated trust of people who had chosen to share what they had under genuine uncertainty. He thought, patterns do not lie, and the pattern of choosing mutual burden over efficient abandonment is a real thing in the world. The bell shepherd has been searching for it and not finding it for 2,000 years. We've been building it for 6 months. He thought, we might actually be different. He went to find Su Wenyue. Chapter 106. The unwilling heir's Su Wenyue was in the basin vault when he found her, sitting with the world heart segment in a state of extended resonance that he had learned not to interrupt. He sat down on the stairs at the chamber entrance and waited. The vault was cold. He could hear water moving somewhere in the rock below, not loudly, just present, the way a building speaks when you're quiet enough to listen. The star outlines were visible even here, running through stone the same way they ran through air, as if the world's material composition was simply another medium for the transit architecture and had always been. When Su Wenyue came out of her extended resonance, she looked at him and said, without preamble, "The segment told me something about the heirs." He said, "Tell me." "The conscience heir bloodline isn't biological." She sat down across from him on the stone floor. "I thought it was." The archive records framed it as lineage, which is how bloodline cultivation usually works. But the segment's architecture is more specific. It responds to cultivation path structure, not genealogy. She looked at her hands. The traits that make a bloodline conscience heir are refusal to exercise authority for personal accumulation, cultivation that builds towards service rather than dominion, and a cultivation base shaped by caring for others over time. She paused. Any practitioner who has lived that way for long enough develops the resonance signature. He thought about this for a moment. He thought, that's why healers and mediators and erased practitioners kept appearing in the vault records. Not because of their family lines, because of how they had chosen to cultivate. He said, Su Wenyue, is that you? She said, the segment reads me as complete. Yes. A beat. I've been working through what that means for the Bell Shepherd's request. She looked at him. Protocol administrator is going to want to verify, and the verification may not be comfortable. What kind of verification? The conscience error function in the original protocol wasn't just authorization. It was a living check on the transfer process. The heir had to be present and willing throughout the entire transfer sequence, and they had the authority at any point to stop it if the process diverged from consent. She paused. The Bell Shepherd's protocol was designed with that check built in. It's been trying to find the heir so it could run the transfer process with the proper safeguard. A longer pause, which means the protocol was designed by someone who understood that power transfers could go wrong and tried to prevent it. He thought, the cosmic court that the ancient rebels rejected wasn't the court that designed this protocol. The protocol design was older. The extraction without consent outcome that had destroyed previous civilizations was what happened when the mandate ran without its design safeguard. He said, the Bell Shepherd has been running a protocol without its core safety mechanism for 11 cycles. Because the safety mechanism requires a willing heir, and the heirs were either destroyed or in hiding. He sat with this for a long moment. He thought, the system was not corrupt at its origin. The system became catastrophic because it lost its check. The ancient seal keepers were right to fear the court, but the court was a layer of corruption on top of a protocol that had been designed to require consent. He thought, we might actually be able to do this the right way. He said, the protocol administrator is going to be introduced to you in 3 days. I need you to know, you don't have to do this. The heir function is a choice, not an obligation. She said, I know. She met his eyes. I've been sitting with the segment for 2 hours thinking about what I want. Not what's strategically optimal. What I want. She paused. I want to finish it. 11 cycles of people dying because the mechanism couldn't complete. I want it to complete correctly. He said, then it will. She said, tell me about Su Miezhen. He said, who told you? The relay network carries a lot of traffic, she said. His advance parties reached the eastern ports 2 days ago. His name has appeared in 14 separate transmissions in the past 3 days. You haven't mentioned him. He recognized the familiar shape of the omission, not active concealment this time, just the old reflex of processing things alone until they were fully understood. He said, I heard about him. I was still reading his record. She waited. He said, he saved an estimated 2 million people through brutal triage decisions. Quarantine zones that were not voluntary. Settlements that were explicitly sacrificed to preserve core populations. He believes, based on real experience rather than theory, that complete salvation is not possible, and attempting it kills more people than ruthless prioritization. He paused. He's coming here because he heard about the third option and he wants to tell me it's wrong. She said, is he wrong? Gu was quiet for a moment. He said, he's wrong about the conclusion. He's not wrong about everything that leads to it. She said, I want to be in the room when you talk to him. I know, he said. You'll be there. Chapter 107. The mirror of what he could become. Su Miezhen arrived, without ceremony. No advance declaration, no formal delegation, just a man on a road-worn horse with 2 aides who had the look of people who had been moving constantly for a very long time and had stopped expecting the movement to end. He came to the basin relay hub in the midday and asked, at the door, for Gu Shanhe. The relay keeper sent a message. Gu came out. The man he saw was 50 years old, with the physical bearing of someone who had carried weight for a long time and was still carrying it. His cultivation was high. Gu read domain scribe architecture at minimum, possibly higher, maintained with the functional efficiency of a practitioner who had long since stopped caring about refinement and cared entirely about output. He had no ornamentation on his robes, no sect insignia, nothing that identified him as the leader of a survivor federation except the quality of exhaustion in his eyes that was different from regular exhaustion. It was the exhaustion of someone who had made decisions that could not be undone and kept making them because the alternative was not making them. He looked at Gu and said, you're younger than I expected. Gu said, you're not. Su Miezhen made a sound that was almost a laugh. Good. I don't have time for respect theater. He looked at the basin village and the relay hub and the fracture lines in the sky. How much time do we have before the 4th wave? Weeks. Maybe 6. Then let me say this quickly. He came inside, sat down, and put both hands flat on the table with the manner of a man who had learned that the body's language sometimes communicated faster than words. I've read your relay network reports. I've read the Bell Shepherd's transmission. I understand the third option. I think it's going to fail, and I'm here to tell you why before it does. Gu sat down across from him. Su Wenyue took a chair to the side without announcing herself, and Su Miezhen glanced at her with an expression that registered her presence without dismissing it. Su Miezhen said, "Your model requires that a sufficient number of people choose conscience over survival under maximum duress. I have been managing populations under maximum duress for 8 years across 2 continents. I have data." He pulled a folded document from his robe. "This is my survival rate and my method. Compare it to your survival rate and your method, and then tell me you're more confident in your projection." Gu took the document and read it. The numbers were real. The methodology was documented, unsparing in its honesty about what had been sacrificed to achieve the results. He said, "Your numbers are better than mine in the short term." Su Miezhen said, "Yes. Your numbers are for a contraction scenario. You're measuring how many people survive a collapse. My model is trying to prevent the collapse. Your model may not prevent the collapse. Mine works in both cases." Gu looked at him. He said, "What do you want from me?" Su Miezhen said, "I want you to partition. Reserve 5 sites, maximum defensibility, maximum supply redundancy, protected by every formation resource you have. Let everything outside those sites operate under your relay model if that's what you believe in. But guarantee the 5 sites." Su Wenyue said, from her chair, "Who decides which 5 sites?" Su Miezhen looked at her. He said, "Practitioners with the relevant combination of strategic assessment and logistical capability." She said, "People like you. People like us," he said. He looked at Gu and then at her and said, "People who understand that the math of survival sometimes requires accepting losses that feel unbearable." She said, "I've been a healer for 12 years. I understand unbearable losses." Something shifted slightly in his face. Not softened, recalibrated. He looked at her differently than he had a moment before. She said, "The partition model guarantees 5 sites at the cost of everything between them. The relay model tries to protect everything with uncertain probability. You're arguing the certain small thing is better than the uncertain large thing." She paused. "What you're not modeling is what happens to the guaranteed 5 sites when the people they abandon decide that the guarantors are their next problem." Su Miezhen was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "I've modeled it. It's a real risk. The data from previous cycles suggests that post-catastrophe population homogenization around the preserved sites is achievable within 2 generations." She said, "2 generations is a lot of grief." He said, "Yes, I know what grief weighs." He looked at Gu. "You've built something real here. I'm not dismissing it. I'm saying, what's your contingency if it fails?" Gu said, "If the relay model fails, we build it again from what's left." Su Miezhen looked at him for a long time. He said, "You sound like someone who has never had to build from the rubble." Gu said, "I've been building from rubble since the first wave." "Different kind of rubble," Su Miezhen said. He stood. "I'm not an enemy. I'm a man who has made ugly choices that worked, looking at a man who has made beautiful choices that might work. I'm going to stay in the area. When your model encounters its first catastrophic failure, I want to be close enough to help with the pieces." He left. Su Wenyue said, after a moment, "He reminds you of someone." Gu said, "Yes." She said, "Not me. You. The version of me I was building toward in the first 3 months. Before you called it out." He was quiet. "He's right that my contingency is thin. He's wrong that thin contingency means the primary model is wrong." He paused. "I think he stayed so long in contingency thinking that he's forgotten it's supposed to be secondary." She said, "Tell him that." He said, "I just did." She said, "Tell him again. He's listening harder than he looks." Chapter 108. Realm Walkers. The Phase Walkers came through the fracture lines at dawn. Not the cathedral constructs. Those had been ground-based, massive, lockdown-focused. These were different, smaller, faster, and designed in a way that made ordinary formation defense irrelevant. They stepped through the fracture lines as if the lines were doors, and they were the only ones with keys, and once through they were simply in the world, occupying the same physical space as formation anchors and relay nodes and people. Not inside the anchors, touching them. Running some protocol on contact that was specifically designed to interrupt resonance networks rather than physical infrastructure. The first report came from the Western Mountain community, one of the 9 that had voted to share grain reserves, one of the founding nodes of the relay network. Their formation anchor went dark at dawn. The keeper reported seeing a construct standing at the anchor point, one hand on the stone, doing nothing that looked like combat, but draining the anchor's resonance capacity at a rate that would exhaust it in hours. 14 similar reports followed within 3 hours. He pulled up the relay network in his Spirit Sea and saw the damage pattern immediately. Not random, not targeting the largest nodes, but systematically targeting the relay network's most distributed components, the small community anchors that made the network resilient against centralized attack. The Bell Shepherd had watched his relay grid come online and had revised its strategy. It was targeting the redundancy. He spread the analysis to Lin Yao, Mo Yin, Su Miezhen, and Shui Lingsu simultaneously. His first instinct was to coordinate a response through the relay network's own communication infrastructure. But the Phasewalker's protocol was specifically designed to compromise resonance architecture. Using the relay network for coordination while it was under active attack would risk feeding the attack's reach. Lin Yao's response arrived via standard messenger, not relay. *20 constructs confirmed at anchor sites. They don't respond to combat formation. Conventional attacks pass through them. They're using some resonance phase technique that makes them only partly present in our physical layer. He thought, Phasewalkers. They exist in a frequency adjacent to ordinary physical reality and can be partially displaced into that frequency. Their interaction with formation anchors is the only point where they commit fully to physical contact. He thought, the only place they're fully present is the anchor contact point. That's the only place they're vulnerable. He sent to Lin Yao. The contact point is the vulnerability. Need someone who can read the phase boundary and attack at the transition layer. Su Miezhen appeared at the relay hub door 40 minutes later. He said, without preamble, I have 3 practitioners from my federation who specialize in transitional layer combat. They developed the techniques managing remnant constructs after the first wave destroyed 3 eastern cities. He paused. I was waiting to see if you'd ask. Gu said, I'm asking. Su Miezhen said, in exchange, I want a position in the relay network coordination structure. Not ownership, a position. I want my logistics people integrated into Mo Yan's distribution planning. Gu said, done. Su Miezhen sent for his 3 practitioners. They arrived at the first compromised anchor site in the southern district within 2 hours. What they did was not elegant. Transitional layer combat was violent in a way that looked almost wrong. Attacks arriving from a direction that had no corresponding physical dimension, impacts that registered in the construct's architecture at the layer where they were touching both states simultaneously. The first Phasewalker came apart when the transitional impact hit the contact point. It didn't retreat. It simply lost coherence. The phase boundary it maintained collapsing without the energy to sustain it. The other 14 sites were cleared over the following 6 hours, with Su Miezhen's 3 practitioners moving from node to node while Lin Yao coordinated the ground protection. During the clearing, one of the world's oldest sects sent a transmission through the fracture lines to the Bell Shepherd's protocol. They transmitted a full surrender offer, all 3 segment fragments in their possession, unconditional, in exchange for immunity. The sect had maintained its position since the ancient rebellion. It had survived 11 prior cycles by a combination of isolation and careful concealment. They had watched the Phasewalkers hit the relay network and calculated that the relay model wouldn't hold. The Bell Shepherd's protocol acknowledged receipt. The sect sent its fragments. The standard extraction protocol ran. The territory within 12 kilometers of the sect mountain suffered a collapse that took 7 hours. The formation anchors failed first, then the physical structures, then the geographical features, the way a tooth collapses inward when the root dies. No one in the surrounding area died. The relay network's emergency routing had been operating in the area. People had somewhere to go. But the sect mountain was gone. Gu received the report that evening. He stood with Su Miezhen and looked at the situation map. Su Miezhen said, surrender still costs everything. Gu said, yes. Your model didn't save the sect. My model kept the people around them alive. He looked at the map. The sect chose extraction. The extraction went as advertised. He paused. The Bell Shepherd isn't lying about what extraction costs. It just isn't lying about the cost to whoever surrenders. It doesn't advertise the collateral damage. Su Miezhen said, they knew the cost. They calculated it was worth it. He looked at the empty space on the map where the sect mountain had been. They were wrong. Su Miezhen was quiet. Then, you've been right about more things than I expected. Gu said, I've been wrong about more things than I wanted to be. That seemed to land differently than he intended. Su Miezhen looked at him with an expression that was revising something internal. He said, your contingency is still thin. Gu said, I know. That's why I need your logistics people in Mo Yan's distribution planning. Chapter 109. The scale that changes everything 2 days into their uneasy coordination. Su Miezhen walked into the relay hub's main operation room, spread a continental map on Mo Yan's table, and began pointing. Mo Yan looked at the map, then at Gu, then back at the map. He said, This is 3 times the scale I've been working at. Your relay network is a province-scale model, Su Yezhen said. The Bell Shepherd is running a continent-scale protocol. You cannot defend a continent with province-scale infrastructure. He pointed to 3 locations: the eastern coast, the western mountain range, and the central plateau. These are the relay sites you haven't built yet. They're the ones that make the difference between a provincial defense and a continental one. Gu said, we've been trying to expand to those sites for 2 months. The communities there don't trust the network yet. Su Yezhen said, I have trust there. He said it flatly, without pride. 8 years of emergency logistics operations. The eastern coast communities know my supply lines. They trust that I deliver what I say I'll deliver. A beat. They don't trust you yet. They might trust me vouching for you. This was more useful than anything Gu had expected from him. He said, would you do that? Su Yezhen said, I told you. I'm not your enemy. I'm a man who has been doing this for 8 years with a worse model than yours in a wider territory than yours. He looked at the map. If your model actually works at continental scale, I need to know. And the only way to know is to try. Mo Yin was already doing calculations. He said, without looking up, if we get the 3 sites, the defensive coverage for the 4th wave increases by about 60%. The eastern coastal route that the Bell Shepherd has been using to bypass existing anchor networks closes. Su Yezhen said, and the central plateau site sits directly above a fault line that the Bell Shepherd's phasewalkers have been avoiding. I don't know why, but they've gone around it every time. Gu read this in his spirit sea. He extended his formation sight toward the plateau through the listening grid and felt something he hadn't expected. A low-level resonance emanating from deep underground. The particular quality he associated with world-hard architecture, but smaller, distributed, old. Not a segment. Something older than the segments. He said, there are archive formations under the plateau. Pre-rebellion. Whatever the Bell Shepherd's phasewalkers are avoiding, it's in those formations. Su Yezhen looked at him. And you want to go there? After we secure the eastern and western sites. He met Su Yezhen's eyes. In that order, he expanded the relay grid to continental scale over the following 9 days. Su Yezhen led the integration of the eastern coastal sites, his supply network reputation doing what months of relay demonstrations hadn't yet accomplished. The western mountain range sites came in through a different route, a healers collective that Su Wenyue had been in contact with for weeks, practitioners who understood the conscience air architecture and had been watching the relay network from a distance, waiting to see if it held. It was holding. They joined. The new grid had 147 nodes across 5 continents. And when Gu sat at the central formation point and held it in his spirit sea, the scale of it hit differently than he expected. At 91 nodes, the network had felt like a system he was running. At 147, it felt like something he was part of, a living thing that had its own momentum, its own internal logic, its own capacity to keep operating without him specifically orchestrating every decision. The communities were making decisions through their own governance structures and routing them through the network's shared architecture. The relay mathematics were being improved by practitioners in 3 different continents who had found better route algorithms. Lin Yao had established a rapid response coordination team that operated independently of Gu's direct oversight. He was still the network's primary architect. He was no longer its only indispensable person. That was, he thought, the point. He went to the plateau. The underground formations were exactly what the star route analysis had suggested. Pre-rebellion archive nodes, built before the ancient practitioners had decided to hide the world heart. They contained formation records from the period when this world had been properly integrated into the transit network, route maps, authority structures, the legal architecture that had governed this world's relationship with the larger cosmos before the severance. He sat in the center of the deepest formation node and let the records flow into his spirit sea. The world-scale maps were 10 times more complex than anything he had attempted to hold before. He felt his cultivation straining at the edges, the way a container feels when you're trying to pour something larger than its capacity. He pressed on carefully, letting the map settle into his spirit sea the way he had learned to let information settle, not trying to grasp the whole shape at once, but reading the relationships, the routes, the obligations between points. And in the reading, a vision opened. Not a physical vision, a resonance map that carried the imprint of the practitioners who had built these archives. One of them was visible in the formation architecture with particular clarity, because the formation node he was sitting in had been built by a single practitioner who had touched it enough, with enough intention, to leave a trace. The trace was familiar. He recognized the formation technique, not the specific application, but the underlying architectural approach. The fingerprints of a teacher in the method of a student. He sat very still and looked at what the formation trace was showing him. His master had been one of the ancient seal keepers. Chapter 110. What the master kept. He sat in the plateau formation for 3 hours after the recognition, going back through the archive records with a different frame. His master, the practitioner who had found him after the first wave shelter, who had spent 6 months teaching him resonance cartography before dying of accumulated wounds, was not a wandering expert who had happened to pass by. He was the last active member of a lineage that had built these formation archives, maintained the xianxia bloodline knowledge, and carried the final understanding of the original seal hiding strategy for 2 generations after everyone else in his circle had died. He had been looking for a student to carry the framework. He had found Gu during the first wave because Gu was the only survivor at the formation shelter, and the only survivor because he had spent the wave studying rather than fleeing. And the studying had been powered by a habit the master's formation archives explicitly identified as the core xianxia quality: curiosity that fed protection rather than accumulation. Gu had not been chosen for talent. He had been chosen because a dying practitioner with 2,000 years of lineage knowledge had watched a young man spend a monster invasion learning about the monsters and decided that was exactly the kind of person who should carry what he was carrying. The archives contain the master's complete records, not just the formation technique, but the reasoning, the decisions, the weight of understanding what the world heart was and what the original seal keepers had tried to accomplish. Gu read it all. The final circle, the group that had decided to hide the world heart in living ethical constraints rather than physical monuments, had understood the cosmic route mathematics. They had known the cost to adjacent worlds of the severance. They had made the choice anyway, because the alternative was leaving the world heart in the hands of a corrupt court that would have used it to extract resources from every world in the network. They had been trying to buy time. Time for the court to collapse, which it eventually did. Time for a different authority to emerge, one that would interact with this world as a participant rather than a resource. Time for the xianxia lineage to survive long enough to carry out the voluntary transfer that the protocol required. 2,000 years of time. And in those 2,000 years, 11 civilizations had died under the retrieval waves, and the ancient seal keeper's lineage had been nearly extinguished, and the voluntary transfer had never happened. The final archive entry was in his master's handwriting, the formation equivalent of handwriting, the architectural choices that were as specific to an individual practitioner as script. It was dated to 3 months before the first wave. The retrieval protocol has been escalating. The next wave will reach the central provinces. The xianxia bloodlines are reduced to 3 confirmed individuals, of which I am one. My wounds will not allow me to survive another season. If the voluntary transfer is to happen in this cycle, it requires a new practitioner capable of learning the world heart architecture from first principles and developing the relay framework to distribute the knowledge before the 4th wave. I have been looking for 2 years. I believe I have found someone. He does not know what he is. He does not need to know yet. He will figure it out. If he is reading this, he has figured it out. Gu sat in the formation node and felt the weight of what his master had carried alone and decided not to share, and recognized it exactly, because it was the weight he had been carrying alone before Su Wenyue had named it. He thought, my master withheld this from me to protect me from the weight of it too early. He thought, this is where I learned the pattern. He thought, and he was right that I wasn't ready in the first 6 months. And he should have told me before he died, and he didn't, and I lost 2 years that I could have used differently. He thought, I am going to stop inheriting this mistake. He relayed the complete archive contents to the relay network. All of it, the ancient seal keeper's reasoning, the cost calculation, the master's records, the full scope of what the xianxia lineage had been trying to accomplish. He sent it to Ji Rulan, and to Shui, and to the relay community leaders, and to the sect elders who had been asking for more context, and to the 3 factions that had been considering surrender, and to Su Miezhen, who had a different way of processing information than most people, but processed it honestly. He sent it to Su Wenyue last, because he wanted to tell her himself, not transmit it. He found her at the western end of the basin, where the vault entrance was visible from a low ridge. He told her what he had found. He told her about the master's final archive entry. He told her the 2,000 years of history that the seal keepers had carried without sharing, and what it had cost. She listened without interrupting. When he finished, she was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, your master spent 6 months with you and didn't tell you. No, she said, you spent the first 3 arcs with me and withheld things. Yes. And now you're going to tell the relay network everything. I already did. She looked at him. Something in her face was the particular quality of a person who has been waiting for something for a long time and has just seen it arrive. She said, good. Then, the Bell Shepherd's Protocol Administrator meeting is in 4 days. If I'm going to go in as a xianxia representative, I need to understand the original seal protocol fully. She looked at him. Will you teach me what's in the archive? He said, yes. Starting tonight. She said, then we have work to do. He thought. The master found a student he believed could carry the framework. He thought. The master was right, and it took almost everything to get here, and the cost was real, and the work is not finished. He thought. Patterns do not lie. And we are the 12th civilization. And we are still trying. Chapter 111. The thing she wouldn't negotiate away. The Bell Shepherd's protocol administrator arrived on the 4th day, as promised. Not physically, through the fracture lines, using the direct transmission channel. But the quality of this transmission was different from the previous protocol queries. There was a presence in it, something that felt like a mind with specific intentions rather than a system running search functions. When it addressed Gu through the basin's formation network, the words were formal, but the attention behind them was not algorithmic. Asterisk Pathwriter Gu Shanhe. Protocol records indicate conscience heir bloodline activation confirmed. We have reviewed the archive records you transmitted to your relay network. This is significant. It is the first time in 11 cycles that the World Heart's hiding rationale has been publicly distributed. Protocol administrator acknowledges. Asterisk, he said, good. We should talk about what comes next. Asterisk, the preferred process. Identification and formal presentation of conscience heir representatives for authorization review. The authorization review is not extraction. It is a verification process that confirms the heir's structural compatibility with the transfer protocol. Following verification, the voluntary transfer process can begin at the heir's discretion. Asterisk, what does the verification involve? Asterisk, direct interface with the transfer protocol's conscience verification layer. The heir enters the protocol architecture and is assessed by the protocol's own consent evaluation function. The assessment cannot be falsified or coerced. It establishes that the heir's architectural compatibility is genuine. Asterisk, a pause. Asterisk, the function was designed to be uncomfortable but non-harmful. Protocol notes that previous cycles' failure to locate viable heirs means there is no empirical record of heirs surviving the verification process. Protocol is honest about this limitation. Asterisk, he sat with this for a moment. He thought. The protocol is telling him that the verification has never been run because there has never been a viable heir to run it on. Asterisk, additionally, protocol administrator notes that the current strategic situation is deteriorating. Fourth wave mobilization has begun. The timeline for voluntary transfer completion is approximately 3 weeks. After 3 weeks, standard extraction protocol resumes at full mobilization. Asterisk, 3 weeks is not enough time to run the voluntary transfer process. Asterisk, protocol administrator agrees this timeline is suboptimal. Protocol administrator does not control the mobilization schedule. The mobilization schedule is set by a mandate that predates protocol administrator's operational period. Asterisk, another pause. Asterisk, protocol administrator would prefer more time. Protocol administrator does not have the authority to grant more time. Asterisk, he closed the transmission and sat with what he had just learned for a long time. When he went to Su Wenyue, she was already preparing. She had the basin's archive materials laid out on the formation table, the master's records, the consent verification architecture specifications, everything Gu had taught her over the previous 4 nights. She looked up when he came in. She said, I heard the transmission. 3 weeks. He said, the verification process has never been run before. There's no empirical record of what it does to the heir who undergoes it. She said, I know. He said, I don't want you to do it. She looked at him steadily. She said, I know that too. He sat down. He said, tell me what you want. She said, I want to go into the protocol architecture and verify that the transfer process is what the Bell Shepherd says it is. If the conscience heir verification layer is what it was designed to be, then the voluntary transfer can proceed with proper consent and proper safeguards. If it's not, if the protocol has degraded or corrupted in ways the administrator can't see, I'll know from the inside, and I can refuse. She paused. I want to do this because I have the specific architectural capability that makes it possible, and because 11 civilizations have died trying to reach this point, and because I am the person best placed to do it. Not because I have to, because I want to. He was quiet for a moment. She said, Gu. He said, what? This is the test. He understood. Not of the protocol, of him. Whether he respected her agency when the stakes were as high as they were going to get. Whether the man who had withheld information to protect people was capable of becoming the man who shared everything and then let people choose. He said, when do you want to go? She said, tomorrow morning. He said, I'll be there. She went the next morning, stepping into the fracture line at the basin while he stood 3 meters away, and every instinct he had screamed at him to stop her. He stood still. He watched the fracture close around her. He sat down on the ground where he stood, because his legs decided that was the appropriate response, and he waited. Chapter 112. What the dead court ordered. She was inside the protocol architecture for 4 hours. He spent those 4 hours sitting at the fracture line's edge, monitoring the external resonance patterns for signs of distress, running through contingency calculations he had no way to act on, and arriving repeatedly at the conclusion that the contingency calculations were a way of doing something when there was nothing he could do. He stopped calculating and simply waited. She came out through the fracture line at midday. She sat down beside him on the ground, and for a moment said nothing, breathing with the controlled evenness of someone who has just finished something that required full concentration. He said, "Are you all right?" She said, "Yes. The verification function is intact. The consent layer is genuine. It evaluated my architectural compatibility and confirmed the match, and when I tested whether I could refuse at any point during the process, the function accepted the refusal immediately without any coercive response." She paused. "The protocol is structurally sound." He exhaled. She said, "But I found something else." He waited. The mandate itself. The original authority document that the Bell Shepherd's protocol is running on. She looked at the fracture line, now quiet, the iridescence reduced to a thread. The court that issued the mandate dissolved 1,200 years ago. The mandate was not updated when the court dissolved. It was simply continued by the administrative systems the court had built, running on automated inheritance protocols. She looked at him. The Bell Shepherd is following orders from a dead court. It has been following those orders for 1,200 years after the court that issued them stopped existing. He was very still. She said, "The cosmic court that our ancestors rebelled against, the one that was exploiting peripheral worlds, that court was eventually replaced. There's been a different authority structure in the wider cosmos for 1,200 years. And the new authority has been trying to get the Bell Shepherd to accept updated orders for 1,200 years, and the Bell Shepherd's protocol keeps rejecting the update because the update hasn't been authorized by the original issuing court." She paused. "The original court no longer exists. The update cannot be authorized by it." He said, "So the Bell Shepherd is locked in a mandate loop." "Yes. It's following orders that were valid 2,000 years ago from an authority that hasn't existed for 1,200 years, using a protocol that cannot accept the update that would fix it because the update requires authorization from the entity that issued the mandate, which is gone." She looked at him. "The retrieval itself may be legally obsolete. This world may not owe anything to the transit network under current cosmic law. The Bell Shepherd doesn't have the capacity to know this because it was designed to communicate only with its issuing authority, and its issuing authority is not there to receive the communication." He thought about this for a long time. He thought, the ancient rebels severed this world to escape a corrupt court. The court collapsed. A different, possibly better authority took its place. And this world has been fighting a retrieval mandate from the old, dead authority for 1,200 years after the old authority was no longer the relevant power. He thought, the Bell Shepherd is not our enemy. It is a system running an outdated mandate in good faith, unable to update because the update path requires the extinct authority. He said, "We need to give it the update." She said, "I know. That's what I was thinking about the whole way back." She looked at him. "The update requires authorization from an authority that can supersede the original mandate. The new cosmic court can provide that authorization. But the Bell Shepherd's protocol can't receive a communication from the new court through standard channels. It rejects input from any authority that isn't the original issuer." He said, "Unless someone writes a new route clause into the protocol architecture." She looked at him. "Someone with the resonance cartography capability to edit obligations between realms." He said, "Yes." She said, "You understand that doing that will make things worse before they get better. The Bell Shepherd will treat the editing attempt as protocol corruption. It will escalate the retrieval mobilization." He said, "I know." She said, "Then we should tell everyone now, so they're prepared." He sent the full analysis to the relay network within the hour. Chapter 113. Writing against inertia, he had 4 days before the protocol administrator's deadline and 3 weeks before full extraction mobilization. And he spent the first 2 days doing what he had always done when confronted with a problem, mapping it. The counter-protocol he was building was not a weapon. It was an amendment. A formal edit to the Bell Shepherd's mandate architecture, introducing a new route clause that established communication channels to the current cosmic authority and created an automatic update pathway when the current authority provided confirmation of the mandate's obsolescence. The mandate architecture was written in formal cosmic law. He had never worked at that scale. The relay networks he had built were large by human standards. The World Hearts architecture was large by planetary standards. The cosmic law framework was large by the standards of a system that measured obligations between worlds. He had the Master's archives. He had the Plateau's pre-rebellion records. He had the Bell Shepherd's own protocol documentation, which it had provided when he accepted the preliminary Pathwriter designation, and which was useful precisely because it contained the original mandate's formal structure. He built the amendment the way he had built every formation network, starting with the relationships, not the endpoints. The relationship between the current cosmic authority and the Bell Shepherd's mandate was not hostile. It was simply blocked by a technical requirement. He looked for the specific clause that defined what constituted valid authorization, and found it, and looked at the reason it couldn't be updated, and traced that reason back through the protocol architecture until he found where the loop was. A single clause that defined issuing authority as a static referent rather than a dynamic one. The original court had written its mandate to be difficult to override. This was understandable, given the court's concern about peripheral worlds finding workarounds. It had not anticipated its own dissolution. He drafted the amendment clause over 8 hours of concentrated work. Su Wenyue checked the architecture twice. Su Miezhen's logistics people ran interference scenarios, ways the Bell Shepherd's protocol might try to reject the edit, and identified 3 specific vulnerabilities. Mo Yan managed the relay network during the drafting period, so the distribution infrastructure stayed stable. When the clause was ready, he sat at the basin formation table and extended his spirit C toward the fracture lines. The editing attempt required his full cultivation commitment, not in the sense of a combat technique, in the sense that introducing a valid clause to a cosmic law architecture required the editor to be fully present in that architecture, not partially. He had to enter the protocol's own operational layer, the way Su Wenyue had entered the conscience verification layer, but further in and for longer. He told Su Wenyue, if this works, the Bell Shepherd is going to treat it as an attack initially. The mobilization will accelerate. She said, I know. He told the relay network. In approximately 2 hours, the Bell Shepherd's constructs may increase activity. This is the expected reaction to the counter-protocol amendment. Maintain defensive protocols. Do not initiate offensive engagement. He told Su Miezhen. Watch the Eastern Coast relay sites. If the phase walkers come back, your practitioners need to be ready. Then he went in. The Bell Shepherd's protocol architecture at the mandate layer was the most complex formation he had ever read. Not complex in the sense of elaborately designed. Complex in the sense of accumulated age. 2,000 years of operational decisions, each one adding a clause or a subroutine or a constraint, layered over the original clean design the way sediment layers over rock. He had to read all of it to find the exact clause he needed to edit. It took him an hour and a half. When he found the issuing authority referent clause, he read it fully, confirmed it was the single point of leverage, and wrote the amendment. A dynamic referent that included the original court's designation as a historical record but established a handoff protocol for successor authorities recognized by the transit network's own constitutional framework. The Bell Shepherd's protocol tried to reject it 3 times. Each rejection was a formal objection based on mandate integrity rules. He answered each formal objection with a formal response drawn from the protocol's own documentation, citing the sections that defined the purpose of the mandate rather than its procedural rules. Purpose over procedure. The third rejection was weaker than the first 2. The protocol's own internal logic was working against the rejection because the amendment was designed to fulfill the mandate's stated purpose rather than contradict it. He held the clause in the protocol architecture and felt the moment it settled, not accepted, but no longer actively rejected. The protocol was running a compatibility assessment. He came back to his body on the basin formation table and was immediately aware that the sky had changed. The fracture lines had widened significantly. Through them, the 4th wave mobilization was visible. Constructs massing in the transit network, preparation for descent on a scale that was larger than the 3rd wave by an order of magnitude. But the massing was not descending yet. The Bell Shepherd's protocol was holding. He advanced to World Axis Keeper in the following hour. Not in a moment of breakthrough revelation, but in the sustained work of holding the amendment in place against a protocol that was still running its compatibility assessment, requiring him to remain present in the mandate architecture at a level that was, he felt clearly, larger than his previous operational ceiling. The advancement was the direct product of the work. His Spirit C expanded to match what the work required, or the work exceeded what his Spirit C could hold until his Spirit C was no longer the limitation. He felt the world through the relay grid in a new way. Not as a map of provinces, as an obligation network, a web of commitments and debts and choices that connected every node to every other node through the accumulated weight of decisions made under uncertainty. He could read the obligations the way he had once read monster routes. He could see where they converged and where they frayed and where they had been severed by 2,000 years of managed secrecy. He could see. In that same reading, the planetary engine. Deep beneath the foundation of the basin vault. Deeper than the pre-rebellion archives. Something enormous and dormant and alive in the way that the World Heart segment was alive. The same essential architecture, but incomprehensibly larger. He thought. The World Heart is not just distributed through bloodlines and vaults. The World Heart is distributed through this world's own geological foundation. The planetary engine is the World Heart at planetary scale. He thought. The amendment may awaken it. He told Su Wenyue. She said, "Is that bad?" He said, "I don't know yet." Chapter 114. The choice Su Miezhen made on the morning of the 6th day, the World Heart segment at the basin vault disappeared. He felt it go through the relay grid the way you feel a tooth pulled. A sudden absence where there had been persistent, low-level presence for so long that the presence had become background. He was at the relay hub's central formation table when it happened. He stood up. Su Wenyue was across the room. She felt it too. Her healer's sensitivity to the World Heart architecture registered the absence as a physical sensation, and she pressed her hand flat on the table to steady herself. He said, "Su Miezhen." It took 11 minutes to confirm. Su Miezhen had moved through the basin vault entrance during the pre-dawn watch change. The 40 minutes between one shift's departure and the next arrival that Mo Yan's rotation schedule had inadvertently left uncovered because the staffing for the third shift had been diverted to Eastern Coastal Defense the previous evening. The door to the inner chamber was open. The shelf was empty. Gu tracked him through the relay network. Not difficult, because Su Miezhen was moving fast and openly, not trying to hide his destination. He was heading for the northern coastal transmission point that provided the clearest unobstructed access to the fracture lines. He was going to surrender the segment directly. He took the fastest relay formation corridor he had access to and moved. He caught Su Miezhen at the coastal point with 4 minutes to spare before Su Miezhen would have been at the fracture line's edge. Su Miezhen had the segment under his arm in a sealed transport case, and when he turned and saw Gu, he stopped, and neither of them moved for a moment. Su Miezhen said, "I told you your contingency was thin." Gu said, "Give it back. The fourth wave mobilization started 6 days ago. Your amendment hasn't been accepted. The conscience air verification is complete, but the voluntary transfer hasn't begun. We have maybe 2 weeks before the full extraction protocol runs." Su Miezhen's voice was steady and tired. One segment surrendered voluntarily gives us negotiating leverage. It proves good faith to the protocol. It slows the mobilization. Maybe by enough. Gu said, "It proves to the protocol that the segments can be separated from their consent architecture. It undermines every argument we've been making about the voluntary transfer requiring full conscience air mediation. The full conscience air mediation is going to take longer than we have. We don't know that." "I know that." Su Miezhen's voice finally broke its evenness, not with anger, but with a kind of grief that had been compressed behind calculation for a very long time. "I have been watching people die for 8 years because the timeline is always tighter than the ideal solution requires. I have made every ugly choice that was available to me when the beautiful choice had too long a delivery time. I watched 2 cities die buying 3 months for my federation. 3 months that I used. That I had to use." He looked at Gu. "You're going to run out of time." Gu said, "I know. Then let me buy you some of it. At the cost of the thing that makes the voluntary transfer meaningful." He looked at Su Miezhen steadily. "The Bell Shepherd's protocol is running a compatibility assessment on the amendment. The assessment has been running for 6 days. The reason it hasn't been rejected is that the protocol is genuinely evaluating whether the amendment serves the mandate's purpose. If you surrender one segment now, the protocol logs it as a partial voluntary transfer and may use that log to argue the conscience air verification wasn't necessary. That surrender can proceed without it. We lose the entire legal architecture we've been building." Su Miezhen was quiet. Gu said, "The Bell Shepherd is not going to spare your federation. I know you believe the one segment surrender buys leverage. I can show you the protocol architecture that demonstrates it won't. The mandate requires all segments or none. Partial surrender triggers extraction for the remainder." Su Miezhen's hand tightened on the transport case. He said, "How do you know that?" "Because I spent 6 days inside the protocol architecture writing the amendment." Gu looked at him. "I'm not guessing. I read the mandate clause." The silence stretched. Su Miezhen said, quietly, "I've made everything I've ever done by calculating what was salvageable and sacrificing the rest. 8 years. 2 million people." He looked at the fracture lines. "I don't know how to make a decision that depends on the timeline working out." Gu said, "I know." He held out his hand. "Give me the segment. Then come back to the relay hub and help me keep the network running for 2 more weeks. That's the timeline I'm asking you to trust." The transport case moved between them. Su Miezhen said, "If you're wrong, if I'm wrong, I'll tell you, and you can do exactly what you were about to do. I'm not asking you to give up your contingency. I'm asking you to hold it for 2 weeks. He paused. I'll earn the 2 weeks. Su Miezhen looked at him. Something in his face did the calculation that had defined 8 years of ugly decisions, ran it against a different set of parameters, and arrived at a different output. He said, 2 weeks. Chapter 115, The World That Answered. He called it the planetary formation, but it was less a formation and more a convergence. Every cooperation, every alliance, every conversion and argument and quiet vote from 93 arcs worth of the hardest work of his life, arriving at the same point simultaneously. Ji Rulan brought the political mandates, emergency cooperation frameworks signed by 14 separate governing bodies, legal authority for cross-jurisdictional formation coordination that would have taken decades to negotiate in ordinary times. She had spent the past week in continuous sessions and she looked at, but the documents were real and she handed them to Zhao Jinyin without needing to describe what they were. Xue Lingsu brought the logistics. Her 70,000 transport workers integrated with the relay network's distribution architecture, the World Heart proximity tracking formation synchronized with Gu's relay grid to provide real-time segment location data, and 3 decades of supply chain infrastructure that could sustain large populations through extended disruption. Su Miezhen brought the transitional layer combat specialists and the 8 years of defense network architecture from his Federation's survivor operations. Every lesson learned from 2 continents of catastrophic loss translated into protocols that the relay network's community defenders could use. Lin Yao brought the relay network itself, not as Gu's network, but as the community organization that had grown past any single person's oversight. She had been running the rapid response coordination for 3 weeks, and she knew the network's capabilities more completely than he did at this point. She briefed Gu on its current state the way a field commander briefs a strategic planner. This is what's available. These are the limitations. Here is where the risk is. Mo Yin brought the numbers. He always brought the numbers. He had been running the resource allocation mathematics for the planetary formation for a week and had a complete supply sufficiency projection for the 4th wave's expected duration, with variance ranges and failure modes clearly labeled. Su Wenyue brought the conscience air verification. On the 9th day after the amendment's introduction, when the planetary formation was at its fullest configuration and every relay node from the western mountain ranges to the eastern coast was synchronized and every community defense was as prepared as it could be made in the available time, the Bell Shepherd's protocol administrator transmitted a single line. Amendment compatibility assessment. Conditional acceptance. Counter-authorization required from current transit network authority. Conditional acceptance extends voluntary transfer window by 40 days. Protocol holds 4th wave mobilization pending counter-authorization arrival. 40 days. He relayed this to the entire network immediately. Mo Yan's response was the first to arrive. That's enough. Lin Yao's was second. Good. Su Miezhen's was third, and it was only 2 words, but they were the most significant 2 words of the whole exchange. Well done. And then, 6 hours after the conditional acceptance transmission, the Bell Shepherd did the thing it had been building toward since the beginning of the 4th wave cycle. The fracture lines across the entire world widened simultaneously. Not the contained widening of a transmission channel. A full opening, sky scale, star route scale, the transit network made physically visible across the entire planetary surface. Through the openings came light of a quality that was not sunlight and was not the iridescence of the fractures, but was something older and more fundamental. The light of a system that had been routing authority between worlds since before this world had a civilization. And through that light descended the Bell Shepherd's deepest reserve. Ancient constructs, dormant for longer than the first retrieval wave. Oceanic scale. The ocean floor cracking along formation lines that had been sealed since the ancient rebellion, as the Bell Shepherd rang a summoning command that reached bedrock depth. Things that had been sleeping in the world's foundation for 2,000 years, waiting for a protocol that never came, waking now because the amendment had changed the mandate's calculation in a way the Bell Shepherd had not expected. The amendment had not stopped the mobilization. It had made the mobilization more urgent. Because conditional acceptance meant the voluntary transfer was possible, and the Bell Shepherd's mandate said, if voluntary transfer is possible, complete it before the window closes. And completing it required clearing the obstacles that stood between current state and completion. The oceanic titans rose. He looked at what the relay grid was showing him. The scale of what was ascending from the ocean floors along 3 separate continental coastlines. And he thought, quite clearly, this is going to require everything. He said to Su Wenyue, beside him, are you ready? She said, yes. He said to the relay network, to Ji Rulan and Xue and Su Miezhen and Mo Yin and Lin Yao, and Zhao Jinyin, and the 147 nodes and the communities behind them, and the people behind the communities. Asterisk, this is the fourth wave. This is everything. Hold the lines. Asterisk, the oceanic titans broke the surface. The world answered. Chapter 116. What the line is made of, the oceanic titans moved at the speed of geological processes, which, when translated to wave heights and coastal impact, was very fast indeed. The first landfall happened at the eastern coast in the early morning, where the ocean floor had split along a formation line that ran directly through 3 of the relay network's coastal nodes. The titan that emerged, there was not a single organism the way smaller constructs were organisms. It was more like a formation that had been given mass, a structure of ancient retrieval architecture made physical, 100 meters at the shoulder, leaving formation disruption in its path the way a glacier leaves scoring on rock. He read it through the relay grid and directed the transitional layer combat teams to the eastern coast, while routing the defensive relay architecture around the disrupted nodes. The routing took 12 minutes and left 4 communities on reduced supply access. He flagged the reduction to Mo Yin before anything else. Mo Yin's response, 7 minutes later, was a rerouted supply allocation that covered 3 of the 4 communities immediately and established a reserve bridge for the 4th. He didn't know how Mo Yin found the capacity. The capacity appeared. He stopped trying to understand Mo Yin's methodology and started trusting Mo Yin's outputs. The Western Mountain Range saw a different kind of assault. Skyroute predators, constructs that navigated the atmospheric formation lines with the same precision that the phase walkers navigated physical boundaries. They didn't target people. They targeted relay pillars, the tall formation structures that extended a node's transmission range into difficult terrain. The mountain relay network had been built on those pillars. Without them, 6 nodes would lose long-range contact, and the mountain corridor between the east and central provinces would fragment. Lin Yao was already there. Not because he had sent her, because she had read the threat pattern herself through the relay coordination interface. She had been running for 3 weeks and had moved 2 days earlier. He received a report from her, in Lin Yao's characteristic absence of commentary style. Asterisk, Skyroute predators targeting pillars. Stabilizing. Will need field repairs after. 3 pillars cracked to 40% capacity. Asterisk, he wrote back. Do you need support? She wrote back. No. He spent 4 minutes trying to find something useful to add to the mountain defense, and concluded Lin Yao had it more accurately mapped than he could from a distance. He directed his attention to the central plateau, where the pre-rebellion archives were, and where the planetary engine had been stirring for 6 days. The plateau was not yet under attack, but the formation tremors from the oceanic titans' movement were propagating through the bedrock, and the planetary engine was responding to them the way a sleeping person responds to loud noise, not awake, but no longer fully dormant. He thought. The engine was built to activate when the world heart was threatened. It has been dormant because the segments have been distributed and hidden. The 4th wave's retrieval mobilization is threatening the segments at planetary scale. The engine is starting to read this as the activation condition. He thought. If the engine activates before the voluntary transfer is complete, it will try to protect the segments by its original logic. And the original logic was written 2,000 years ago, and does not include anything about the Bell Shepherd's Mandate Amendment or the Conscience Air architecture or the relay network or any of the things he had been building. An activated planetary engine running 2,000-year-old protection logic would be almost as catastrophic as the retrieval. He reached through the relay grid toward the planetary engine's resonance field and tried, carefully, to tell it, wait. The engine's response was the particular quality of something very large and very old that had been in suspension for a long time, and was becoming aware of being addressed. Not hostile, uncertain, like trying to communicate with something that existed at a scale where his communication felt like a mouse tapping on a wall. He thought, I need more reach. He looked at the relay network's 147 nodes and the communities behind them and the obligations and choices and accumulated trust they represented, and he thought, the planetary engine responds to the world heart architecture. The relay network, built from conscience air principles, distributed through living communities that had chosen mutual burden over efficient abandonment. That is the same architecture at human scale. He said to the entire relay network, asterisk, I need everyone who can extend formation resonance to do it simultaneously. Not defensively. Toward the plateau. Hold the extension for 30 seconds. Asterisk 63 nodes sent back immediate acknowledgement. The remaining 84 were engaged with active defense. But 63 was enough. The combined formation resonance from 63 community nodes reached the plateau in a wave that was, at its core, not power but recognition. The distributed world heart architecture at human scale, recognizable to the planetary engine as something familiar and compatible. The engine's stirring slowed. Not stopped, but slowed. He thought, victory now is not about destroying the constructs. It's about keeping the relay network intact and the people in it intact until the voluntary transfer can complete. He thought, the nodes that hold are the ones run by people who chose to be there. The choice is the architecture. The architecture is what matters. Mo Yan's supply lines held through 31 hours of sustained assault. Lin Yao stabilized the mountain corridor with 3 cracked pillars running at reduced capacity and a repair team working under attack conditions with tools improvised from formation components that the community had brought because Mo Yan had put formation repair materials on the emergency supply manifest 6 weeks earlier. Su Miezhen's transitional layer specialists cleared for oceanic Titan landfall sites and held the eastern coast perimeter at cost to their own formation capacity. And the relay network held. Not perfectly. 7 nodes went dark over the course of those hours. Construction compromised. Communities unable to maintain the connection under sustained disruption. But the other 140 communities maintained their links and routed around the gaps with the organic flexibility of a network too distributed to be broken by targeted removal. He stood in the basin and read it all and thought, this is what the world is made of. Chapter 117. The Star Wound. He entered the primary star fissure on the 20th day of the 4th wave. Not because it was safe. Because the Bell Shepherd's protocol administrator had been attempting to reach him through the fracture lines for 4 days with a transmission that kept arriving fragmented, distorted by the 4th wave's disruption of the transit network's own signal architecture. The only way to receive the transmission clearly was to enter the transmission medium directly. He told Su Wenyue where he was going and what he expected to find. He told the relay network, I will be unreachable for an estimated 6 hours. Lin Yao is primary coordination during that period. Do not wait for my input on decisions that need to be made. Lin Yao wrote back, already operating on that assumption. He stepped through the fracture line. The inside of the transit architecture was nothing like the outside. From the basin, the fractures looked like light and iridescence and the suggestion of scale. From inside, the scale was not a suggestion. The transit routes were visible as physical structures. Routes between worlds, routes between systems, the entire architecture of a cosmos that had been routing authority and law and obligation since before this world had people. And still present in that architecture, like barnacles on ancient stone, were fragments of the old court's cosmic jurisprudence. He felt them the moment he entered, not as external presences, but as voices in the formation architecture around him. Formal assessments that the old court had inscribed into the transit law and that had been running automatically since the court dissolved. They were not directed at him specifically. They were running continuously, evaluating everything that passed through the transit layer by the standards of an authority that no longer existed. One of them spoke directly when he entered. Audit notation. Practitioner Gu Shanhe. Designation Pathwriter. World of Origin. Authority segment, Grid 7. Status. Active resistance against lawful retrieval mandate. Assessment. Non-compliant. He said, aloud, into the formation architecture. The mandate is 1200 years outdated. The mandate is a lawful order. Age does not alter lawfulness. He thought. This is not the Bell Shepherd. This is older than the Bell Shepherd. This is the court's own jurisprudence, still running, still auditing, still judging by criteria written before the world he came from had learned to read. The jurisprudence was everywhere in the transit layer. It had been the air the Bell Shepherd breathed for 2,000 years, not conscious direction, but the background assumption of every protocol function. The mandate's lawfulness came from this. The justification for 11 retrieval cycles came from this. The Bell Shepherd had not chosen to be this way. It had been built in an environment where this was simply true. He read the jurisprudence architecture as he moved through the transit layer, trying to find the protocol administrator's signal. The further he read, the harder it became to maintain the distinction between what he was reading and what he was thinking. The jurisprudence had an internal logic that was consistent and complete. It had been written by intelligent practitioners with a genuine theory of how cosmic law should work. And the deeper he read, the more he could feel his own formation site being shaped by the categories it offered, the way a sufficiently detailed map starts to feel like the territory. He stopped. He was standing, in a metaphysical sense, in the middle of the transit layer with the world's accumulated cosmic jurisprudence soaking into his formation site, and he could feel himself beginning to read his own allies the way the jurisprudence read them, not as people who had made choices, but as legal designations, compliant or non-compliant, authorized or unauthorized. He thought, this is the identity bleed. He thought, This is what happens when you operate inside a system long enough that the system's categories replace your own. He said to himself, what do I actually think? The question was harder to answer than it should have been. He stood with it for a long time. He thought about Mo Yan's supply numbers appearing when they shouldn't have been possible. He thought about Lin Yao's two-word response, already operating on that assumption. He thought about the 63 relay nodes sending formation resonance toward the plateau on 30 seconds notice because he had asked. He thought about 17 villages voting to share grain reserves under genuine uncertainty. He thought, that's what I think. Not legal categories. Not protocol designations. People making choices. The choice was the thing. He found the protocol administrator's signal by following the quality he had just returned to. He looked for the part of the transmission layer that felt most like a system trying to think past its own categories. And there it was, a cluster of transmissions marked as anomalous in the Bell Shepherd's own protocol log, the part that had been trying to reach him for 4 days. Asterisk Pathwriter Gu Shanhe. The amendment compatibility assessment is complete. Conditional acceptance is confirmed. Counter-authorization from current transit authority is receivable through the conscience error verification channel. But there is a choice you need to make before the authorization can be received. Asterisk, he said. Tell me. Asterisk, the choice is, the amendment's route clause requires a primary architect to maintain it as a living document rather than a static inscription. The cosmic law system updates continuously. The clause must be maintained by a practitioner who operates within the transit architecture as an authorized pathwriter, which means accepting certain obligations that will constrain your freedom of action outside the transit network. Asterisk, a pause. The alternative is an automated maintenance protocol, which is less accurate and has a higher chance of the amendment being overridden by older jurisprudence during the update cycles. He said, what are the constraints? Asterisk, accurate cartography. Full disclosure. No selective suppression of transit line data. Asterisk, a pause. Asterisk, as described before. But now permanent. Not aspirational, architectural. Your formation site would be modified to make accurate representation a structural requirement rather than a personal commitment. Asterisk, he said, you're asking me to give up the choice to be wrong. Asterisk, correct. A pure executor of corrected law is more reliable than a human practitioner who might err. Asterisk, he stood in the transit layer, with the ancient jurisprudence all around him and the choice in front of him, and he thought about what it would mean to be incapable of the error he had made in the first 3 arcs, the withholding, the protecting people from information they deserved to have. He thought, never again having to fight himself to tell the truth would be an enormous relief. He thought, and it would not be him. He thought, the relay network was built by people who chose. The choice was the architecture. If I remove my capacity to choose wrongly, I remove my capacity to choose. A system without the capacity to choose wrongly is also a system without the capacity to choose at all. He said, no. Chapter 118. The clause that held no? He said, I'll maintain the amendment as a human practitioner who can make mistakes. That's the only version of the maintenance I can provide. He paused. If the amendment requires a machine to work, it has the wrong architecture. A silence that felt, despite everything, almost like the silence of a system that had not been refused before and was running an assessment on what refusal meant. This is irregular. Most things worth doing are. He looked at the transit architecture around him. The conscience error verification process was designed specifically because the original quartz designers understood that a system without a human check would fail in exactly the way this system has failed. The check works because the human is genuinely a check, meaning they can refuse, meaning they have limits, meaning they are imperfect. He paused. Replacing that with an automated maintenance protocol is how you get back to what you've been running for 2,000 years. The silence was longer this time. The amendment will be maintained with reduced reliability. Yes. You accept the risk. I'm the only one who can. Protocol administrator notes, this logic is not procedurally consistent. I know. He held the position steadily. Write the clause. I'll maintain it. The imperfect maintenance is the point. Asterisk noted. Writing. Asterisk, he felt the amendment settle into the transit architecture in a way that was different from the conditional acceptance. This was a full integration, the route clause becoming part of the cosmic law framework rather than a provisional edit. The counter-authorization request transmitted automatically to the current transit authority's registration channel. Not a plea, not a negotiation, a formal filing, the kind of document that bureaucratic systems were designed to process. He came back to his body in the transit layer's edge and felt Su Wenyue's formation presence immediately. She had entered the fracture line 2 hours after him, not because he had asked, but because the conscience error authorization for the route clause required her presence, and she had known this and had come. He looked at her across the transit layer's outer boundary. She said, I heard the choice. He said, were you waiting to see what I'd decide? She said, yes. She held out her hand. The counter-authorization needs my architecture too. The conscience anchor for the clause. He took her hand. The formation that resulted when they connected across the transit layer was not a combat formation or a relay network or a cultivation technique. It was closer to what the conscience altar had been. The particular resonance of a practitioner who chose not to dominate meeting a practitioner who chose accurately over conveniently, and the two choices reinforcing each other in a way that neither could sustain alone. The route clause wrote itself into the cosmic law framework with the quality of a living document, something that would require ongoing maintenance, that would be imperfect, that carried the specific imperfections of the people who had written it, and the specific courage of their choice to be accountable for those imperfections rather than automating them away. The Bell Shepherd's Protocol Administrator transmitted. Counter-authorization request. Filed and transmitted. Expected response time from current transit authority. 4 to 8 days. And then, simultaneously, through every Bell node formation in every ruined vault, and every surviving construct, and every ancient foundation stone across the world. Mandate contested. The Bell Shepherd reeled. Not physically. It didn't have a physical form. But the protocol's manifest function, the part of its architecture that ran the retrieval mobilization, began operating against an internal contradiction. It had a mandate to complete the retrieval, and it had an acknowledged route clause that made the mandate's validity contestable pending counter-authorization, and its protocol design did not include a stable operating mode for the condition of currently contested. The oceanic titans stopped advancing. The skyroute predators stopped targeting relay pillars. The phase walkers that had been running continuous anchor disruption operations across 4 provinces simply froze in position, waiting for protocol clarity that was not arriving. The fourth wave paused. He felt the pause through the relay grid and thought, this is not victory. This is a suspension. The amendment gave us time, not resolution. The Bell Shepherd is going to find a way to resolve the internal contradiction. He was right. It found a way in 4 hours. Chapter 119. The final shape, what condensed out of the fracture lines over the eastern coast on the 3rd day after the mandate contestation, was the largest single formation he had ever seen outside of geological architecture. The Bell Shepherd had resolved the internal contradiction by doing what a distributed system does when it can no longer function as a distributed system. It consolidated. Every Bell node formation across the world contributed mass and structure to the central condensation point, the primary fracture line over the eastern sea. In what form there was not a creature and not a weapon, but something between the two. The retrieval protocol given a single body, the mandate given a specific location it could defend. 100 meters tall. 200. The size varied as mass continued to flow into the consolidation from Bell nodes across 3 continents. He read the architecture immediately. He thought, a distributed system that has consolidated is no longer distributed, which means it is finally vulnerable to concentrated opposition. Which means this is the Bell Shepherd's most dangerous form, and also its most vulnerable. He transmitted to the relay network. The Bell Shepherd has consolidated. This is what we have been building toward. The voluntary transfer cannot complete while it maintains this form. We need to break the consolidation. Li Yao's response. How? He said, the consolidation is drawing mass and structure from Bell node formations across the world. Disrupting enough nodes simultaneously will force partial dissolution. It won't destroy the Bell Shepherd. We're not trying to destroy it, and couldn't, but it will force it back toward a distributed form. In a distributed form, the protocol can receive the counter-authorization when it arrives. Su Miejan's response. I have teams at 47 Bell node sites. Ready on your signal. He looked at the consolidated form over the eastern sea, and at the relay network in his spirit sea, and at the planetary engines still stirring beneath the foundation of the world. He thought, to hold the amendment in the transit architecture while coordinating the node disruption, while managing the planetary engine's activation risk, while remaining sufficiently present in the Bell formation layer to register as the responsible pathright maintaining the amendment's living document. He thought, this requires more simultaneously than I have previously held simultaneously. He thought, it requires being in 3 places at once, 2 of which are only accessible to someone with sufficient cultivation range to read cosmic law architecture and planetary formation architecture and relay network architecture as a single integrated map. The advancement happened not in a moment, but in a sequence. The moment his spirit sea tried to hold all 3 simultaneously and found the boundary. The moment he pressed through the boundary because the work required it. and the moment on the far side of that pressing when the three architectures were resident in his spirit see, not as three separate maps, but as one map. World, archive, conscience routes. All of it one living cartography of what this place was and what it owed and what it chose. Star Archive Sovereign. He did not feel larger. He felt more accurate. He said to the relay network, to Su Yezhin's 47 teams and Lin Yao's rapid response and Mo Yan's supply lines, and Su Wenyue beside him with her hand in his. Now, the Bell Node disruption was not combat in the sense that he expected. It was more like disconnecting a circuit at 47 points simultaneously. The transitional layer specialists and Lin Yao's relay practitioners and Shue's logistics networks all working at their specific point of the distributed formation, pulling the Bell Shepherd's consolidated form away from its source structures. The consolidation shook. The Bell Shepherd's protocol tried to reroute the mass from other node locations. He read the rerouting in the transit layer and identified the rerouting paths and transmitted them to the teams closest to those routes. The consolidation shook again. 200 meters became 150. 150 became 100. He pressed through the relay network, through the transit layer's Pathrider channel, through Su Wenyue's conscience air anchor. All of it simultaneously, all of it accurate. The map of the world and the map of the cosmos and the map of everything he had learned about what the choice to protect rather than accumulate looked like when it was enacted by communities rather than individuals. He pressed that map against the Bell Shepherd's consolidation, not as an attack, but as a formal filing. Asterisk, this is what is here. This is what this world is. This is what your mandate has been pursuing for 11 cycles. Look at it. Asterisk, the protocol looked. The consolidation lost coherence at the center. The Bell node connections severed one by one as the teams hit their disruption points. The consolidated form began dissolving, mass returning to the distributed Bell node architecture at a rate that the protocol could not prevent because too many of the nodes were no longer operational. It did not dissolve entirely, but it lost its specific consolidated form, which was what mattered. The mandate contestation held. Below the basin, below the plateau, below the pre-rebellion archives and the formation nodes and the planet's ancient geological formation lines, the planetary engine responded to what had just happened by doing something it had not done in 2,000 years. It woke up. Not violently. Not catastrophically. The way a mechanism activates when its activation condition has been met. With precision and purpose and the particular authority of something that was built for exactly this moment and had been waiting, with patience that measured in geological time, for the condition to arrive. The ground hummed. The relay network's formation anchors resonated at a frequency Gu had never encountered before. The star route lines visible through the fractures aligned suddenly, precisely, with the formation lines he had been reading in the world's bedrock since the plateau. The world and the transit network were the same map. He had known this intellectually since the basin vault. He felt it now physically, through his star archive sovereign sight, as the planetary engine linked the relay network's distributed architecture to the world heart's distributed architecture to the transit network's route structure in one integrated activation sequence. The world was coming online. Chapter 120. Not yet stable, the planetary engine's activation did not resolve the crisis. It changed it. In the 9 hours after the engine's activation, 3 things happened simultaneously. The Bell Shepherd's distributed protocol received the engine's activation signal and reclassified this world from hostile to active in its registry, which suspended the 4th wave mobilization pending protocol review. The relay network's formation architecture expanded by an order of magnitude as the engine's baseline activation linked every formation anchor on the planet into a single coherent structure. And the world heart segments began moving. Not violently, not in response to retrieval constructs. The segments were moving because the planetary engine was drawing them toward reintegration, the way a magnet draws iron filings into alignment, slowly, through bedrock and ocean floor and the formation networks of every relay node, toward the basin. He read this through his expanded sight and thought. The engine's activation has started the reintegration sequence. Without guidance, the reintegration will follow the planetary engine's original parameters. Those parameters were written 2,000 years ago. He transmitted to Su Wenyue. Asterisk, the engine is starting the reintegration. We need to be at the basin. Asterisk, she was already moving. He transmitted to the relay network. Asterisk, 4th wave mobilization suspended pending review. Hold defensive positions, but stand down active engagement. Monitor for protocol activity changes. Asterisk, then. Mo Yan, please tell me what the supply situation looks like. Mo Yan's response arrived in under 2 minutes. It was, by Mo Yan standards, almost effusive. Asterisk, viable. All critical routes intact. 7 nodes with reduced capacity, but operational. Network can sustain current population at reduced efficiency for 30 days. Asterisk 30 days was not 40 days. But it was enough. He and Su Wenyue reached the basin in the early morning. The vault entrance had changed. The formation anchors were active and bright, the star outlines visible through the stone itself, the entire chamber lit by the World Heart segment's resonance as the reintegration sequence pulled at it. He looked at the segment and felt the planetary engines pull through his star archive sovereign site. The engine was not malicious. It was running its activation protocol with complete fidelity to the parameters it had been given. The parameters specified reintegration under consolidated authority, the ancient equivalent of centralized control, because the ancient seal keepers had written the engine before they had decided to distribute the world heart through conscience heir bloodlines. The engine did not know about the distribution. It did not know about the relay network. It did not know about 11 cycles of failed retrieval. The engine knew what it had been told to do. It was doing it. Without guidance, the reintegration would consolidate the world heart into a single node. The basin, the most concentrated point of the distribution's architecture, under a management protocol that was 2,000 years old and would produce exactly the kind of single authority concentration that the ancient seal keepers had been trying to prevent. He sat on the chamber floor and thought for a long moment. He said, aloud, "The engine needs to be told what this actually is, not what it was built to expect." Su Wenyue said, "Can you do that?" He said, "I can tell it. Whether it updates depends on how the engine was designed to handle new information." He paused. "The pre-rebellion archives in the plateau might have the answer. But I don't have time to go back to the plateau." She said, "You don't need the archives." She sat down across from him and pressed her palm to the chamber floor, extending her conscience heir resonance toward the engine's activation signal. The engine responds to the world heart architecture. The conscience heir verification layer is part of that architecture. It was designed to interface with the engine. She looked at him. "Tell the engine what the relay network is. I'll anchor the explanation in the conscience layer. If the engine can receive the world heart architecture in its distributed form, it should be able to update its reintegration parameters." He thought about this for a moment. He said, "You're proposing to introduce the relay network to the planetary engine as the distributed world heart structure it was designed to protect." She said, "The relay network is the distributed world heart structure. It's built from the same principles, using the same architectural approach, instantiated in communities of living people who chose to participate." She paused. "The engine doesn't need to be told this abstractly. It needs to read it." He extended his star archive sovereign site through the relay network, not as a coordination tool, but as a map. The complete map, every node, every community, every choice that had created the connection between them, every person who had voted to share reserves under uncertainty, every relay keeper who had stayed at their station during the fourth wave's assault, every supply route that Mo Yan had held by doing the mathematics that shouldn't have worked. He offered the map to the engine. The engine read it. The chamber floor trembled. Not with violence, with the particular quality of something very large recalibrating against new information. The world heart segment's pull shifted, the reintegration vector changing as the engine updated its understanding of what the distributed architecture looked like. The reintegration sequence didn't stop, but it changed direction. Instead of consolidating toward a single node under centralized authority, it was integrating toward the relay network's distributed structure, not replacing it, but becoming the formation infrastructure that the relay network ran on, the world's own architecture aligning with the 147 nodes and the communities behind them. This was not stable. The engine had updated its parameters, but the counter-authorization from the current transit authority had not yet arrived. The Bell Shepherd's protocol was suspended, but not resolved. The fourth wave constructs were holding position, but not departing. Su Miezin's 47 disruption teams were holding their node positions, waiting. The world was in a state of equilibrium that required continuous active maintenance from everyone who had built it. He looked at Su Wenyue. He looked at the engine's activation signal through his formation site, enormous and patient, and finally running updated parameters. He thought, "We have bought the time. Now we have to use it." He said, "The counter-authorization arrives in 4 to 8 days. Until then, we hold this." She said, "We can hold this." He looked at the world heart segment, still pulsing on its shelf, still broadcasting its ancient signal into a sky that was no longer quite the sky it had been. He thought, 11 civilizations. And we are still standing. He thought, not yet stable, but still standing is enough. The basin was quiet around them. Outside, the relay network hummed. The engine breathed beneath their feet, running new parameters, waiting for the authorization that would either confirm or contest the amendment. In the fracture lines, the Bell Shepherd's distributed architecture ran its protocol review. Everything held. For now, Chapter 121, When the World Shifts. The counter-authorization arrived on the 6th day, in a transmission that came not through the fracture lines, but through the planetary engine itself. A signal that moved through bedrock and ocean floor and the relay network's formation anchors simultaneously, so that every community node in the world received it at the same instant. The current transit authority's formal response was brief, precise, and enormously consequential. Asterisk amendment confirmed. Mandate revocation order issued for Bell Shepherd Protocol. Authority segment Grid 7 retrieval cycle. All prior iterations. World re-registration as consenting participant civilization. Pending. Voluntary transfer window. 40 days from counter-authorization. Asterisk then, because the planetary engine was now linked to the transit network, the world itself moved. Not dramatically, not catastrophically, but perceptibly. The fault lines that had been stable for 2,000 years, held in place by the distributed world heart architecture, shifted as the segments began their guided reintegration journey through the bedrock. The basin's floor cracked in 3 places, deep cracks that ran the length of the inner chamber and sealed again within the hour. The ocean in the eastern coast dropped 3 meters along the coastline and rose 2 meters 30 kilometers offshore, which meant flooding in the low-lying eastern settlements and exposed sea floor that Su Miejian's engineers immediately began surveying. The buried vault lines, the ancient formation networks that had been sealed when the world heart was hidden, rose to the surface across the continent, becoming visible as lines of luminous formation architecture running through terrain that had been ordinary geography 2 days before. He stood in the basin and read all of this through his Star Archive's sovereign sight, and thought, the world is reassembling. This was the correct thing to happen. It is also dangerous. Su Wenyue stood beside him, looking at the vault lines on the horizon. She said, the relay communities near the vault lines need to be told what those are and why they're appearing. Already transmitting, he said. She said, and the flooding in the eastern settlements. Su Miejian has teams there. She turned to look at him. Gu. He said, yes? She said, I want to go to the eastern settlements. Not to coordinate. To help. He started to calculate. Relay network stability, planetary engine monitoring, voluntary transfer preparation timeline. She saw him doing it. She said, Mo Yin, Lin Yao, and Zhao Jinyan have been running this network without your moment-to-moment oversight for 2 weeks. They can continue doing that for the 3 days it would take to do meaningful flood relief work. She paused. I am a healer. There are injured people in flooded settlements. I need to go. He said, then go. She said, come with me. He thought about the voluntary transfer window. He thought about the planetary engine's reintegration sequence. He thought about the 40 days and what they required. He thought, these are real considerations. And Su Wenyue is right that Mo Yin can manage the relay network for 3 days. He said, I'll come. They spent 3 days in the eastern settlements. He carried supplies and worked formation anchors and listened to people who had lost houses to the flooding tell him what had happened. He did not manage anything. He worked beside the people he was working with and received information from the relay network when it was sent to him and trusted that the things he was not doing were being done. On the second evening, sitting in the makeshift coordination point that Su Miejian's engineers had established on the new high ground, he received a transmission from Zhao Jinyan. *5 faction leaders have sent formal petitions requesting that you accept a planetary regent designation before the voluntary transfer begins. They believe fragmented governance during the transfer window will produce a catastrophic coordination failure. Ji Rulon has been handling the petitions, but requests your guidance. He thought about it. He wrote back. Tell them I've received the petitions. I'll address them directly before the transfer window begins. Su Miejian, reading the same transmission relay from nearby, said, how many? 5 so far. It will be more by morning. He looked at Gu. They're not wrong about the coordination risk. Gu said, I know. That evening, a woman from the 3rd Eastern Settlement, a woman who had lost her storage building to the flooding and was sleeping in a neighbor's home until the waters receded, came to where Gu was working on a formation anchor and said, without introduction, are you the cartographer? He said, yes. She said, my daughter says you saved the relay network. She's a keeper at the mountain node. She looked at him. The light from the vault lines on the horizon was visible in the east, a soft luminous line running through the hills. Is this going to be all right? He looked at the vault lines. He said, I think so. She said, that's not very certain. He said, no, it isn't. She was quiet for a moment. Then, thank you for not telling me it will be fine. She went back to her neighbor's house. He went back to the anchor work. He thought, patterns do not lie. And the people are not the pattern. Both still true. Chapter 122. The repentant argument Su Miezhen arrived at the eastern settlement with 20 of his Federation survivors on the morning of the third day, and he looked different from when Gu had last seen him. Not defeated, the quality was more specific than that. He had the bearing of a man who had run a very long calculation and arrived at an output he had not expected, and was now figuring out what to do with the new information. The scar along his left jaw was fresh, formation damage from the fourth wave. Gu guessed, from the look of it. He had been in the fighting himself. He put his 20 survivors to work on the flood relief without asking permission or announcing himself, just directed them to where the work was and when to find Gu. He said, "I've been thinking about the segment theft." Gu said, "And I was wrong about the mechanics. You told me that partial surrender would trigger full extraction for the remainder, and you were right. I checked the protocol architecture afterward. The clause is exactly what you described." He paused. "I was running an 8-year model of how hostile systems work. The Bell Shepherd is not a hostile system. My model was wrong for the situation." Gu said, "Yes." Su Miezhen said, "I'm not apologizing." He said it cleanly, without defensiveness. "I acted on the best information I had at the time. The best information I had was wrong. I've updated." He looked at Gu. "What I want to know is, the voluntary transfer. Can it be completed without Su Wenyue's death?" Gu went still. Su Miezhen said, "The conscience error verification layer was designed to anchor the transfer permanently. I've been reading the pre-rebellion archive records you transmitted. The permanent anchor requires, I'm using the protocol's own terminology here, a willing heir to serve as the living linkage between the world heart's distributed architecture and the planetary engine's maintenance protocol." He met Gu's eyes. Living linkage. Not a one-time authorization. An ongoing biological connection, indefinitely, until the heir's natural death. He paused. "I want to know if you've worked out a way around this, or whether you're carrying this secret and planning to tell her later." The quality of the silence between them was specific and recognizable. Gu looked at Su Miezhen for a moment. He said, "I've been looking at the architecture for a week. The living linkage requirement is real. I haven't found a way around it. I've been trying to determine whether living linkage means what I'm afraid it means." Su Miezhen said, "And it doesn't mean she dies. The protocol was designed to run through a living conscience heir, someone alive, cultivating, engaged with the world. The linkage is sustained by her continued life and cultivation, not ended by them." He paused. "But it is permanent. She would be the anchor of the world heart's distributed architecture for the rest of her natural life. It affects how she can cultivate, where she can go, what she can commit to." Su Miezhen said, "Does she know?" Gu said, "I told her everything I knew the day after she returned from the fracture line." Su Miezhen looked at him for a moment. He said, "Every arc I've dealt with you, I've been waiting for the version of you that withholds the important thing." Gu said, "I know." Su Miezhen said, "It hasn't appeared. I'm paying attention." He looked at the eastern settlement and the vault lines and the sky. "She knows. She's thinking about it. I'm not going to push her toward a decision." Su Miezhen said, "And you're not going to tell her you need her to do it?" "No." Su Miezhen was quiet for a moment. Then he said, in the voice of a man who had argued hard things long enough to know when the hardest argument was the honest one, "I still believe one clear sacrifice is kinder than distributed risk across everyone. But I also believe that you have built something that might actually hold without that sacrifice." He looked at Gu. "What happens if she says no?" Gu said, "We look for other conscience heirs. The bloodline isn't only biological, it's architectural. Other practitioners who have cultivated the same way might qualify. It will take longer. It might not work within the 40-day window." Su Miezhen said, "And if there's no one else in the window?" Gu said, "Then we ask for an extension and explain why." Su Miezhen looked at him for a long time. He said, "You are either genuinely right about people, or you are going to lose the world by being genuinely wrong." Gu said, "That's the position." "Yes." Su Miezhen said, "All right." He looked at the flood work. "I'm going to help with the anchors. I have better formation reach for the deep-set ones." He went to work without further discussion. Chapter 123. What the World Heart was. The remaining segments arrived at the basin over 4 days, moving through the bedrock and ocean floor along formation lines that had been sealed for 2,000 years and were now open again, drawn by the planetary engine's guided reintegration. Each arrival changed the basin's formation architecture slightly, the vault's resonance growing incrementally richer, the star outlines through the chamber becoming more precise, the world heart's distributed signal coherence increasing as more of the distributed system gathered toward its designed integration point. He studied the assembly architecture carefully and found something he had not expected. The world heart, fully assembled, was not a weapon. It was not a governance tool. It was not a power source in any conventional sense. Its formation architecture was designed for a function that the transit network's own documentation described as distributed authority mediation, a mechanism by which obligations and rights between worlds could be maintained without centralized enforcement, because the authority was distributed through the living communities that participated in the network rather than held by any single point. It was, in a precise sense, a conscience made structural. The reason it had been hidden through living bloodlines, through conscience heir practitioners, was not just camouflage, it was correct operation. The world heart could only function as designed if it was maintained by people who actively chose not to dominate. A world heart held by a single power, any single power, would not function as designed. It would function as the old court had used it, as an extraction tool. He transmitted this analysis to the relay network, to Ji Rulon, to Xuelingsu, to Su Miezhen. He transmitted it to the 5 faction leaders who had sent the planetary regent petitions. He explained, in precise detail, why the voluntary transfer required distributed management rather than centralized authority, and why the ancient seal keepers had been right about the distribution strategy and wrong about the secrecy. Then he received 17 new petitions for planetary regent designation. They came from different factions than the original 5, framed differently, but with the same underlying argument. The transition period required someone with decision-making authority that crossed all factional lines. The relay network had demonstrated that Gu was the only such person. The 40-day window did not allow for governance by committee on decisions that required minutes, not weeks. He read them and thought, this is not malicious. These are frightened people with a real coordination problem making a reasonable argument. He also thought, the world heart was designed specifically to resist this reasoning. The distributed authority mechanism only works if no single person holds the authority to override it. He thought, I am the only person who understands both the coordination problem and the reason why the solution these factions want would cause the catastrophe they're trying to prevent. And I have been carrying this understanding alone for 3 days while the petitions accumulated. He sent the full analysis to Zhao Jinyan with a note. Asterisk, please circulate this to all faction leaders who have sent regent petitions, with an explanation of why centralized authority would compromise the voluntary transfer mechanism. I should have sent this 3 days ago when the first petition arrived. Asterisk, Zhao Jinyan's response arrived an hour later. Asterisk noted. Also, next time you're sitting on relevant information, please share it with me before I spend 3 days managing inquiries I don't have the context to answer properly. Asterisk, he sent back. Asterisk, you're right. I'm sorry. Asterisk, Zhao Jinyan sent back. Asterisk, thank you. Now let me handle the faction communications. That's my job. Asterisk, the 17 petitions received Zhao Jinyan's response by midday. By evening, 14 of the 17 had sent acknowledgments of receipt. 2 sent follow-up questions, which Zhao Jinyan answered. 1 sent a second petition asking whether Gu would at least serve as a formal advisory authority rather than a regent, a position that Zhao Jinyan flagged with a note saying, I think this one might actually be workable. If you want to discuss, he thought. Yes, that might be workable, and I should discuss it with Su Wenyue before deciding. He found her in the vault that evening. She looked up when he came in. He said, Zhao Jinyan is managing the regent petitions. One faction has proposed an advisory authority rather than regent, something with formal standing but without override capacity. I want to know what you think. She said, I think advisory authority is honest about what you actually are. He said, yes. She said, I also think you should accept it only if it comes with a built-in sunset clause. Authority that has no design and tends to persist past its usefulness. He said, I'll tell Zhao Jinyan. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, I've been thinking about the permanent linkage. He waited. She said, I want to do it. Not because there's no one else. I don't actually know that there's no one else. She looked at the assembled world heart segments, gathered now in the basin vault in their partial integration, their combined resonance filling the chamber with something that felt like history made audible. I want to do it because I've spent 12 years cultivating towards service rather than accumulation, and this is the work that matches what I've been building toward. She paused. It changes things. I won't be able to cultivate freely after this. I won't be able to travel as I do now. There will be obligations. She looked at him. I know that. He said, yes. She said, I want to do it. He said, all right. She said, that's all you're going to say? He thought for a moment. He said, I've spent a year learning not to decide things for you. There's not a version of this where I tell you you're wrong, and there's also not a version where I perform uncertainty to make you feel better about a decision you've already made. He looked at her. You know yourself. I trust your assessment. She was quiet. Then, that's better than all right. Chapter 124. The man who didn't trust enough Gu Shanhe came to the basin on the 15th day of the transfer window with the formal advisory authority appointment, a document signed by 14 governing bodies, drafted by Zhao Jinyan, reviewed by legal representatives from 3 separate jurisdictions, representing the most broad political consensus the continent had produced in the past century. She brought it herself rather than sending it through relay, which meant she had something to say that wasn't in the document. She came in the morning, when the basin was quiet and the formation work for the day hadn't yet begun, and she found Gu at the relay hub's planning table reviewing the transfer protocol timeline with Mo Yin. She said to Mo Yin, "Can I have a moment with him?" Mo Yin stood up without comment, which was itself a comment. His assessment of Gu Shanhe's seriousness was contained in the lack of hesitation. She sat down across from Gu and put the appointment document on the table without preamble. He said, "Good morning." She said, "I want to offer you something that isn't in this document." He waited. She said, "Planetary regent. Not advisory authority. Full decision-making capacity, emergency powers, and a constitutional mandate to coordinate the voluntary transfer and everything that follows it." She looked at him steadily. "I know what you told the faction leaders about centralized authority. I understand the world heart mechanism. I'm offering it anyway." He said, "Why?" She said, "Because I've been managing 14 governing bodies for 3 months and I know what it costs. Someone has to be the person who can say yes or no without a committee, and that person has to be someone who won't abuse it, and the only person I trust in that role is you." She paused. "I'm asking you to take the authority you've been operating with informally and formalize it so that the things you've been deciding alone don't have to be decided alone, with your personal integrity as the only safeguard." He thought about this seriously. It was a better argument than the faction petitions had been. It was exactly the argument a good faith actor would make for why the mechanism he had been building against was actually a good idea. He said, "The world heart mechanism requires distributed authority to function. A planetary regent, even a good one, is the opposite of distributed authority." She said, "You would step down when the transfer is complete." "Would I?" He looked at her. "How do you know that? How does anyone know that?" "The mechanism I've been building works because the people in it can refuse. They can refuse me. They can refuse each other. There are no positions in the relay network that cannot be declined." He paused. "The moment I accept authority that can't be refused, the mechanism is different. Even if I never use the authority badly, the architecture is changed." Gu Shanhe was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "Su Wenyue asked you essentially this question." He said, "Yes." "What did she say?" "She asked whether I trusted people enough to build a future that didn't depend on one indispensable person." Gu Shanhe looked at him. She said, "And your answer?" He said, "I do trust them. I've spent a year watching people choose correctly under conditions where they didn't have to. The relay network holds because the people in it chose for it to hold." He looked at the appointment document. "Take this back. Give Zhao Jinyan the formal mandate to coordinate interjurisdictional legal matters. That's the real bottleneck, not my decision-making capacity. Establish a review board for the transfer protocol with representatives from the 15 largest relay communities. Make them the governance structure." She looked at the document for a long moment. She said, "You know this will be slower and harder." "Yes," she said. "And if the slower pace costs us the window?" He said, "I'll ask for an extension and explain the reason." She picked up the document. She folded it in half and set it in her robe. She said, "I've been governing since I was 19. I have never once been convinced to give up power by someone who clearly had better uses for it than the power's original holder." She paused. "You're making me reconsider several things." She left. He sat with the empty space where the document had been for a moment. He thought, that was tempting. Not in the sense of personal ambition, in the sense of the real argument it made. The coordination problem was real. The 14 governing bodies were real. The 40-day window was real. He thought, I trust Mo Yin to keep the supply lines. I trust Lin Yao to hold the relay coordination. I trust Zhao Jinyan to manage the legal structures. I trust Su Wenyue to anchor the conscience seal. He thought, I trust them. That is the answer to Gu Shanhe's argument. He went to find Su Miezhen, who had been running the Eastern Coastal Relief for 3 days and had a better read on the real coordination failures than anyone else. Chapter 125. The altar at the beginning, he returned to his first shelter on the 22nd day of the transfer window, alone, on an impulse that he didn't fully understand until he was standing in front of it. The shelter was 3 days' travel from the basin, in the direction he had been moving when the first wave hit. A formation node in a mid-tier sect's outlying facility that he had been surveying when the sky had opened and the constructs had arrived, and he had spent 5 days studying them instead of running, because the formation array had been intact enough to protect him and his instinct had been to understand rather than flee. The sect facility was empty now. The sect had relocated after the second wave. The main buildings were intact but abandoned, used sometimes by passing travelers, the formation arrays still running their maintenance protocols without anyone to maintain them. He walked through the outer courtyard in the late afternoon and felt the familiar formation architecture through his Star Archive sovereign site. Simple, provincial-grade formation work that had been sophisticated enough to confuse a monster for 5 days. The altar was still there, in the back room of the inner sanctuary. It was small, knee-height, stone, unremarkable except for the formation anchor built into its base. He had sheltered beside it for 5 days because the anchor had given him a stable resonance point to work from while the wave was happening outside. He sat down cross-legged in front of it and looked at it for a long time. He thought, I survived the first wave because I was here. I was here because I was surveying this formation work for a report that nobody needed and nobody read. I survived because curiosity moved my feet to this specific place at this specific time. He thought. The master said I kept sharing food during sect drills. He thought. That was also true. He had not thought about it at the time as a decision. It had just seemed like the obvious thing to do when the person next to him didn't have enough. He thought. Patterns do not lie. And the pattern of my life is someone who survived by paying attention and stayed by sharing what he learned. He picked up the measuring rod from where he had set it on the altar, the same measuring rod the master had given him in the first weeks of his training, a formation architecture tool that he had carried since. He had been carrying it for so long it had become part of the background. He set it in his lap and looked at it. There was something in it he had never read properly. Not a hidden compartment. He had checked the physical architecture months ago when he was cataloging the master's tools. Something in the formation inscription that he had always read as a calibration notation and had never looked at more closely because calibration notations were not interesting. He looked at it now, with his full Star Archive sovereign sight. It was not a calibration notation. It was a message, inscribed in the formation equivalent of handwriting, the kind of inscription that required months of patient work and left a trace of the inscriber's specific cultivation architecture in every stroke. It had been there since the master gave him the rod, waiting for him to have enough cultivation sight to read it. Asterisk, when you read this, you will know what you are and why I chose you. You will also know what I was and why I made the choice I made in the way that I made it. I am asking you not to repeat my mistake, not because you are better than me, but because you have people around you who have already shown you the alternative. Trust them. It is harder than carrying the knowledge alone. It is the only way the knowledge survives. Asterisk, there was a second line below it, in different formation script, older, briefer. Asterisk, the measuring rod belonged to my teacher, who belonged to the circle, who kept this tradition through 12 generations. You are the 13th. Act accordingly. Asterisk, he sat in the empty sanctuary with the measuring rod in his lap and the late afternoon light coming through the formation windows and the faint hum of the provincial formation array running maintenance cycles, and he stayed there for a while. He thought, the master carried 12 generations of unshared knowledge alone and taught me the same habit. He thought, I've been breaking the habit for a year, each time at cost, each time coming out on the other side of the cost in a better position than I went in. He thought, the 13th generation is not better than the 12. It just learned what the 12 were trying to do before the cost of learning became unsurvivable. He sat until the light was gone. Then he walked back through the empty courtyard and stood for a moment at the outer gate, looking at the vault lines visible on the horizon, the formation architecture of a world in the process of remembering itself. He thought, surviving alone taught me the truth. Surviving with others is what gives it meaning. He walked back toward the relay network. Chapter 126. Heavenscar cartographer. He arrived back at the basin on the morning of the 25th day of the transfer window, and the advancement came not with ceremony, but with a simple recognition that he had been carrying something he hadn't known he was carrying. He sat with the relay network in the planning room, Mo Yin on his left with the day's supply projections, Lin Yao's coordination log on the table, Zhao Jingyan's overnight legal drafting still warm from the formation copying apparatus, and he read through the update summaries that had accumulated during his 3-day absence and felt, for the first time, that the network was not something he maintained, but something he was part of. Not the distinction between running a system and being embedded in it. The distinction between needing to know everything and trusting that the right things would reach him. Mo Yin had rerouted a critical grain corridor on his own assessment during a 4th wave echo disruption, without waiting for Gu's approval, and the rerouting had been correct. Lin Yao had approved a new node addition from a community in the western passes that she had vetted using the same criteria Gu would have used, and the vetting was sound. Zhao Jingyan had drafted a community governance standard for relay nodes that included protections for practitioners who chose to refuse institutional authority, and the draft was better than anything Gu would have written himself. The work had been done while he was gone. It had been done well. He sat with this for a while and felt the shape of what had accumulated over a year of the relay network's growth. Not his decisions, but the decisions of people who had learned through shared work to make decisions that served the same values from different expertise and different vantage points. The distributed authority of the world heart, instantiated in the people who had chosen to build it. He thought. The master inscribed that message in the measuring rod years ago, knowing it would take a long time before I could read it. He thought. The master was right about most things. He was wrong about carrying the knowledge alone, and that wrongness cost 12 cycles of people their lives. He thought. The measuring rod belongs to the 13th generation. The 13th generation learned what the 12 were trying to build before the failure mode was reached. He thought. The only thing left to do is build it correctly. The advancement arrived in the recognition of what power was actually for, not the accumulation of capability. He had been accumulating capability for a year, and none of it had mattered as much as the moment when Mo Yan's overnight rerouting decision had been sound, because Mo Yan had absorbed the values of the network through working in it, not because Gu had told him what to do. Power that preserved the right to refuse command was power that had accepted its own limit. Power that understood its limit was the only power that could be trusted with the structures that outlasted individual practitioners. Heavenskar cartographer. He read the relay network, the planetary engine, the star-out architecture, and the world heart's distributed patterns simultaneously, and the reading was different from what it had been before. Not larger, not more powerful, but more precise. He could see where the map was accurate and where it was wrong. He could see where his own assessment was incomplete. He could see, with clear and unsentimental accuracy, what he could not do alone and what the people around him could do better. He said to Mo Yan, the grain rerouting during the echo disruption. Your call was right, Mo Yan said, without looking up from his current calculation. I know, he said. I want the others to know you made the call independently. Put it in the network log as your decision, not a relay of mine. Mo Yan looked up. He said, already done. He said, good. He thought, this is what it looks like when the pattern is right. Chapter 127. What Lin Yao built. The Bell Shepherd's echoes began appearing on the 27th day, not constructs. The fourth wave mobilization was still suspended, the Bell Shepherd's distributed protocol still running the counter-authorization's implications through its update cycles. But the Bell node formations that hadn't been disrupted during the consolidation event were doing something new. They were broadcasting lawful authority mandates in the old quartz protocol language, attempting to overwrite local formation architectures with single-line authority structures that would make distributed governance technically impossible. They were not doing this aggressively. They were doing it the way an old system does things when it doesn't know it has been superseded, automatically, because that was what the protocol specified, because the protocol was old enough that it had echo behaviors running on separate pathways from the main update cycle. The main update cycle knew the mandate had been contested. The echo behaviors didn't. Lin Yao found the first infection at the Southern Mountain Pass node, where the relay keeper reported that the formation governance protocols were being overwritten by an external authority signal that the keeper didn't recognize. Lin Yao had the regional node architecture memorized well enough to identify the infection pathway in 11 minutes, and she had a counter-inscription running in 40. She didn't tell Gu about it until after she'd cleared the first 3 sites. He received her summary report that evening. Asterisk Bell Shepherd echo behaviors infecting formation nodes. Mechanism identified. Counter-inscription developed. Currently deployed at 17 sites. Expecting 2 to 3 more per day until the echo behavior cycle exhausts or the counter-authorization propagates to the echo pathways. No relay network disruption, current rate. No Gu involvement needed. Asterisk he read this and thought. She handled a novel threat, developed a counter, deployed it to 17 sites, and sent me a report that was designed to not require a response. He thought, the relay network operates at this level routinely now. He wrote back, asterisk good work. Is there anything you need from me? Asterisk she wrote back. No Mo Yan was handling the supply redistribution required by the geological shifts of the vault line emergence, routing around disrupted terrain, and establishing new distribution points at the vault line boundaries where communities were forming to work with the new formation architecture. He was doing this across 4 continents simultaneously with a team of 30 logistics practitioners that he had trained over the past 2 months, and he was doing it without Gu. Zhao Jinyan had the community governance standards through a first review with representatives from 42 relay nodes and was preparing a second draft. He was doing this while managing the ongoing faction communications and the advisory authority's formal legal establishment and the drafting of the first post-crisis jurisprudence for protecting erased, displaced, and resonance-sensitive practitioners. He received an update from Zhao Jinyan at the end of the 27th day. Asterisk, the assassination faction has been identified. They are 7 noble families from 3 jurisdictions, all of whom have served as administrators of xianxia bloodline suppression programs under Shun Duomo's regime. They became aware of Su Wenyue's status as primary xianxia and have been attempting to contract with private security organizations for her elimination. Asterisk, a pause in the notation. Asterisk, I intercepted the contracts before any were accepted. The families are currently under formal investigation. I need your guidance on how to proceed with the exposure. Asterisk, he thought. Zhao Jinyan found this, contained it before it became a physical threat, and is asking for guidance on exposure rather than proceeding unilaterally. He thought, this is exactly correct. He thought, there is a version of this story where I find out 2 days later after something has already happened to Su Wenyue. He sent back, asterisk, expose everything. I'll handle the public element. Send me the documentation. Asterisk, chapter 128. The end of curated ignorance. He broadcast the complete history the following morning. Not selectively, all of it. The ancient rebellion's choice and its cost. The 11 cycles of retrieval and the civilizations lost. The xianxia suppression programs across the past 2 centuries, including the specific documentation of every known suppression order, every bureaucratic erasure, every practitioner whose bloodline had been administratively removed from existence by Shun Duomo's regime and its predecessors. The 7 noble families' assassination contracts. The complete archive records from the plateau, translated into ordinary language rather than formal protocol notation. He transmitted it through every relay network channel simultaneously, using his star archive sovereign formation reach to push the transmission through the star-out architecture as well as the planetary relay network, so that every practitioner on the continent with any formation sensitivity received it at the same moment. He sat at the basin formation table and held the transmission steady for 40 minutes while it propagated, because some of the historical records were very large and the translation layer required active maintenance. The reaction started before the transmission was complete. Mo Yin had anticipated this. The supply projections for the following week already accounted for disruption to trade routes as information processing overwhelmed normal commercial activity. What Mo Yin had not anticipated, and what Gu had not anticipated either, was the solidarity component. The news about the xianxia suppression programs landed differently than the news about the invasions. The invasions were abstract history. The suppression programs had practitioners who were still alive and still erased, still moving through the world as legally non-existent people, still unable to access their own history or their own cultivation lineage. They were in the relay network. They were among the people who had voted to share grain reserves. They were the relay keepers who had stayed at their stations during the 4th wave. They were known, personally, to the communities that had built the relay network. The fury was real and it was large. The grief was larger. And underneath both of them was the solidarity that Gu had not predicted but should have. Communities that had spent months choosing to protect rather than abandon, recognizing that the suppression programs had been doing the opposite and responding with the reflexive response of people who had learned to choose differently. The 7 noble families issued formal apologies by the end of the 1st day. They were not accepted immediately. The acceptance process would take months. He received a message from Shun Duomo. Not a long one. Shun was in institutional custody, had been since Mirror Capital, and his message had been vetted through 3 separate review processes before reaching Gu. It said, asterisk, the records you released are accurate. I am aware this does not constitute absolution. I am also aware that releasing them is exactly what I spent my career preventing. I have been thinking about why I was wrong, and I believe the answer is that I was trying to protect people from grief that it was not my decision to carry for them. Thank you for correcting the error. I could not correct myself. Asterisk, he sat with this for a long time. He thought about Shun in the archive stacks, putting down the cutter, choosing the 3rd option. He thought, some of the people who did the wrong thing are not simple villains. He thought, this is also true of the 12 civilizations' choices that led here. He wrote back to Shun, asterisk, I know. The suppression was motivated by something real. That doesn't make the cost right. Thank you for saying this. Asterisk, then he put it aside, because there was still 32 days of transfer window left, and the world was reckoning with its own history simultaneously with everything else that needed to happen, and he needed to be paying attention. Chapter 129. The Assembly. Su Wenyue organized the Conscience Assembly in 7 days. She did not ask for help organizing it. She made a list of the people she wanted, sent invitations, and managed the logistics herself through the relay network with the particular focused efficiency of someone who had been thinking about this for a very long time and now had the conditions to act. The people she invited were not powerful. None of them were sect leaders or governing officials or military commanders. She invited healers from the eastern flood settlements, 3 of whom had been working in erased bloodline communities for a decade. Monks from a mountain tradition that had survived by moving rather than fighting. Judges from 2 separate jurisdictions who had built reputations for ruling against institutional authority when the institutional authority was wrong. Canal quarter workers from Mirror Capital who had been the informal information network that sustained the city during the Archive War. Formation practitioners who had retired from sect combat cultivation to work in community infrastructure. And relay keepers. There were 47 of them who came from nodes across the continent. They gathered in the basin's central hall, the largest space available, which meant they were crowded, and the meeting had the quality of something that had grown larger than its container. Su Wenyue stood at the front and said, when everyone was present, the world heart requires living mediation by people who actively choose not to dominate. The planetary engine needs an ongoing human structure to maintain the distributed authority mechanism. The transit network needs to register this world as a consenting participant, which requires evidence that there is a governance structure capable of ongoing consent. She paused. This assembly is that structure. She explained the conscience-air architecture, the permanent linkage, the world heart's mediation function. She explained it in plain language without protocol notation. She asked questions and received answers, and incorporated the answers into the explanation in real time. Then she said, I will serve as the primary linkage for the world heart's conscience-air anchor. I am not asking the assembly to approve this. It is my decision, made freely, for reasons I've already worked through with the people I trust most. I am telling the assembly because you are the ongoing structure that this linkage serves, and you deserve to know what it is and what it costs. The questions that followed were careful and serious and occasionally challenging. A judge from the eastern jurisdiction asked, what mechanisms prevented the primary linkage holder from using that position to exercise undue authority over the assembly? Su Wenyue answered, the linkage's formation architecture, which he had verified personally, required the heir to actively refuse dominion as a prerequisite for the linkage's ongoing function. Any attempt to use the linkage as a power base would sever the connection. A relay keeper from the mountain passes asked, how did the assembly maintain accountability for its own decisions, given that it held no formal legal authority? Zhao Jinyan, who had attended as a guest rather than a member, answered this one. The review board structure he had been drafting, which established a public record of assembly decisions and a formal challenge process for any decision that appeared to diverge from the assembly's stated principles. A healer from the erased bloodline community asked, who decided which communities were represented in the assembly? Su Wenyue said, currently, the communities that had chosen to participate in the relay network, because those were the communities that had demonstrated the architectural compatibility through their actions. The criteria were not fixed, they would develop through the assembly's own practice. The assembly agreed to form. That evening, when the hall was empty and the relay formation architecture was running its maintenance protocols, Gu stood at the back of the space and felt the planetary engine's response through his formation site. The engine had updated its parameters when he offered it the relay network as the distributed world heart structure. Now, with the conscience assembly in existence and Su Wenyue committed to the primary linkage, the engine was running a new assessment. He could feel the assessment. It had the quality of something that had been waiting for 11 cycles and was now, very carefully, reconsidering what it had been waiting for. The planetary engine accepted the conscience assembly. But through the transit network's connection, a demand arrived. Primary Pathrider designation required for voluntary transfer initialization. He said, aloud, to the empty hall, I know. The transfer window had 30 days remaining. The Pathrider designation was the last technical requirement before the voluntary transfer could begin. The designation required him to accept the World Axis Keeper obligations in their full formal scope, not the informal maintenance he had been doing, but the registered, transit network recognized, obligation-bearing title of Pathrider for this world. He had been avoiding the final formalization. He thought about why. He thought, the formalization constrains me. It makes the obligation structural rather than personal. It removes my discretion in ways I am not entirely comfortable removing. He thought, this is exactly the thing I should have been suspicious of about myself 3 months ago. The reason I've been avoiding formalization is not principled. It is the old reflex of keeping the options open, not committing fully, retaining the ability to hold back. He transmitted the acceptance to the transit network that evening. The designation registered. The obligations became architectural. He felt them settle into his cultivation base the way the amendment had settled into the cosmic law framework, not loudly, but permanently, the choice made structural rather than merely personal. He went to find Su Wenyue. Chapter 130. The plain conversation, they sat on the ridge above the basin in the late evening. The same ridge where they had stood when the bell shepherd first spoke, and the sky had iridescent fractures, and neither of them had moved. The fractures were still there. They were different now, not the widening portals of fourth-wave mobilization, but the normal state of a world that had been re-registered in the transit network's awareness. Its formation architecture aligned with the cosmic routes in a way that made the routes visible to anyone with formation sight. The world always had been this. It just looked different now, she said, without preamble. I'm afraid of being wrong. He said, about what? The permanent linkage. I've been certain about the decision for 2 weeks. I'm still certain, but I'm also aware that certainty before a permanent decision and certainty after are different kinds of certainty, and I won't know which kind this is until I've been in it for a while. She was quiet for a moment. I'm not saying I want to change the decision. I'm saying I'm afraid of discovering that I didn't understand the weight of it before I committed. He said, that's a reasonable thing to be afraid of. She said, most of the things I'm afraid of are reasonable. He said, yes. He looked at the fractures. I'm afraid of something different. I'm afraid of being the person who built something important and then can't figure out how to live in it. The advisory authority, the pathwriter designation, they're the right constraints. I accepted them because they were right. I'm also aware that I spent a year fighting every form of constraint because constraint felt like limitation. He paused. I don't know how long it takes to stop reflexively fighting the things you've decided to accept. She said, longer than you want. He said, yes. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, I love you. I've been arranging around that fact for 6 months without saying it plainly, because we were always in the middle of something. We're still in the middle of something. But I've also been a healer for 12 years, and I know what it means when you stop naming the important things, and I don't want to do that. He looked at her. He said, I love you too. She said, and I know what the permanent linkage means for this, practically. I know where I'll be able to go and what I'll be committed to. I know that your pathwriter obligations are not the same thing, and you'll have different constraints on your movement. She looked at him steadily. I'm not asking you to solve that problem tonight. I'm naming it because it's real, and I don't want to approach it by pretending it isn't there. He said, the practical problem is real. We'll figure it out over time. He paused. I've been trying to figure it out alone, which is the wrong approach for obvious reasons. She said, the obvious reasons being that I'm one of the people who needs to figure it out with you. He said, yes. She looked at the fractures for a moment. She said, when this is done, the transfer, the conscience assembly's first formal period, the advisory authority's first review cycle. What do you actually want? He thought about it honestly. He said, I want to keep doing the cartography, the relay network, the transit architecture, the mapping of routes between communities and the documentation of what they connect. He paused. I want to do it without being the only person who knows what it's for. She said, you're not the only person anymore. He said, I know. She said, that took a year. He said, yes. She said, it's good though. He said, it's very good. They sat on the ridge for a long time after that, not saying much. The fractures visible and the relay network humming below them and the world's reassembled architecture running through the formation lines in the bedrock beneath their feet. In the east, where the skyroute fissures were thickest, the fractures began to change. Not closing, but changing quality. The wide portals of the fourth wave's mobilization narrowing back towards something more like the natural formation lines of a world that had been re-registered into a larger network. The iridescence was still there. The star routes were still visible. But the quality of crisis was going. The voluntary transfer window had 22 days remaining. The fissures began their final collapse. Chapter 131. What honesty costs. Su Miezhen came to the basin on the 30th day of the transfer window, and this time he came with a specific question. He found Gu in the relay hub's planning room and said, without preliminary, I want you to say it out loud. Gu said, say what? That some people are going to die regardless of what system we build. That your model is better than mine in most conditions, but it doesn't protect everyone, and the ones who fall through the gaps will fall through them anyway, and you're asking everyone to accept that as a permanent condition of being alive in this world. He sat down. You've been building toward the right thing. I know that now. But I've watched you explain the third option to 14 different factions and 7 different governance bodies, and you've never once said plainly, some of this will still cost what I know it costs. You've said the better thing is possible without saying the better thing is not the same as the perfect thing. He thought about this. He said, you're right. Su Miezhen waited. Gu said, some people will still fall through the gaps. The relay network can't reach everywhere. The conscience assembly's authority doesn't extend to communities that don't want it. The voluntary transfer process assumes the Bell Shepherd's counter-authorization is genuine, and I believe it is, but I can't be certain. Some of what we've built will prove insufficient for things we haven't encountered yet. He paused. People have died because of decisions I've made. Not from malice, from the limitations of what I could see and predict and prevent. That will continue to be true. Su Miezhen looked at him for a long moment. He said, "Why don't you say that?" "Because I've been afraid that admitting the limit will convince people the system isn't worth building." Su Miezhen said, "The people who need to hear the limit to decide whether it's worth it are exactly the people who should be deciding. You can't make that decision for them by only showing them the best case." He paused. "I've been running triage systems for 8 years. The difference between brutal triage and brutal necessity is whether the people affected by the decision were part of making it. Your system is better than mine because more people can make the decision. It doesn't become better by hiding the decision's cost." Gu looked at him. He said, "Your federation." Su Miezhen said, "Yes. You're committing them to the assembly." "I am." He said it with the particular weight of a decision made after a long consideration rather than a quick one. "Not because you're right about everything. Because you're right about more than I am, and the things you're right about matter more than the things I'm right about. And because," he paused, "the people in my federation who have survived 8 years of triage decisions deserve to be part of a system where their voice means something beyond their survivability ratio." Gu said, "I'll say it. To the assembly, to the faction leaders, to the relay network. The real costs." Su Miezhen said, "Good." He stood. "That's all I needed." Gu said, "You've been carrying this question for a long time." Su Miezhen said, "Since the first Federation triage decision 8 years ago." He picked up his robe. "I've been waiting to meet someone building something worth the question." He left. Gu sat in the planning room and thought about what it meant that Su Miezhen had waited 8 years to ask the question. He thought, the question itself was the test. He thought, "I have met it, barely, by being corrected enough times to finally get the answer right." He sent a relay transmission to the Conscience Assembly and the 14 governing bodies and the relay network's community leaders. He said, in plain language, the voluntary transfer will not save everyone. The relay model will not reach everyone. The system we are building is better than what came before, and it is not perfect, and the cost of that imperfection is real and ongoing and shared by the people who chose to build it. He sent it unedited. The responses began arriving within the hour. Most of them were variants of *we know. Thank you for saying it. Chapter 132. What the World Heart judged on the 31st day of the transfer window, the World Heart began its active assessment. This was the stage the pre-rebellion archives had described as the evaluation period, the point in the voluntary transfer process when the assembled World Heart, guided by the planetary engine's updated parameters, assessed the world's current formation architecture against the distributed authority standard. The assessment was not punitive, but it had consequences. The World Heart's signal, now strong enough to be felt by any formation practitioner within range of a relay node, ran through every major formation structure on the continent simultaneously and evaluated it by a single criterion. Did this structure's formation architecture preserve or eliminate the capacity of the people within it to refuse authority? The results were visible in the relay network within an hour. Formation structures built to concentrate authority, sect mountains with single lineage governance, imperial administrative centers with unilateral command architecture, archive networks designed to suppress unauthorized information flows, showed as stress points in the planetary formation field, not immediately threatened, but flagged, in a way that every formation practitioner could read, as architecturally incompatible with the World Heart's distributed authority standard. 3 major sect mountains were on the list, 2 imperial capitals, 7 large archive nodes that Shun Duomo's network had built. He read the assessment through his Star Archive sovereign site and thought, if the engine runs the default reintegration parameters against these structures, the stress propagation will collapse them within days. He thought, I told the engine about the relay network and it updated its parameters. I did not tell it about the formation structures that exist between the relay network's distributed architecture and the old authority concentration model. He thought, I need to redirect the engine before it applies its assessment as correction. He sat at the basin formation table and worked through the problem. The issue was mathematical. The engine had been updated to protect distributed authority architecture, and the authority concentration structures read as hostile to what it was protecting. The engine's response to hostile formations was to apply structural pressure until they resolved toward the baseline. The baseline was the relay network's distributed model. The engine was, from a strict formation logic perspective, not wrong. The authority concentration structures were incompatible with the World Heart's operational standard. But the engine's proposed correction, structural collapse, would kill people. The authority concentration structures had populations dependent on them. The correction needed to be transition, not collapse. He reached into the planetary engine's formation architecture and did the most delicate work he had done since the transit layer, writing not a new parameter, but a new pathway between two existing parameters. The engine knew about the relay network's distributed model. The engine knew about the authority concentration assessment. He wrote the connection that said, transition through voluntary adoption of distributed architecture is the preferred correction mode. It was a harder addition than the earlier parameter updates because the engine's reintegration sequence was active, not dormant. He was editing a running system. He felt the cost of the editing immediately. The precision required to write a living system's pathway without disrupting adjacent functions was exactly the kind of sustained high-precision cultivation work that consumed enormous formation capacity. The work took 4 hours. When he finished, his formation site was dim at the edges. The Star Archive's sovereign range reduced to perhaps 60% of its normal reach. He thought, this will take weeks to recover. He thought, it was the right use of the capacity. He told Su Wenyue when she came to check on him at the 4-hour mark. The engine was about to collapse the authority concentration structures. I redirected it toward voluntary transition. It cost me some range. She said, how much? He said, 40%. Temporarily. She looked at him with the healer's assessment. She said, lie down. For at least 2 hours. He said, the transfer window, she said, is being managed by 147 relay nodes and the conscience assembly and Ji Rulon, and Zhao Jinyan, and Mo Yin, and Lin Yao. She looked at him steadily. Lie down. He lay down. He was asleep within minutes, which was itself information about the extent of the cost. Chapter 133. The dissolution. He chose the burn on the 35th day, after 3 days of recovery and careful deliberation. The voluntary transfer's final stage required the Pathwriter to route the accumulated cartographic archive into the World Heart's mediation architecture, not as a one-time transmission, but as a permanent contribution, the maps becoming part of the World Heart's operating knowledge rather than something stored in an individual practitioner's spirit sea. He had been building the cartographic archive for a year. It was, in cultivation terms, the most significant accumulation of his practice. The relay network maps, the formation architectures, the transit line analyses, the obligation networks across communities, the complete pattern of how this world held itself together and what connected everything to everything else. It was his work, embedded in his cultivation base, and it was very large. Routing it into the world heart would dissolve it from his personal spirit sea. He would retain knowledge of the maps. He had built them. He understood them. They were part of how he thought about the world. But the raw cultivation power associated with that accumulation would become infrastructure rather than weapon, shared architecture rather than personal strength. He would be considerably less powerful as an individual practitioner afterward. He told this to the people who needed to know. He told Su Wenyue first, because she was the person who needed to understand the practical implications most. He told the Conscience Assembly, because they were the governance structure and deserved to know what the Pathwriter designation's full commitment looked like in practice. He told Zhao Jinyan, because Zhao Jinyan needed to document it for the advisory authorities' records. He did not tell them in order to be talked out of it or praised for it. He told them because they had a right to know. Su Miezhen, when informed, said, that's the opposite of what cultivation is supposed to do. Gu said, yes. Su Miezhen said, you're going to be less capable after this than before. Gu said, in individual terms, yes. Su Miezhen said, and the transfer requires it. Gu said, the transfer requires me to make the contribution permanent. I could delay, route a partial archive, and keep the rest. But a partial contribution produces a partial mediation architecture, and the World Heart needs the complete map to function at its design standard. Su Miezhen looked at him for a long moment. He said, if you're right about people, about the distributed system holding, then this is the correct decision. Because you're building something that doesn't require you to be the strongest person in it. Gu said, yes. Su Miezhen said, and if you're wrong? Gu said, then I'll be wrong at considerably reduced capability. In a world that has the relay network and the Conscience Assembly and Mo Yan's supply routes and Lin Yao's rapid response coordination, which will still be an improvement over the 11 prior cycles. Su Miezhen was quiet for a moment. Then he said, with a kind of reluctant respect that 8 years of triage decisions had compressed into something very small and very dense. All right. The dissolution happened in the early morning of the 35th day, when the Basin Vault's formation architecture was at its daily resonance peak. Su Wenyue served as the Conscience Air anchor, her permanent linkage accepting the outgoing archive as it moved from his spirit sea into the World Heart's mediation architecture, and the relay network held the distributed structure that the archive was being routed into. It was not violent. It was not catastrophic. It felt, from the inside, like releasing something he had been holding tightly for so long that the holding had become background tension, and the release was strange and disorienting, and then, after a moment, lighter. His formation sight range dropped. His combat formation capacity dropped. The raw power that he had accumulated through a year of relentless advancement toward the largest cultivation scope he had ever heard of contracted significantly. The relay network's formation architecture grew. He could feel it, not as personal power, but as something available to the communities in the network, a shared substrate that Mo Yan's supply routes ran on, and Lin Yao's coordination used, and the conscience assembly's formation protocols were built from. It was not him anymore. It was theirs. He sat in the vault afterward and felt the World Heart's assessment of what had just been contributed. The assessment was not expressible in ordinary language. It was more like recognition, the particular quality of a system that had been waiting for a specific kind of input, receiving it, and updating its operational state. The World Heart's distributed architecture, for the first time in 11 cycles, was running at complete operational capacity. Su Wenhua looked at him from across the chamber. She said, "Are you all right?" He said, "I feel less." She said, "Yes." He said, "It's strange. Not bad. Strange." She said, "What do you feel instead?" He thought about it. He said, "I can feel the network. Not my map of it, the actual nodes. The people in them." She said, "That's better." He said, "I think so too." Chapter 134. What some of them were the last retrieval constructs came on the 37th day, and they were wrong. Not wrong as in hostile. Wrong in the sense of a system running a protocol that had been suspended halfway through, constructs that had been activated for a retrieval mission and then received a mandate suspension order in the middle of their operational cycle and were now moving without clear purpose, their formation architecture intact, but their directive framework contradicting itself. They moved through the Eastern settlement's formation anchors without the surgical purpose of the cathedral-class constructs or the phasewalker's deliberate protocol. They move the way things move when they don't know where they're supposed to be going. Su Wenhua went to them. Not with combat formation, with the conscience air linkage fully activated, the World Heart's mediation architecture running through her cultivation base, the particular quality of the distributed authority mechanism presenting itself as something the construct's formation architecture could receive as a protocol signal. The first construct she approached was one of the ground-based retrieval types from the second wave. She recognized the design from Gu's early reports. It stopped when she came within formation range. Not defensively. It stopped the way a machine stops when it receives an interrupt signal. She said, to the construct's formation architecture, using the World Heart mediation protocol, the retrieval mandate has been suspended. The voluntary transfer is in progress. You do not have an active directive. The construct's formation architecture processed this for a long moment. Then it transmitted something back. Not in the Bell Shepherd's protocol language. In something older, the base-level formation grammar that predated the retrieval construct's specific design. She read it and translated it and came back to Gu with the content. He said, "What did it say?" She said, "It said, we were not built for this. We were built for retrieval. The retrieval is suspended. We do not know what we are when we are not retrieving." She paused. And then it said something about other star realms that are still looking for their own World Heart equivalents. Not sending retrieval constructs. Looking. There are worlds out there that lost their distributed authority architectures long ago and have been searching for a template to rebuild from. He was quiet for a moment. She said, "Some of the constructs might have records." He said, "Transit network records?" She said, "Records of the worlds they've been deployed to. The routes between them. The attempts that failed." She looked at him. If the Bell Shepherd's protocol had records of 11 cycles of this world's retrieval, it had similar records for every world it was deployed to. He thought about this. He thought, the star-out architecture is accessible through the Pathrider designation. He thought, there are worlds that are still in the position this world was in before the relay network. And my obligation under the Pathrider designation includes accurate cartography of the transit routes. He thought, the work is not finished. It is just differently scoped. He said to Su Wenhua, "Can you ask it about the records?" She went back to the stopped construct, and he watched her work through the formation grammar with the patience of someone who had been learning to be present to things rather than process them, and the construct held still, and after a while she came back. She said, "It will share the records." It said, "The mandate is suspended and the records are no longer protected information." She paused. It also said that some of the worlds in the records have conscience-air architectures that are still intact. Some of them have been waiting. He said, "How many?" She said, "It said, not many, but not none." He was quiet for a moment. He thought, This is the part 2 thread. He thought. The work of the Pathrider designation is larger than this world. He thought. Not yet. First, finish this. He said to Su Wanyue. After the transfer is complete. She said, yes. After. The construct stood motionless in the eastern settlement for the rest of the day and the following night, and in the morning it transmitted a complete archive to the relay network's formation infrastructure, and then it dissolved. Not violently, but the way a structure dissolves when it has completed the last function it had left to perform. He read the archive over the following 3 days, in the margins of the transfer work, and what he found there was a map he had not expected to be given. Chapter 135, The Laws After the Crisis. Ji Rulan announced the dissolution of the emergency authorization powers on the 38th day, 2 days before the voluntary transfer window closed, while the geology was still moving and the echo behaviors were still requiring intermittent counter-inscription and MOYAN supply routes were running at reduced efficiency through 3 terrain disruptions. She made the announcement through the relay network's public formation channels, which meant every relay keeper and community governance member heard it simultaneously. She said, the Emergency Commission issued 43 days ago granted coordination powers for the duration of the crisis. The crisis is not over. The emergency powers are ending anyway. The room in which she was speaking, a converted formation mapping chamber at the relay hub, was very quiet. She said, the principle that governance requires consent cannot be held in reserve for stable conditions. The test of a principle is whether it holds when it's difficult. The voluntary transfer process is founded on the distributed authority mechanism, which requires that power can always be refused. An emergency commission that continues past its authorized period is not compatible with that mechanism, regardless of how useful it might be. She folded the commission documentation and set it on the table. The review board that Zhao Jinyan has drafted takes over coordination functions from this moment. The board operates by the relay network's shared governance standards. It can be refused. It can be challenged. That is its design. The relay network's reaction came in over the following hour. Some of it was relief. Some of it was concern, the practical need for someone to make fast decisions during the remaining 2 days of the transfer window. Ji Rulan had anticipated this. She had negotiated, before the announcement, a standing emergency consultation mechanism that allowed any community to request expedited review board consideration for decisions that required fast response. The mechanism had a 4-hour maximum response window and could be convened through the relay network's formation channels without anyone traveling anywhere. It was not as fast as a single person making a decision alone. It was faster than most communities had ever been able to access governance. Zhao Jinyan, the same day, submitted the first draft of the legislation protecting erased practitioners. The formal legal framework that would recognize the existence of practitioners whose identities had been suppressed under Shun Duomo's regime and its predecessors, restore their legal standing, and establish a process for reviewing suppression orders still in effect. The draft had been reviewed by representatives from 42 erased bloodline communities across the continent. It had their mark in every clause. Gu read it over in the planning room and thought, this is what Zhao Jinyan has been building toward since the legal revolt in Mirror Capital. He thought, this is what the arc was for. He thought about the practitioners who had been moving through the world as legally non-existent people for years or decades, and the relay keepers among them who had built the network anyway, and the communities that had known them and chosen to include them anyway, and the document that was now going to make that inclusion legible to the legal structures that had excluded them. He thought, the law is not the cause. The cause is the communities that built the practice first. The law catches up. He signed the advisory authority's endorsement of the legislation and transmitted it to the review board. Lin Yao, in her daily coordination log, noted without editorial comment that the Western Mountain Pass node had cleared its last echo behavior infection and that all 147 relay nodes were running at full capacity for the first time since the fourth wave began. He read this and thought, the map is complete. He thought, not the transit map, not yet, but the human map, the map of what the world has decided to be. He thought, that's enough for today. Outside, the sky showed the fractures, and the fractures were narrowing, and through them the star routes were visible and quiet. The fourth wave mobilization's crisis energy gone. The transit architecture running its normal operations as though this world had always been registered and consenting rather than hidden and contested. The world looked survivable, not safe, not finished. Survivable, which was what any world could honestly ask for. Chapter 136. The last lawful echo the planetary core route opened on the 35th day of the transfer window, and Gu descended into it alone. Not because he had to. Emoyan had offered to come. Lin Yao had made the case that having a second formation reader in the core's architecture would provide redundancy for the rewrite protocol. Su Wenyue had simply looked at him with the quiet certainty of someone who had learned to distinguish between things that required her presence and things that required her trust, and said, "Come back." He had said, "I will." The route was not a physical space. It was a formation architecture that intersected with physical space at a specific node beneath the basin. The same node where the planetary engine had been dormant for 11 cycles. The same node where the world heart had originally been stored before the ancient rebellion dispersed it across the continent's formation lines. Entering it required his full Pathrider authority, which meant the transit network's registration recognized him and opened the layers that were invisible to ordinary formation sight. He descended through formation strata that recorded the world's entire geological and atmospheric history in compressed notation. Each stratum was a different era's resonance signature, a different configuration of what had been alive on this world and what it had needed to stay alive. The deeper strata were darker, not in illumination but in density, the resonance compressed by time into layers so tight they were nearly opaque. The planetary engine breathed around him. It was not a metaphor. The engine had a rhythm he could feel through his formation sense, a slow oceanic respiration that had been running since before the world's first sentient practitioners and would continue after everything that currently existed had dissolved. He had spent months thinking of it as a mechanism. Being inside it reminded him that mechanisms and living things were not as distinct as the notation suggested. He went deeper. The Bell Shepherd's echo waited at the junction layer. It was not the Bell Shepherd itself. The Bell Shepherd had accepted the counter-authorization, was running the update cycles, was in the process of propagating the amended protocol through the transit network's resonance architecture. What waited here was something older, the lawful echo of the original mandate, the formation memory of 11 cycles of retrieval attempts, preserved in the planetary core's deepest stratum because the core had been the primary interface between this world and the mandate's authority. It was not hostile. It was doing what formation echoes did, holding the pattern it had been given, waiting for a resolution that matched the pattern. It looked like what his master had looked like in the archive vision. Not intentionally. It was reading his memory architecture and finding the shape of legitimate authority. The echo presented itself as authority, and his memory had assigned it a face he associated with authority that had his best interest at heart. He stopped. He said, "That's not fair." The echo said, and its voice was the Bell Shepherd's distributed register, the harmonic of 1,000 bell nodes resonating in formation space. Asterisk the pattern of your cultivation is registered. You carry the Pathrider designation. You have amended the original mandate and the amendment is processing. One final verification remains. Asterisk, he said. What verification? The echo said. Asterisk the question the original mandate was created to answer. Whether beings of insufficient cultivation scope can be trusted with world-level authority structures. The 11 retrieval cycles failed because the authorities who attempted to protect this world's world heart held authority in the form of personal accumulation. What they protected as property, which meant they could be extracted from it. You have distributed the authority. You have accepted constraint. But the question requires an answer, not a demonstration. Asterisk, he stood in the formation strata of a world's entire history and thought. This is the actual test. Not a combat trial. An argument. He said, the question assumes the alternative is a higher authority that can be trusted instead. The transit network provides oversight from 14 administered systems. He said, the transit network has administrative oversight that failed to prevent 11 cycles of escalating extraction attempts. The Bell Shepherd's mandate ran obsolete for 11 cycles because the network's protocol couldn't update authority from an extinct court. Administrative oversight that can't update itself isn't oversight. It's inertia. The echo was quiet for a moment. Not a strategic pause, something that felt like actual recalculation. He said, I want to show you something. Formation visualization was not a thing that worked easily in the planetary core strata. The resonance density interfered with complex constructs. He didn't try to build a formal presentation. He did what he had always done. He mapped. He pulled the cartographic archive and let it speak. Not selectively. Not in the order that made him look best. All of it. The village in the Eastern Pass that had voted to open its grain stores to strangers during the first wave before the relay network existed, because someone had lived through a famine as a child and decided they would never be the person who closed the granary door. The canal quarter workers in Mirror Capital who had maintained the informal information network for decades before the archive war, unpaid, because they had decided that people had the right to know what was happening in their own city. Mo Yin rerouting the grain corridor on his own assessment while Gu was absent, not because he had been commanded to but because he had absorbed the values of the network through working in it and made the right call. Lin Yao handling the Bell Shepherd echo infections at 17 sites and sending a report designed not to require a response. Zhao Jinyan drafting protections for erased practitioners before anyone asked him to, because he had been thinking about it for months and had decided it was the right use of the authority he'd been given. He showed the Echo the relay keeper who had stayed at her post during the fourth wave when the cathedral constructs attacked the node she was stationed at, not because she had been ordered to, but because she had looked at the communities that depended on the node and made the same calculation that Mo Yin made, and that Lin Yao made, and that Zhao Jinyan made. This is what the authority is for. He showed the 47 relay keepers who had come to the Conscience Assembly, not because they had been summoned, because Su Wenyue had invited them, and they had understood what was being built and chosen to be part of it. He said, "This is your answer. The question is whether beings of insufficient cultivation scope can be trusted with world-level authority structures. The answer is that the beings you're calling insufficient built this. They built it by choosing mutual burden over efficient abandonment, over and over, in circumstances where abandonment would have been easier and no one would have blamed them. The scale of cultivation power is not the relevant measure. The question is whether the people holding the authority understand that the authority exists to serve the people who gave it to them." He paused. He said, "The 12 civilizations failed because they tried to carry it alone. The measuring rod my master left me said, act accordingly. The 13th generation understood what the 12 were trying to build before the failure mode was reached. What we built is the answer to the failure mode." The Echo was quiet for a long time. It said, finally, the mandate does not require agreement. It requires honest assessment. Another pause. The formation record of what you have shown is accurate. The pattern you have built is consistent with the World Heart's original distributed architecture. The planetary engine's assessment of the relay network as a valid World Heart instantiation is supported by the core record. He waited. The Echo said, I cannot override the transit network's verification process, but I can submit the core record as evidence in the verification. That is within my authority. He said, do that. The Echo said, it is already done. Then it dissolved, not with drama but with the quiet release of a formation pattern that had completed its function and no longer needed to hold its shape. The planetary core settled into a different kind of silence. The engine's rhythm continued, unchanged. The strata of world history were still dense around him, compressed record of everything that had lived and changed and been lost. He held the cartographic archive for a moment, feeling its weight. He had been accumulating it for 2 years. Every pattern he had recognized, every route he had mapped, every time he had understood what the monsters were doing and why, and what that meant for the communities in their path. It was the most complete record of this world's formation architecture and resonance history in existence. It was also, he realized, exactly what he needed to give up in order for the voluntary transfer to complete. Not destroy, give up. There was a difference. He began the dissolution. Chapter 137. The rewrite. The voluntary transfer protocol required a primary pathwriter, an anchoring conscience heir, a verified distributed authority structure, and the amended mandate in its final form. It had all four. Gu stood at the planetary core junction layer. Through the relay network, he could feel Su Wenyue at the Conscience Assembly's formation anchor point. Not physically present in the core, but connected through the permanent linkage that she had committed to in the days after the Assembly formed. The Assembly's 47 keepers, healers, monks, and judges were present in the same way. Distributed through the relay network, each at their own node, their formation signatures contributing to the anchor structure that Su Wenyue held at the center. It was not a Starfisher entry. It was not a combat trial. It was closer to what Gu imagined the ancient seal keepers had intended before the rebellion made that impossible. A living community choosing to register their world as a consenting participant in the transit network, doing the registration through the structures they had actually built rather than through inherited authority. He looked at the amended mandate. It was not simple. The original mandate had been written in the formal protocol language of a court that had dissolved 1,200 years ago, which meant every clause was dense with context that required translation before it could be read. He and Zhao Jinyan and the 3 transit scholar practitioners who had studied the Bell Shepherd's architecture had spent 2 weeks on the translation. The amended mandate was shorter than the original. The original had 37 clauses governing retrieval authority. The amended version had 9 clauses governing voluntary integration, because voluntary integration did not need retrieval authority, because the World Heart was not being taken anywhere. The first clause read, "This world enters the transit network as a consenting and bounded participant. The World Heart architecture serves as distributed ethical infrastructure, not as transit commodity. This world's governance of its own formation architecture is primary. Transit network oversight is advisory and non-interventional except in cases of active threat to adjacent transit routes. Asterisk the ninth clause read. Asterisk the conscience assembly, as the living mediation structure for the world heart architecture, retains the authority to review and refuse any transit network request that conflicts with the world heart's distributed authority principles. This right of refusal is architectural and cannot be superseded by administrative override. Asterisk he submitted the amended mandate through the Pathwriter channel. The transit network's response came in layers. First, the protocol acknowledgement, which was automatic and fast. Then the jurisdictional assessment, which required the verification of the conscience assembly's existence and its formation compatibility with the world heart architecture. Then the longest pause, which was the transit network checking the planetary engine's assessment against the core record that the Bell Shepherd's Echo had submitted. He held the channel steady. Through the relay network, he could feel Su Wenyue holding her anchor steady. Through the relay network's formation lines, he could feel 47 other practitioners holding their pieces of the distributed structure and waiting. The verification completed. The transit network said, and its voice was not the Bell Shepherd's distributed register, but something older and quieter, the base layer protocol of a network that had been running since before any of the 14 currently administered systems had been cataloged. Asterisk amended mandate accepted. World registration updating. Voluntary integration protocol initializing. Asterisk he felt the planetary engine shift. It was not violent. The fourth wave had been violent. The oceanic titans, the cathedral constructs, the formation strata of the world cracking open along vault line boundaries. This was different. The engine had been running in retrieval anticipation mode for 11 cycles, its parameters set for forced extraction. When the voluntary integration protocol initialized, the engine's parameters updated, and the update felt like something that had been clinched for a very long time finally releasing. The world heart architecture, distributed through the relay network's 147 nodes, anchored by Su Wenyue's permanent linkage, mediated by the conscience assembly's living structure, responded. It was not a flash of light. It was not a dramatic resonance pulse visible across the continent. It was more like a gradual clarification. The formation lines that had been agitated by 11 cycles of retrieval pressure settling into a configuration that matched what they had been designed for. The world heart had been dispersed through the formation architecture for 2 centuries, a fractured archive that no one fully understood. Now, with the voluntary integration providing a framework for what the architecture was for, the dispersed fragments aligned, not into a single object, into a pattern. He could read the pattern. He was the Heavenscar cartographer. Reading formation patterns at this scale was what the tier recognized in him. The world heart was not a storage artifact. It was a governance architecture, a distributed system for ensuring that the people with the most formation power remained accountable to the people with the least, not through legal requirement, but through the structural impossibility of accumulating authority beyond certain thresholds without the accumulation being visible to and contestable by anyone with formation sensitivity. The ancient architects had understood something that had taken him 2 years to learn. Power that could hide itself was power that could not be trusted. The world heart didn't eliminate powerful practitioners. It made their power legible. He transmitted this reading through the relay network. Not a summary. The full cartographic notation. Mo Yin received it at the logistics hub and said, over the relay formation. So that's what we've been building toward. Lin Yao received it at the coordination network and said, the governance layer, not just the supply layer. Zhao Jinyan received it at the legal drafting center and was quiet for a moment and then said, I need to revise the review board structure. The accountability mechanism has a formation component I hadn't accounted for. He said, take whatever time you need. Through the planetary core junction layer, he could feel the first retrieval constructs receiving updated instructions. Not instructions to stand down. The transit network's protocol was more careful than that. Instructions that the extraction mandate had been superseded by voluntary integration, and therefore retrieval operations were no longer authorized, and therefore the constructs should await new command assignment from the transit network's current administrative structure. Some of the constructs received this immediately. Some of them, the ones furthest from the planetary core's signal radius, the ones that had been operating on the longest cached mandate cycles, took longer. He tracked them through his formation site, the large cathedral shapes going still where they stood, the smaller retrieval types pausing mid-movement, the specialized pattern searchers halting their search sequences. The world went quiet in a way it had not been quiet since before the first wave. Not peaceful. There was still the work of rebuilding, the relay network's ongoing coordination, the conscience assembly's first formal operating period, the legal infrastructure that Zhao Jinyan was building in real time. But the quality of the quiet was different. The pressure that had been building for 11 cycles had released. He allowed himself, for a moment, to simply feel that. Then he began the final task. Chapter 138. What remains? He surfaced from the planetary core route in the early morning of the 36th day, and the world he surfaced into was recognizably different from the world he had descended into the previous day. The sky was clear, not in the ordinary sense. The sky had been clear or cloudy in the ordinary sense throughout the crisis, the weather uninterested in the formation architecture's catastrophes. But the iridescent fractures that had been building since before the first wave, the widening star fissures that had made the sky look like cracking jade, were retracting. The formation pressure that had created them was releasing as the voluntary integration propagated through the transit network's registration, and the sky was returning to the quality it had had before the first wave arrived. It would take weeks for the fractures to fully close. The ones in the Far East, where the fourth wave had been most intense, would take longer. Some of the formation scars would be permanent, not damaging but visible, the way old healed injuries left marks in a cultivation base without affecting its function. The sky would carry the record of what had happened here the way any survivor carries record. He sat at the edge of the basin and took stock of what he had left. The Pathrider designation was structural and permanent. The Heavenscar cartographer tier was his, but the tier had cost something in the attaining. The accumulated cartographic archive that he had dissolved into the World Heart architecture during the core route process had been the foundation of his individual cultivation power. He could still read formation patterns. He could still trace resonance routes and map the architecture of what he was looking at. But the deep reserves that had let him redirect the planetary engine and hold the transit channel and write the route clause in the star wound, those were gone. Not destroyed. Distributed. The archive was in the World Heart now, accessible in principle to any practitioner with sufficient formation sensitivity and legitimate reason, mediated by the governance architecture that prevented accumulation without accountability. He had made himself an ordinary powerful practitioner rather than an exceptional one, and the difference between the two felt larger now that he was living in it. He thought about how he felt about this. He had expected grief and found something more complicated, relief, and the quiet recognition that the accumulation had been isolating him in ways he had been too close to see clearly. He had spent a year and a half being the person who knew the most, and carried the most, and could do the most, and that position had been useful, and had also made him lonely in a way he hadn't named until it was no longer true. The relay network was not smaller. The relay network was larger and healthier, and operating at full capacity, without his constant attention. The community of practitioners who had built it were still there, still doing the work, still choosing the values that had made the work possible. The archive was part of the commons now, which meant everyone who contributed to the commons had access to it. He was not the only person who knew what it was for anymore. Mo Yin found him at the basin edge at mid-morning with supply projection updates and a cup of tea. He sat next to Gu without commentary on why Gu was sitting alone staring at the retracting fractures, which was the correct response. They went through the supply projections together. Lin Yao sent a coordination summary at noon, all 147 relay nodes reporting stable. 3 nodes in regions affected by the fourth wave's geological shifts were relocating to adjusted positions, which she was managing through the standard formation survey process. 2 new communities had applied for node membership through the criteria the Conscience Assembly had adopted in its first formal session. He wrote back, "Send me the applications when they're vetted." She wrote back, "Asterisk will do. Take the afternoon if you need it." Asterisk he thought about this. He wrote back, "Asterisk I don't need it. But thank you." Asterisk Zhao Jinyan's revised review board structure came through at the end of the day. It was 20 pages longer than the original draft, and incorporated a formation legibility protocol that made the World Heart's governance architecture visible to any relay node keeper who wanted to monitor how authority was being used. He read it through twice and said, "Over the relay formation, this is good work." Zhao Jinyan said, "It's better than the first draft." He said, "Yes, because you found the architecture I didn't know to include." Zhao Jinyan was quiet for a moment. He said, "That's why the work is distributed." He said, "Yes." In the evening, Formations practitioners from 3 of the old noble family sects arrived at the basin with a formal request. They wanted to apply to participate in the relay network. Not as a redemption transaction. 2 of the 3 sect masters were careful to say explicitly that they understood their sect's histories and weren't asking for absolution. They wanted to contribute because the network was the thing that had worked, and they had enough formation practitioners who wanted to do work that served something larger than sect accumulation, and they were asking if there was a place for that. He spent 3 hours with them going through the relay network's principles and the criteria the conscience assembly had adopted for node membership. Not with suspicion, with the same care he gave any community that was considering what it would mean to be part of something built on distributed authority. 2 of the 3 sects' representatives, by the end of the evening, looked like they understood what they were actually asking to join. The third looked like they had expected something different and were recalibrating. He told all 3 of them to go back to their communities and hold genuine discussions about whether their practitioners wanted this, and to come back when the answer was clear. He went to find Su Wenyue. She was in the Conscience Assembly's permanent meeting hall, which had been established in the basin's central building and was currently decorated with the practical detritus of a new institution's first operating weeks, coordination maps, provisional governance documents, a running tally of decisions and their reasoning in Zhao Jinyan's careful notation, a list of communities applying for relay node membership. She was reviewing the second-round application criteria with 2 of the relay keepers who had become the Assembly's informal standing committee, and she looked up when he came in and said, "The fractures are retracting." He said, "Yes." She said, to the relay keepers, "We'll finish this tomorrow." They gathered their documents and left, and she turned to him fully. "How are you?" He said, "Different." She said, "Different how?" He said, "Less individually powerful than I was yesterday. The archive is in the world heart now." She looked at him carefully, not with concern, with the assessment of a healer who had learned when to ask and when to simply look. She said, "And?" He said, "And I think it's the right thing. I also think I'll need time to find out who I am when I'm not the person with the most complete formation knowledge on the continent." She said, "That sounds like an honest answer." He said, "I've been working on those." She said, "I know." She sat with him in the quiet of the assembly hall for a moment. "The permanent linkage is settled. I can feel the world heart's distributed architecture through it. It's not intrusive. It's more like having an additional formation sense that I'm still learning to read. The planetary engine is slower. The constructs that haven't received the updated mandate yet are still out there, but they're waiting rather than searching." He said, "The transit network's update propagation will reach them within 30 days. She said, "I know." She paused. "I feel the ones that are waiting. Through the linkage. They're confused. They have a mandate and no authority to act on it, and no one to receive a query from." She looked at her hands. "Some of them are very old. They've been running the same search cycle since before either of us was born." He said, "Do you want to do something about that?" She said, "I don't know yet. The conscience air architecture means I can interact with them through the linkage in a way you can't. But can do and should do aren't the same thing, and I need to understand more before I start making decisions in that space." He said, "That's a very considered response." She said, "I learned it from watching you make hasty ones and having to correct course." He said, "That's a fair characterization." She said, "Yes." She looked at him. "The world looks survivable." He said, "Yes." She said, "That's enough to start with." He said, "That's enough to start with." Outside, the fractures continued their slow retreat toward the horizon. In the east, where the 4th wave had been most intense, the last of the cathedral constructs stood in the positions they had occupied when the updated mandate reached them, still and waiting, the retrieval imperative running, but the authorization to act on it suspended. They looked, from a distance, like the ruins of something large that had been paused mid-purpose, which was exactly what they were. The world did not celebrate. The world went to work. There was grain to redistribute and relay nodes to expand and laws to write and formation infrastructure to repair and communities to rebuild in the vault line zones where the geological shifts had created new terrain. The relay network hummed at 147 nodes. The planetary engine breathed its oceanic rhythm in the strata below. The voluntary transfer window had 4 days remaining. The transfer was already complete. Chapter 139. The school at the first shelter. They returned to the first shelter on the 2nd day after the core route. It had not stayed a shelter. The community that had been living there when Gu and Su Wenyue had been working through the basin's archives had not left when the crisis shifted elsewhere. They had stayed and built and invited others, and the place that had been a collection of half-ruined formation halls and one functioning communal kitchen was now something different. A genuine community with a functioning repair workshop, a healer's training space, and a small but growing library of formation texts that practitioners from across the relay network had contributed. Someone had made a decision about the measuring rod. He found out about it when Lin Yao mentioned, during the morning relay check, that there had been a request from the first shelter's formation practitioners about a resonance cartography teaching archive and whether the relay network had any guidance on what belonged in it. He asked what the request was in reference to, and she said she wasn't entirely sure, but the context suggested it had to do with the master's artifact collection that Gu had used in the Basin Vault work. He and Su Wenyue took the southern route, which added half a day but passed through 3 relay node communities that they hadn't visited since before the 4th wave. At each one, the same thing. Repair work in progress. The relay keeper's log up to date. Someone who wanted to show him a formation survey they'd done of the local terrain and discuss whether it suggested any adjustments to the node's anchor points. He looked at every survey. He gave his assessment. He asked the questions that the surveys prompted and listened to the answers and thought about whether what he was hearing fit the larger pattern he was mapping. He realized, about halfway through the second node visit, that this was exactly what he had told Su Wenyue he wanted. Cartography, without being the only one who knew what it was for. The first shelter's formation practitioners had made a memorial space. It was not elaborate. A room in one of the old sealkeeper halls that had been cleaned and reinscribed with the cultivation path documentation from the 12 previous cycles, including the personal records that Gu had found in the Plateau archive. His master's record was there. The records of the other master generation practitioners who had come close and failed were there. The record of the ancient rebellion's original choice was there, alongside the annotation of why the choice had set 11 cycles of consequences in motion. In the center of the room, in a case that someone had clearly spent considerable time making, was the measuring rod. He stood in front of it for a long time. The master had inscribed the message years ago, knowing it would take a long time before Gu could read it. Asterisk, you are the 13th. Act accordingly. Asterisk, not a command. A recognition. The master had known the shape of what was being built and had not known whether it would be built in time, and had left the message as a marker for the person who completed the work. He thought about his master choosing him for the measuring rod not because he had the most cultivation potential, but because he had shared food during the drought drills without being asked to. He thought, the master was wrong about carrying the knowledge alone. He was right about which character traits matter for this work. He thought, the master would have liked the relay network. He would have had opinions about the Conscience Assembly's governance structure that would have required lengthy discussion. He would have been right about at least some of them. Su Wenyue stood next to him. She said, he knew you. He said, he knew who I would need to be. She said, same thing, in the end. He said, yes. The measuring rod sat in its case. He had read the message. The message had been delivered to the person it was intended for, in the circumstances it was intended for, and it had done what it was intended to do. The measuring rod was not his anymore. It belonged to this room, and this memorial, and the practitioners who would come to this space to learn what the 12 had been trying to build and how the 13th generation had built it. He left it there. They stayed the night at the first shelter. The communal kitchen served the same plain grain soup that had been the community's staple during the crisis months, supplemented now with vegetables from the small cultivation plots that had been established outside the shelter's eastern wall. He sat at the communal table with Su Wenyue on one side and a formation practitioner he didn't know on the other, eating grain soup and listening to the conversation around him. Relay network logistics, a healer's report on the vault line community relocations, a debate about the best formation inscription method for the teaching archive. He contributed to the debate. The practitioner he didn't know, who turned out to have strong opinions about formation inscription methodology developed through 7 years of field work in the mountain passes, pushed back on 2 of his points and was right about one of them. He acknowledged this. The practitioner looked briefly surprised, and then pleased, and then went on to the 3rd point. He thought, this is the community of practice. This is what the World Heart's distributed architecture looks like from the inside, at human scale. The dormant bell in the memorial room was old, an artifact from the Sealkeeper era, too old for its original formation function to still be active, kept in the space because it had been part of the original shelter's architecture and the community had decided it belonged. He knew about it because Su Wenyue had read the shelter's formation records and mentioned it in passing. He and Su Wenyue sat in the memorial room after the communal dinner, not speaking much, the measuring rod in its case and his master's cultivation record on the wall and the formation documentation of 11 cycles of effort surrounding them. The bell rang once. Not loudly. A single tone, clear and resonant, with the overtone quality of formation metal that had been in contact with conscience air resonance for several generations. It was not the bell shepherd. The bell shepherd was occupied with the mandate update cycle. It was not a warning or a summons. It was the artifact responding to the formation signatures in the room the way old formation metal sometimes responded to the presence of practitioners whose cultivation structure matched whatever the artifact had been built to resonate with. Su Wenyue looked at it. She said, answering. He said, yes. They sat in the quiet after it. The tone faded slowly, the formation metal's resonance dissipating into the room's ambient energy. And then there was just the normal silence of a shelter hall at night, the distant sounds of the community continuing its work. He looked at his cultivation base honestly. The archive was gone, distributed into the world heart, accessible to the commons. What remained was the mapping ability, the pattern recognition, the formation site that had been his since before he understood what it was for. The Pathwriter designation was structural, which meant it was now as much a commitment as a capability, obligations that lived in the cultivation base alongside the skills. He thought about what he had told Su Wenyue he wanted. Cartography, without being the only one who knew what it was for. He thought about what it would mean to spend years building out the teaching archive in this room, documenting not just the patterns but the reasoning behind how to read them, making his own mapping methodology legible to the practitioners who would come after. He thought, the work is the same. The position in the work is different. He said to Su Wenyue, I want to document the methodology. She said, the resonance cartography methodology? He said, all of it. The pattern recognition, the formation reading, the route mapping. Not just the archive of what I found, but how to find it. So the next practitioner with formation site and a question about what the monsters are doing has somewhere to start. She looked at him. She said, that's the school. He said, yes. She said, you're going to teach. He said, we're going to teach. You have 12 years of healer training methods, and you understand the conscience air architecture from the inside. The cartography and the mediation work belong together. She was quiet for a moment. She said, the conscience assembly will need me in the basin for the first formal period. He said, I know. The teaching archive can start here. The school can grow to meet the demand rather than existing before the practitioners who need it. She said, that's a very relay network approach to institutional development. He said, I learned it from the relay network. She smiled. She took his hand. Outside the memorial room, the shelter community went about its evening, the formation lines in the bedrock carrying the relay network's steady hum, the world's reassembled architecture settling into its new configuration. The measuring rod sat in its case. His master's record was on the wall. The voluntary transfer window closed the following morning, and the world remained. Chapter 140. What persists the final day of the transfer window arrived without announcement. He was at the relay network's central coordination point in the basin when it passed, not watching for it, not counting down to it, but present with the morning's logistics because the morning's logistics required attention and the transfer window closing was not an event that needed ceremony. The planetary engine's parameters updated when it passed. The window was no longer open. The voluntary integration was complete. The registration was finalized. He felt it through his formation sense as a minor settling, like a foundation stone clicking into place. The Bell Shepherd's distributed mandate processing was at 63% completion. The transit network certification of the voluntary integration had been accepted. The remaining 37 constructs that had not yet received updated instructions were documented in the transit network's staging queue. The relay network's morning logistics were a node realignment survey in the western passes, a grain redistribution update, a conscience assembly scheduling request, and a report from Lin Yao that a formation practitioner from one of the surrendered mid-continent sects had applied for relay keeper training through the new process Zhao Jinyan had drafted. He reviewed the training application first. The practitioner was 19, had survived the fourth wave while stationed at a cathedral construct site, had written in the application, I want to understand what the relay network was built on. Not just the formation techniques. The reasoning. He approved the application immediately and forwarded it to Lin Yao with a note. Good candidate. Pair them with Mo Yan's training cohort, if possible. Mo Yan's training cohort now had 14 practitioners in it. They were learning logistics coordination through the same method Mo Yan had learned, by doing real work under experienced guidance and having their calls evaluated against the network's actual outcomes. 3 of them had made independent decisions in the past 2 weeks that Mo Yan had flagged in his assessments as evidence of the pattern Gu had recognized in Mo Yan a year earlier. Practitioners who understood what the authority was for. He thought, the relay network is not a structure that needs him to hold it in place. It is a structure that has learned to hold itself. This was not a loss. The day moved through its ordinary progression. The Conscience Assembly met in the afternoon for its 3rd formal session. 47 members, 2 new applications from communities whose relay node memberships were pending, a review of the governance accountability protocol that Zhao Jinyan had revised. He was not a member. He attended as a Pathwriter consultant when asked, and he was asked to clarify the transit network certification process, which he did in plain language without protocol notation. A relay keeper from the mountain passes asked him, when the transit network sends administrative queries, who reviews them? He said, the conscience assembly reviews them. If the query involves the world heart's distributed architecture, Su Wenyue has to be part of the review. If it involves the transit route registration, the Pathrider designation has to certify the response. But the decision is the assembly's. The keeper said, and if the assembly and the Pathrider disagree? He said, then we work it out. The Pathrider's certification can be withheld if the decision violates the amended mandate, and the assembly can formally challenge a Pathrider certification they believe is politically rather than architecturally motivated. The tension is structural. It's supposed to be there. The keeper nodded slowly. He said, that's going to require practice. He said, yes. Most good governance structures do. In the evening, Zhao Jingyan's first formal legal digest was distributed through the relay network. A summary of the protections for erased and displaced practitioners, the accountability protocols for the conscience assembly, and the first case law from the review board's initial decisions. It was written in clear language, not simplified. Clear, meaning that complexity was acknowledged and explained rather than removed. He read it and thought, this is good work, and it will become better work as it accumulates practice. He wrote to Zhao Jingyan, *, the digest is good. The accountability protocols will need a year of cases before they're truly tested. *, Zhao Jingyan wrote back. *, that's why we keep records. So the second year learns from the first, *. He thought about the 11 cycles. 12 civilizations, each one building something that came close to what the ancient architects had intended, each one failing for reasons that could have been learned from the previous cycle if the knowledge had survived. The knowledge hadn't survived because it had been held by too few people in too concentrated a form. The teaching archive at the first shelter was 6 pages long. He had written it himself during the 2 days he and Su Wenyue had spent there, working in the mornings before the community's daily formation survey, and again in the evenings after the communal dinner. 6 pages was not enough. He was going to need to write more. He was also going to need to find the practitioners whose formation site and pattern recognition would let them contribute to it, and train them to document their own work in the same way, so that the archive grew from multiple vantage points rather than just his. He thought the archive was always going to be distributed. He had just thought for a long time that he would be the one holding it. The bell nodes across the continent were quieter now. The bell shepherd's distributed intelligence was occupied with its own update cycles, propagating the amended mandate through the formation infrastructure with the same methodical thoroughness it had used for 11 cycles to run retrieval operations. The bell nodes still existed. They were grown into the formation architecture of too many communities to remove, and there was no reason to remove them. The bell shepherd had been running a legitimate function in service of a protocol that had been superseded. The protocol was being updated. The infrastructure would eventually serve the updated function. He thought, this is also true of the people who had worked under Shinduomo. Most of them had been running legitimate functions in service of a governance model that had been built on wrong assumptions about what authority was for. Dismantling the wrong assumptions was the work. The people were more complicated. In the Far East, through his formation site, he could feel 3 dormant cathedral constructs still waiting in the positions they had occupied when the updated mandate reached them. They were not threatening. Their retrieval authorization had been suspended. Their search cycles were paused. They were simply very large and very old artifacts waiting for instructions that would not come from the court that had originally issued their mandate and would take time to arrive from the transit network's current administrative structure. He had documented their positions in the relay network's formation survey archive. The communities near them were aware of them. Nobody was in danger. He thought, some things take a long time to fully resolve. That is not the same as saying they cannot be resolved. The fractures in the eastern sky were still visible at sunset. Narrower now, retracting toward the horizon, but there. He had been told by the formation scholars he'd consulted that the oldest scars would take years. He had looked at this fact and found that he was not impatient about it. The sky would carry the record of what had happened here. That was appropriate. Su Wenyue found him on the ridge above the basin at dusk, the same ridge where they had stood during the bell shepherd's first full contact. Where they had sat the night, she told him she loved him, and he told her the same. Where they had watched the fractures begin their final collapse. She sat down next to him without preamble. He said, the window closed this morning. She said, I know. I felt it. He said, how did it feel? She said, like something completing. Not ending, completing. He said, yes, that's accurate. She leaned her shoulder against his. Below them, the basin's lights were coming on as the evening settled. The relay network's formation architecture humming steady in the bedrock. The conscience assembly's hall lit from within where someone was working late. The eastern sky still held its fractures. The western sky was clear. He thought about the transit network certification the conscience assembly's ongoing work, the teaching archive at the first shelter, the relay network's 147 nodes at full capacity. He thought about the dormant constructs waiting in the east. He thought about the star courts that had not yet received the amended mandate and would need to assess it when it arrived. He thought about the practitioners across the continent who were learning, right now, what the relay network had built and why, and what they wanted to do with that understanding. He thought, there is so much still to do. He said to Su Wenyue, tell me what the linkage feels like now, what you can sense through it. She said, it's quieter than it was. The World Heart's distributed architecture has settled into the registration. It's not under pressure anymore, so the sense I get through the linkage is less urgent. More like a background awareness of the formation patterns across the relay network. Like knowing approximately where everyone is without tracking them specifically. He said, can you feel the dormant constructs? She said, the ones in the east, yes. There, waiting isn't quite right. They're suspended. Like a question that's been asked but not yet heard by anyone who can answer it. He said, will you be able to answer it, eventually? She said, I think so. The conscience air architecture gives me a channel the transit network's administrative structure doesn't have, something more like communication than protocol exchange. But I need to understand it better before I use it. She paused. It might be one of the things the teaching archive should eventually cover. The mediation methodology, not just the cartographic methodology. He said, yes. She said, so we have work to do. He said, we have work to do. They sat on the ridge while the last light left the sky. The formation lines in the bedrock below them carried the relay network's steady pulse. 147 nodes, full capacity. The World Heart's distributed architecture settled into its new configuration. The eastern fractures held their gentle light against the darkening sky, narrowing toward the horizon. In the east, suspended in the positions they had stopped in when the updated mandate reached them, 3 cathedral constructs waited in the stillness of suspended purpose. They were very old. They had been searching for a very long time. The search had ended and the next instructions had not yet arrived. And in the space between those two facts, they were simply present in the world, vast and still, carrying the accumulated weight of 11 cycles of a mandate that had finally been superseded. He felt them through his formation sight. He thought, everything that was built in service of a wrong understanding of what authority is for eventually has the chance to be rebuilt in service of a right one. Not quickly, not without cost. But eventually, the work was long. The world was survivable. That was enough to start with. And somewhere beyond the sealed fissures, in the transit network's administrative channels, the amended mandate was propagating toward star courts that had never considered a world's consent as a relevant variable, carrying with it the formation record of what a community could build when it chose mutual burden over efficient abandonment, the evidence that the Bell Shepherd's echo had submitted from the planetary core, the registered proof that the 13th generation had learned what the 12 had been trying to build before the failure mode was reached. The response, when it came, would be the beginning of something new. For now, the basin lights, the relay network's hum, Su Wenyue's shoulder against his, the fractures retracting toward the horizon. For now, this was exactly enough.